Okay, so hello, welcome to this stream. Um, it's been a while since I've done the last one, so most of the time I normally do these streams when I'm doing large builds and so on. So that's why I haven't done anything in a while. But anyways, so on this stream today, I'm going to be doing a large model build. Which is a very large model. So I'll just get that now. Since I've done this, so yeah, so I've got one of these here. My previous two streams, I think, were Lego ones, but this is another thing that I've been doing lately. Well, I got into it about last year, which is Mega Constructions. So this is basically another company that's similar to Lego, and they do different theme builds and everything else. And this is their Pokemon range. I have quite a few different models of it. So what this is a model build, and they do various different ones. So this is what they call their motion build, which is the latest thing they've been doing lately. They've also got a standard mega build to small models. They've got a jumbo version, which is like a bigger version of the small one already done. And there's one more, which is a connects one, sort of like this new thing also where there's multiple models that can be linked together to make one big theme or something. So I've got different ranges, but so I have various different models at the moment, which I still need to post, but this is basically what the general thing is. So you can see this is one of the larger models. It is a motion built Charizard. The model number is HMW05. It varies depending what the type is. But basically, this is the motion one. To put perspective on the others, which I'll show you now, what the other models are you can get for this. So let me bring up that other camera. Give me a minute. It's been a while since I've done this. Okay, let's have a look here. Okay, just get this one moment, get this on here. Okay, that's connected up. That's something I've never seen before. Well, yeah, so where these models are, the different things. So this is one of the general ones. So this is one of the regular chosen ones, and it's standard model of the construct. So it's a medium-sized build. They do have most basic features possible, and they do have things that you can move about. So you've got movable tail, wings. The wings are on their wing devices. I noticed that a few of them they use a sort of rubbery sort of thing to make it quite difficult to build, but that's what they got here. But basically everything on here moves, so you can put it in any position you want. This flame bit can be removed, but they can put a lot of details in these as possible. The jumper, like maybe 3 times the size, and has a lot more details and a lot more features, so you have a lot more things you can do with it. Also, this one has additional holes here. These are because on some of the models that these sizes, they can be attached to other model kits. I think this is in a kit where there's other 3 different evolutions and maybe a sort of like scenery where you can clip them on. So that's why you got these additional holes. But on the big jumbos, I don't have this because it's a more of like a model you sort of put on a stand, or you have it out as a movement. The small ones are more like maybe move as a standard general, but you can just do what you want with it, different themes and stuff. But the movements are the latest ones, and there's so far 4 of them. And this is one of them here. This is the first one actually they did last year, which is a Pikachu. So where these work is that you have a base here, so it's easy to put on desks and stuff. And the base is basically themed for what's on here. So there's the lightning one, that's why you got lightning here. You got lightning tag here, and this is actually can be changed to whatever they have different ones in there for different languages, so you can put what you want on here. And this is slightly bigger than the small model. There's a small model of that, and there's also a jumbo, but the jumbo is a lot bigger than this, but this is both about the middle. Same thing, a lot of details here. Basically it has a crane kit, so they put details in, like for instance, this moves about with a crank, and there's a thing underneath it which makes the body move. So this is designed to show that it's running. So when you operate the crank, it operates some of the features. Now, some things can be moved, some things can't. So, for instance, ears you can manually position. You can adjust the thundershock coming out of the cheeks. You can take those off if you don't want to. So you can do that, but the tail, legs, and body is fixed to the mechanics in here, so that it looks like it's running. So that's what they sort of designed this. This is the first one they did. And they've got like a butterfree one, which is similar thing where it's on a same base and it's just like it's flying. And there's a Gyarados one, which is a big one because they are a big thing, and like it's going through water. And this is the latest one here, which is the Charizard one, which I'll show you now. So you can see it's just about the rough size of the body. So I have its position so that it's flying. And on this model, our thing is the mouth, head, arms, feet, and tail can be positioned where you want, but the wings, body movement, and the base is fixed. That's when you operate the crank, it operates this part of it. And this is a lot larger than most of the models I've got so far. Yeah, so you can do Kyoko, anything else. You have range is different, so 12 plus because it's more, a lot of parts, it's a bit more fiddly than the general. The others are a bit more younger age because they're a little basic. A lot of parts because most of it is just base, fitting with the base and that and all the gear in there. And there's a model number there. But that's what's called a motion. So anything motion is this type of thing where it's the crank base and everything else. Any other languages as you know about. There's the mega range and there's the theme. They do a lot of different themes, so you can do what you want with it. Side, this just has different positions of the model. For instance, on that side, you've got different poses. And they're just more details and stuff and so on. There's your other 2 ranges here. There's a third one, but they didn't put it on there, but they are 4 so far. So that's the first one there. HGC23, that's the Pikachu. HTK22 is the butterfree. There's also Gyarados one, but they don't put it on here. And this is the latest one. And there's your other plates you can put on, which is a thing you can see here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 different names plates depending on the language. I think it's Japanese, English. I think there's 1 Spanish one and 1 French because there's 2 Europe ones, Japan ones, and English. So you can put any of these on. And basic things, QR code to see it move, and that's the size. So it's 45.36 centimeters across. That's from the muzzle to the tip when it's not angled, and 17.18 inches. And also, like, gives us sort of basic things. So see all the gearing and stand, which is how it works. And when you rotate it, it says moves the tail and your wings, and the body moves with the frame. So that's how they designed these. Looks like they're more like for, you know, sit on a desk or something and you just crank it. So these are good model ones. So yeah. So in the box here, and this is pretty heavy boxes. Is most of them are pretty light, but even the jumbo ones are not this heavy. They do thick boxes and so on and so on. So let's see what we've got in here. So all the bags, and the bags are numbered. So when you build this first time, if you build it first time, you give your order in bags from 1 or so on, so it makes it easier to build. If you've built it, taken it apart and put it away, then you're going to have to mainly put the bits, which does take longer, but it's possible. They give you this little folder here. So these are the wings. So these are the wings for the frame. So it looks like you just build the frame and put this between the frame. And I think this is a cardboard frame, so it's a little easier to, more simple to build rather than build all this up as a Lego part. So maybe it's easier just to do this. Well, it's a general thing, but you need that for the wings. Okay, yeah. So you can see if I take it out, you've got the colours of the back and front, and you can see it's specifically cut for that, and it's pretty strong. Yes, it's plastic. It's not paper. It's actually plastic, so that it's durable. That's what's in that cardboard thing. And all your bags. So a label from. Actually, not sure how many bags are in here. I think there's a lot in here. Because I think what they do it for each part, for each area, so it makes it easier for you when you're building it. But like I say, if you took it all apart, you have to find them manually. Okay, so it's in there. There's a tool for taking these type of models apart. So they have different areas, so you can easily break it apart if you need to, or you make an area. It's easy to do. Works on all of their kits. I've got a lot of those. I keep adding I need one you buy. I don't see it on the smaller ones, mainly in the jumbo versions and the bigger kits that do it. You see a lot of general parts here. So you've got all numbered. And they do underscore here, so that's a 6. Any number is just for anything. They underscore it to make it easier to know it's not N and 9 or upside down. And it's still got transparent parts. It's got loads of those parts inside it. And so on, so on. And what I can see in here is these are individual bags, and there's nothing inside it. Depends on the model. There's sometimes additional bags designed for like small clips to fit together. These don't have it because looks like they're put in each bag. And I think they're trying to get these to paper bags, but they're still plastic. But yeah, so you can see there's loads of different bags representing different parts of the body. Goes into the 20s. I've got 24, 28. Yeah, so they've got each part. That is a lot. I think it's the most I've had so far out of these. Yeah, 28, I think. And the manual, that's about it. So that cardboard is partly weighted, so that's complete, and that is pretty beefy, so that's the manual. Pretty thick because, wow, let's see. It has 178 pages, that's a mixture of advertisement and other stuff, but it gives you a rough idea on how it's built. So yeah, and then these are the latest versions of those. See, it goes on there. Yeah, that's a cheap way of doing it. And on the back, there's the other 2 models there, but there's a 3rd one, but they haven't put it on here. Don't know why. I think they just use the smaller versions. Build and share, that is a site you can go to where you can basically, if you took any photos, any of your models into a different position, you can send it there and share it along, but also you can mark what models you've got, and there's some other things about recycling, some things and all that lot. The back page you might need to have at times sometimes, because this is the entire parts list. Actually, there's 4 pages. Yeah, 4 pages. So this is ideal. If you figure out you might have lost a part, or you're unsure how many parts you got. Like I said, for instance, you took it apart but stored it, you build it again, so you can figure out where your parts are, try and lay it out. But also, if you buy a new, you should have a missing part. Sometimes happens, but then you can just go to the website and get new parts. Since they do that, it can happen sometimes. On the back of the rest of it, like this page, you can cut out if you wanted to have a poster or something, and then this is just it always put features of what it does and other things. But generally, this is the last part of it here, and it's got in total 462 build steps. And they do make, depending on the size of the model, this is pretty big because we've got a lot of detailed depth, so they do give it a nice size. That's why it's got a big thing, so it's easy for you to build. Also, this first page is also important as well. So if you have these unboxed brand new, haven't opened anything, it give you 3 steps. They can have more steps depending on the type of model. For instance, with the for instance on this one and jumbos I've seen, they have different sections. So for instance, I think with this it was head, legs, body, wings, so, and the same with the jumbo ones. Like for instance, the jumbos. If I remember rightly, the jumbo Pikachu, for instance, I've got the Pikachu EV and Charmander ones. They got body, head, arms, tail, limbs, for instance. You can have like 6 or 7 steps. So they do try to keep it as simple as possible if you do it first. And they've got all the bag numbers here. So also this is very good. So it has 28 bags in total. And it tells you which bags are required for each area. So the first area, 4, page starts on 4 for the body. Main area, sorry, 4 is just starting and that's the actual build, so it's number 4 here. Tells you need bag 1 to 13, and it highlights it, so it's in this highlight here. So this first section here, it's you building the entire stand, mechanics, and the struts to hold the charizard up. And also, I can see they give little bands here, so there's a little bit yellow band here, because you noticed here there's different colours as you get roughly where your next areas are. Step 2 is 14 to 27, starts at page 94 on the red band, and it's highlighted here the entire body, so building the tail, legs, arms, main body, neck, and head. And then 28 is only 1 bag, so it's a small area, but starts at 160, and it's just the wing, so it's only 1 bag because it's just building the frame when you stick that plastic in between it, and they clip on. So there's your range, and like I said, can have different ones depending on the model, which is the ideal. Say as if, and when you build these, if you build it start off, there's the tool, which tells you how to use that tool, and then it tells you when you're doing each part how many bags you need. So for like 1, 2 for this lot, 3, 4, so on, and it gives you the instructions on how to deal with it. So yeah, so that's how these work. Like I say, if you've done it brand new out the bag, you've done it, but if you, like I say, took everything out of the bag or you've stored it and want to rebuild it again, you won't be going by the number of bags. You have to then put everything in, sort everything out, and then go by the picture here. So that's the ideal thing, and it's pretty big. So that's the manual learning. I'm not going to be using the manual here because I find these a bit awkward at times, because one thing on my space room, I've got limited on the desk, but also when you go in between the middle, because the way these are glued, it starts doing that bendy thing where you sort of like trying to figure out where to get in the way. So normally what I do is put it to one side. I normally use the online stuff. So you can go to the website, the megaunbox.com. That's the site for this. You go into your build to have everything from latest to archives, if you've got anything online from old stuff or you have them stored away. You simply set your theme, and then you find your model, and then you click on it and it gives you an options of general. Can I do it from here? No, I can't do it from here. I haven't got it all set up. So basically you go to link up, and then you select your model, and you have a picture of the model, and there'll be an option saying you want the build. Basically you can then select to log on and say I wanted it already have, and there's a button saying build instructions. And what it does, it downloads a PDF for it. On some models it may have 2 options. It may have a PDF and be another one for a more interactive one on some models, which goes from the page. This one doesn't have that. So if I bring it up now, so I go to this build now, so you can see that there. And then I go to, see if it brings up. Okay, yeah, okay. So I've got the manual up here now. As you can see, it looks the same as the booklet. And this is also ideal because, like I say, you can sometimes lose the booklet. So you can easily download the manual online. But to be advised on some of these, if I remember rightly, sometimes they will do on older models when they were, because they're changing their theme, the designs, and so on. I found out that some models will have a new book in the box, but they may have an older build on the page. And if you're doing like I'm doing, when you just got the bags and you're starting it, you may have different bag numbers or different positions. And you think, what's it doing? It's because sometimes they're changing from older to newer design. That can sometimes happen. But if you're building it without the bags and you're just redoing it, you don't have to worry about that. But on the most modern ones, they do it generally. But also sometimes the manual does sometimes online have amendments in case there was something they missed. Can happen, but I don't see often, but you can still do that. And I prefer doing this way anyways, because like I say, I can easily look at the display. It's a bigger display and it's stuck in one place, and I can easily move around without having to move a booklet around, and also you don't have that middle area. So that's one reason I do that. So with this, I'm going to start building it. So let's say front page there. That's the book there, and you can see the movement in the corner. You've got this QR code. Basically, if you scan that, you can see how it moves. Same thing on the other side of it. Same instructions there. So there's your 3 designs there. You can see the highlight. So the first box is 1 to 13. Start on page 4, and it tells you like the area where you're starting up. So like I say, it's the base. So it's the entire base range and the supports hold the model up. The drive's on top, and also how it moves. The second part starts on page 94, 14 to 27, and it's the entire body. Like I say, it's head, neck, arms, legs, body, tail. And then the third part is just one bag, the last bag, 28, and it starts on 160, and it's just the wings. So that's what I'm trying to do now. So I'm just going to sort these bags out. So I need up to 113. Okay. You can see the difference of the bags. Like I say, in this one, you can see there's a lot of standard colored blocks and some transparent blocks, which are the flames, sort of like the lower thing on the base. You can see that a lot of it is not with the model, it's like the base. And these ones, you see a lot of orange green color because this is the actual body there, and 28 is that last bag. See, there's not much in it. That's just to build the wings. So yeah, so you can tell this is all for the charizard itself, and then this is the base part and all the parts that make it work. So I'm going to put these to one side to make sure that that's down there. You've got all these, so they're arranged for like 1 to 7. Right, I've got an actual. There I can put the bags. There you are, 1 to 13. So estimated 13 bags for the first part, 14 bags for the second part, 1 bag for the last one. About that. Yeah, and also make sure you got all the bags. I know they're all there, but if you haven't got one, you may have to just, well, to refund it because you're missing a bag because you beat some parts. Anyways, just get on with it. So 1 to 13, so the same. That top box is allowed to use the tool to take apart. So it's designed to take blocks off of each other, blocks underneath each other, rods out, flat things, studs. Example. So it's a handy tool. Okay, so there's my first part, number 1. In my first area, I need number bag 1 and bag 2. They do go in order. Like I said, but on some older models, depending on the manual you get, if you do it online, you may find the bags don't 100% match. Always doing some odd things, which depends on when your model was built. Because that's normally happens, is where you could have a newer version of the box, but the manual's old online, or vice versa, where you've got an older kit where they haven't updated the images and stuff, or the way the bags work. So do try to make it easy as possible to build these. And that can also sometimes happen with the LEGO Technics as well. You can have some weirdness where they've done something and you think, that doesn't need to match, but they've updated it or something. I see it. I've done these in years, so I've seen it all. So anyways, we need 1 and 2. Okay, it's number 2, number 1. I'm not sure if I put these in order. One main 12. Right. Okay, I've got a little tape there. So, okay, so there's your first 2. Number 1. Number 2. Yeah, so I've got some gearings in this one and some green stuff. Now then, you get some odd color ones like maybe orange, yellow, red. They're mainly your support bricks because they'll be hidden, so you won't see them. And sometimes they do color code these units. I remember writing on some things like I say the jumper versions, they have red, blue, white, and black, I think, and they're sort of like different positions of the body, so you know that's the left, that's the right, that's the back, or the front when you're clipping things together and stuff. So that's the general why they do this. Okay, so I need these 2. Open both bags. Ooh. And also be careful when you open the bags, be careful bits don't fall off. And I have a worse place since I have a brown carpet. Times I've stepped on it. I say, take your time on this one. I'm normally a bit quicker at this because I normally do it offline, but if I'm just showing how these are built, so it take a while. But just take your time on these because they are designed to do that. Okay, and make sure your bags are empty. You don't want to be trying to figure where your part is and that. And I say, try to space it out as much as possible and try and organize it if you can. Makes it easier. Also, you don't start panicking like, oh, I'm missing a part, and you find out it's upside down, it's gone into another part somewhere. Can happen. And there's that little detachable tool. So like I say, that's for prizing. Because on it, but there for like the sort of like studs, you also prize off most parts. This is for breaking bricks together. That's for removing studs from a hole, and that's for removing a cross stud. So, very handy little tool to have. Yeah, it does make it easy for fingernails and stuff. Okay, so there's all my parts here. I'm going to most it offline off the side, so it makes it easier for me to have everything here. So we need to start doing it. So I need 2 of these. So this is going to be the base, and then a thinner one of it. it's going to be like that, and then there are 2 more blocks to lock them in place, but that's your rough base. If you're not sure, if you've got a lot of different parts that are all the same, you can count it by the studs. But most times, if you've got it in barracks, they've got the right ones for the right part. But if you completely put them all together, so it's the issue, you may have that later on that's been added later on, so you have to find them all. So when you do it this way, it's easier. Okay, and then I've got some. So I've got that one. I've got a different grey one. So that grey one, I need a 10 studded 1x2. So it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 stud 2. So they're, and simply just these are locking the base. So turn these upside down. And these grey ones go in here, and they go in the midsection. And with this, they color code the way you put your bricks. So it's red here, but if for instance you had multiple sizes or different shapes, they may be color coded. Like your red ones go here, and then you got, for instance, you can have red ones here, or you can have a blue one there, blue one there, green there. So you got a rough idea where to put it, and you just count the amount of stubs underneath. So you can see the studs under, so you just match it there. And this is in the center, so it will be in the middle. So I can see it's what, like third stud up roundabout. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's in the fourth one, so miss 3 holes. It's like up that part there. See, it's in the center. It's basically holding these things together to make a large area. Yeah, I can see that. You can see, yeah, see, it's like 3 there, 3 there. It's like your center part. And like you can put your first part there, and then I'd say use the flat surface to push these in. You see that it raises it slightly, and then it's like back there. So I'm not sure if that's the top or the bottom, but that's what we want. Yep, so leave it upside down and we build in the rest of it. So this is next stage there. Let's have a look here on that window. Yeah, that's better. I can see a bit more now because. Okay, right. So on this one is 2 and 3. So the first says sometimes some have 2 steps on the multiple. So let's just keep an eye on it. Yeah. Okay, so part 2, I need more grey, light greys. So anything's in here, and they're all different sizes. So I've got 2 of the ones that are about 6 across. So like 2 of the 6 ones there, and then 3 of the 10s. Yeah, whereas that's like grey, because like I said, I got a brown one there. We don't want that. All grey coloured. There we go. So I've got 3 of those and 3 of the small ones, and they're going all along the edges here. And this is what I was saying about the colour code. So I can see here that 2 small ones will go here, large one will go here, and then 2 large ones. And the large ones are color coded blue, so it's like blue here, and the lower, smaller ones are color coded red, so you know where to put the dim sizes on. And these overlap, so it's half on there and half on. So it's designed so that you can clip stuff on the other side later, since you're building a base up. So once a small one up here, so it's going to overlap here, but it doesn't overlap the edges. So a small one at the top. So I mean by the overlap, so you're able to clip stuff on there. And the larger one, the smaller one. They are overlapping on the edge. Because I'm looking at an angle, I just spotted a mistake here, which is what happened at the early stages, but I just noticed here, I can see like bars going down and it's pointing to that one, so it's basically supposed to be like that, so you clip stuff on the side. That's something you can watch out for. You see the dots, but also see where your first dots, you've got lines, see what stud it goes to, because like I say, that's over the edge there, so that's how it's supposed to be designed. There you go. Yeah, so you can put stuff on the side. Two on the bottom. Okay, so this one is going all along the bottom here, but it's missing the center ones. Okay, yeah, so when you put this on, the last one will stop on this corner and same on the other side, so you're missing the two center ones. So sometimes you can look at the next step and you can see if you can figure it out. As you can see, it's got two ends there, and all the end there, and just a small gap there, which is fine. So that's how that's working. Okay, now we got smaller parts going into the, oh, whoopsie daisy. Watch out for that, I've just done that now. I thought there's a third part. I tried to brush it without looking, so if you look at the next part and figure out why is that extra part, go back one and figure it out. But also, this software I'm using, if I click the mouse, it does go forward as well, so it can happen. You get used to doing things, and then you go into, I did before, make a model, 4 parts and everything, and where these go right at the end, and they were there to hold some suspension for right there, but they were easy to access to put them in, so it can happen. But the worst one is when it is actually deep in the model, especially if it's mechanical stuff, so yeah, just double check. It can happen. Even experienced builders can have that problem. Okay, right, so it's on these edges we're doing, so it's more of those grey blocks. So I've got 4 6-1s and 4 4-1s. This is the 4 6. And that's actually all of these type of grey ones. There's none of the grey ones left of that colour, so these are all those parts we need. And they're going to go on the edge here, so they're making like a T shape on both sides and identical to each side. So like I say, the larger one's the red and the small ones are the blue. No, not. So small one is blue, small one there. There's a red large one there and a blue red one. So you sometimes do put very colours. So I think they put the colour coding if it's like 2 different sizes amongst each other. But there's just 2 large red ones there, so just have one colour. So what I can see is the 4 4 6 4 4 6 6. It's like giving them support on the bottom of here. So need a 4, and like I say, they overlap. So make sure that making them make it basically a big rectangular sort of square of the greys. So these all should fill the gaps up. So making a sort of like thing, so that way things will clip on there later on. So that's what these are designed to do. And then these are just going in the center there for support, and also makes it easy to clip stuff on. And they're in the center. So they're like in the center of this one. So look at this big block. So around that point, you can figure it out by counting. So this is the 6th one upside down. So it's like the middle ones here. So it should have 2 empty ones in the dot there. So saying about that tool, if you did it by mistake, that's what that's for. So you can do that and then release it if you need to. There you go. So that's more because that's starting to make a base of sort, and that's like supporting at the bottom. So you can see this does wobble, so I think something else might go on the bottom later, but you can see it's a basic structure. Okay, and this one's just got one slot on it, so this has one stage which is 4, but it has 2 steps. There's 1 and a 2. So when you've got numbers on each one, it's like you build step in order, and the last number is what you should have. So this requires a black 4 and 4 of the 3, so like the small ones before the squares. These are rectangle blocks, and you've got squares. So they're the only ones in here. So that's your 4, and then that the only black ones. And they're going along the middle center, so they're basically printing the top and flexing a thing, but also allows things to clip on. And what it is that in each of these corners here is the small one, and then the large one will go in the center here. So these will go along here. Should do on all. There are your tiny 3 ones. And then this goes in the center here. Like 4, you can count them up or count them along there. So what I can see it is it's about the center of this block here. So this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is a 10 one, so it's the when it goes in the center, right? I haven't put it down. So you should have 1, 2. So you should have 3 empty ones here, and it's the 4th sort of in the center area. So it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it sits right there. So it should be the 4 in the center, making the center point. Because the way they have the picture angled, you could sometimes you might need to zoom in and anything else, or to look at it carefully. And then the bottom one shows you what you should have. So you should have like this. These in the right position, which I have. Okay, then I've got 2 more steps. So these look like covers. And also you might notice there's a little yellow arrow here. You might see it's clearly on just about on here. It's like a rotation arrow. So when you see that rotation arrow, it means you need to either flip the model upside down or rotate it at a certain angle. You can always find it by the picture. So with this one, you just have to turn it around. So turn it around, so it's now fitting down. And it needs these little clips here. Basically, these things are going to go on here, which are smooth surface. So basically, just a fill sort of things like these. And it's 4 one size, 1 the other size, and what I can see by the number of dots, you need 8 1 and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So there's an 8 and a 6. Where you can tell they're 8 and 6 because they clip on the stud. So you've got 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. You count the holes, so there's 8 there. So I need 4 of these. And I need a 6, which is the smaller one. 1 2 3 4 5 6, and I think that's the only ones in there, 8 and 6 yet. So they're your ones you want. So it's going to go all in the upper part up here. So on the end here is the large 6, and you've got 8 8 8 8 6, and they're going to clip on all of them, and they don't overlap on this because they're just covering this to make a sort of, when you go on, you see those sort of level up here. So I start on the easy point, which is at the corner here. So 8 goes on there, and 8 goes down here, and then your 6 goes there to fill the gap. 8 goes on the end, and then that goes on the end there. I can see this flexing. Problem with this at the moment, because this is the beginning of the base, you might find these sometimes because you're flexing it about, they may come loose, so you may just occasionally have to push it down slightly and make sure your things are, because they will come loose, but once more blocks get on, it will come a bit more stable. So be careful of that. So you go, so you've got some smooth parts there. Okay, number 6 is covering this area down here. So that needs 4 of the 8, so the large ones. That's the big ones here. Yep, so I need 4 of these. The reason why there's no, what I can see now is there's no ships to cover this. It's not because I can see there's a gap here. So there's going to be something that's going to either stick out here or extend. So that's why you've got this gap and there's nothing being covered. So continue going along the edges. So basically making a frame. As you can see, and that's free, so that's probably going to have something clip on there later on or left gap. You can also see that on the same thing here. There we go, got some specialized clips going on. So this is a 6, so it's last one of the one there, and that's all the smooth surface ones there. And I've got this funny looking block here. So what these blocks do is they allow you to clip things on the side because normally it's smooth, so now we just put a block on that side and on the top. But you have to watch out for this because like I said, when you're doing the bags, they know the parts, but if you haven't done that, there'd be different ones, and you have to watch out for the position of the side one. Give me a quick example here, if there's any here. I can see some green ones. Let me see if I've got any of the 2 types. Okay, no, they don't have it here, but this is the thing you will watch out for. So with these side ones, they will be in different positions. So look at the back, for instance, you can see they're stepped up. So you can see them sticking up. So the up position. They can sometimes go the other way where this is flipped, where it will stick at the bottom. So it's not smooth at the bottom. It's not like they're further down. If you have them, both of them in the kit, for instance, you have to make sure you've got the right one in the right part, because if you put it in the wrong place, what happens is you clip the item properly or it'd be misaligned. And if you find that out, you have to take the entire part to get to that area to fix it. So you have to watch out for that. But in this bag, oh, this is actually a locked one, but it gives you can see the example here. You've got raised top there and that raised bottom there. This is actually a block with all the 4 in there, but you can get them separated where one half would be that one or one half would be that one. So that's, you've got to make sure you get the right one for the area. And I can see it's the upper one, so that's fine. I can't see the lower versions of this, but yes, we've got to watch out for that. That can sometimes hit you up. And also there's a box on the corner there. Yeah, the box, it says, which means you've got to put these 2 parts together first and then clip it in. It's basically in the center, so in the center of that underside. And then straight here. And that's why you needed that gap, so that can stick out. Okay, and then we're starting to build a top. I think that's the entire base, I think that's when the nameplate goes on. Because I can't see any more of these big fat plates, so I think that's the base. Because that's the only thing I can think what goes on there. Okay, now we've got to build it up. So these are green ones, and these ones are on the hidden. So let's see, we got those types again. 3 with 3 support there, and then you've got 2 with 2. And they're going to go on the back end. So there's a single 2 on the top here in the dead center. So on here. And then you've got a 3 and a 2 and a 3 and a 2. And they're on the corners, so you're 3. So you've got a 3 up here. And then 2 goes on the end. Vice versa. So you've got a 2 and a 3 there and a 2 there, and you've got 2 3s which go on here. So this is a 3 3. Same thing. That 3 is in the corner, and then the 3 further down. Okay, and then they've got more of those blocks which are going to go on the front part. So we need 3 of the same colors, 3 there, the 2 1, and then 4 of the 3s, and that's all of those blocks then. I can't see any left in there. Same thing, all down the bottom here, and you just need to position it. So there's a 2 straight in the center, so it's like above this one. Step in a bit. And let's see now. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so on this side, you've got a 2 sitting in the middle, side between the 2 gap here. So it sits between like this area here. And then in this corner here, you've got a 2 and a 3. Like the top one, 3 sits in this corner going up. And this one sits on above it. And then this side you've got 3s. So that's if I like this, the 3 sits into that corner. Like so, and then the others go all the way along here. So it's like a big long group of them. So it goes along there and then small there. So that's all those side bits going on, and then looks like we can start to put some blocks in the center here. So you need a sort of like a crane square, so like one of these. 3-studded rectangle thingy. It's a 3-studded strip, and it's like a darker brown. So it's one of these. It's 5. Yep. So that's those. You're gonna need 2 of those. And you need a 6 version of that with the cream like the one. So you've got 6 on there. And they're going to go into this upper area here. So this is when you start looking at the dots and seeing where all your parts go. So what I can see is 2 of these cream ones are going to go up the top here to fill these gaps. Then I've got a brown one here sealing this gap. So try and look at the easy parts first. And then coming on the end here is a cream and a brown. So the cream will go along here, starting off this brown part here. So it goes along there. And then this is in the center, so miss a gap. You've got a small gap here, and then this goes up this top part. And what I can figure out is it goes basically right up here, and it should follow along this here, so it should follow the line on this one. That's what I can see. Yeah, so you've got this sort of light area here. Okay, you've got more of it, and that's going to be doing this gap in the front here. Double check. Yep. All cream parts. So that is a square. And then a 2 6 stud one and a 2 4 stud one. 2 4. 2 6, and that's all of those large stud cream ones there. I've only got the all stubby 2 ones left. Okay, so the 2 4s are going to go into these here to seal these gaps. Then you've got them going along here. So on this side is a 6. Same on this side. And then you've got the square, and what I can see is it's like going the same position as this one. So it should go in the middle of this one we just put in. It does, and you can see it follows the line up there. Okay, more to put in, which are a mixture of the brown ones and the green ones. So we've got these two little studs. These are the small ones before you get a single stud. And then 3 of the dark brownish one. One of the little rectangular ones, so that's the little rectangular version of these, like put them together. And they've got a very long one, which is a 2, 4, 6, 8. That's the only one in there I can see. So there's that. And that goes in this mixed section here. So you've got brown and cream in there. So what I can see is they've got blue, red, blue. The red one is the long one, and the blue ones are the little ones. So I'm going to try and position the ones on this side to make it easier. So they're the. So what I can say is you've got 3, rectangle 3, large, and then the creams at the back. So I'll try to put one of these in first. Okay, right. So it's 4th down. So you start in the corner there. 1, 2, 3. So it goes here. 4. And then you miss a gap. I'll put the next one in. And then you miss a gap, and then you put the rectangle one in. And then you miss a gap and put the other brown one in. It's going even, so you should have 3 there, 3 there, 2 there, 2 there, and there. So that's how it should be. And that one goes along that way, and it's flush against these 2, so it takes up this entire area here. And then you've got the 2 cream ones, which are going to go on the end here and on the end here. Okay, so now we're starting to build the blocks up. These are big blocks, so we're starting to build the base up here. So we've got white ones. These blocks are, so they're a bit chunky blocks, but they're designed to build like scenery and stuff like that. So I've got 1, 3 blocks. You can see it's a fat block. So it's got 3 studded, 1, and then a 2. And they're going to go here. So they're going to stick between this one here and this one here, basically in this area up. And it goes by the 2 on the left on this side, and then the 3 along here. And number 14 on the right is more white blocks. So I've got sort of like an L-shaped one, big square one there, and then you've got 2 of the 3 one. Then you've got a 1, 4, and then you have a 1, 6. And they're going down this area. Okay, so I can see an easy one straight off, which is a 3, and I can see it's positioned to start on this area here. So it starts here. And then going up this way is a 3. So again, another 3, and it's going up that way. Goes up, goes up. And then on the top of it is and the L-shaped. So it's that way around. Then coming down is a 4, going this way. Then on the bottom of it, going along here, filling this gap, is the 6. And then the top part here is the square, so that's coming across this area here. And then the last parts are some cap items. So they look like this, they come in different sizes. So this is the fixed one. There's no other sizes in here, so you don't have to worry about it. But it tells you if you've got any other size what to use, but there's 2 sort of like yellowish ones, and 2 light grey ones, very light grey. They're going on these here, so that's what these are here for. So this here is where they're going. So the top one is the orange. So you can see when you put them together, block sits here, and then the bottom there. That's why you sometimes have blocks like this, or like this for bigger versions, so that you can fit a cap on. So they go on each end. But you can see it sits on that block. It makes a sort of, it's normally used for decorative or certain stuff, but there's one for each end. Okay, larger blocks going in. So these are a lot of colours. So I've got one of those 2 small ones, 2 L's, a 4, a 6, and I've got some yellow ones. There's only 2 of these in here. So a very large one and a, so it's a N8 one, and basically almost half of the bottle. Like I say, you have to count it if you put all the bags together, but this is individual bags, so I don't know which one exactly. So, but that one's actually a 2, 4, 6, 16. I think it's the longest one. And it's going to go all the way in the top area, basically matching this here. So you have to make sure you put the right one to the right one. So they're going to go along all of these lower ends to make bulk up the area. So along this one is the small yellow. Then going along here is some white ones. So I've got a 2 in beside it. The L goes here because that's the only place you can fit the L. Then the very long yellow one goes all the way on the top. Then in the corner is another white L. Then the 4, the 4 block goes down here. And then fill in this gap is the 6. Okay, next is this area here. So it's building that base and filling it up. So you need the L, need the 4, and need a 6. Same thing, going along here, having it matching the blocks here. So first of all, the L goes here. So this thing I can see. And then going this way is the 4. So it's fitting on this 4 round block. And this 6 is going down here. More blocks, and they're going to start covering this area. So I need 3 white L's and a 6. Yep. And they're going to be clamping on this one. So okay, right. So I can see the easiest part. So this large one goes on from this brown top part here. And the others are going to go along here. So the 3 L's are going to go along here, different positions. So Y now goes that way. Then another L goes the same position. So it's going along there and gripping onto that one. And that's flipped, so it goes that way. You can see it's still leaving that gap and it's just building up. The other part needs more white ones. I've got a 2, a square, 6, and a dark grey one. The same grey as this. 2, 4, 6, 8. Because it's not to build a bottom area. So it's finishing this area up here. So the grey one goes along here. then the others fill the gap. So the 6 goes along this side, and then well, you can see where the other 2 go. The square goes into that square one, and the small one goes into that one. Okay, that's that one, and then I've got to add some studs. So I've got like 3 of these little cream round type ones here. These are fun, they roll around if you're not too careful, and cream 2-studded one there. And they're going to sit on some of these white blocks, so see now. So this one sits on this white area here, these 2 here. What they're doing, they're just raising us, so it's flush there. And then some round ones on their own. So I've got one which is next to this one here. Another one next to this grey one. And another one on this lower white one here. So we've got all that. Let's see, so all that. Okay. And then we're going to finish this bottom area down here. So we've got the larger sort of greyish one there. It's got a 2L blocks. A 2 there. And they're basically going to go this bottom area down here. So it's filling that bottom area. Okay, so what I can see is this 2 goes here. The L's are in the corner, since that's what they're there for. And that goes all the way down the bottom to seal the bottom. So you can see it's starting to build the base up there. Also, you can see it's starting to get a bit stable now. It's not flexing much now because you're starting to have it building up. Okay, 22 is adding more stuff on the top. So I've got an 8 white, 2, 3 ones, 2 of those flat cream ones, and it's that double block looks like a very bright cream color. Is that one of that double thing on it, like I was showing before? So you've got 2 of those. Okay, so I've got a little box here. It's under the instructions around about the lower area, and it has an X2. It means that and it's got 2 stages and X2. What it means is you've got to put this part to this part, doubling it, so you're building it. Sometimes we can have 3, 4, whatever, but it's basically multiple parts together. So what it's wanting you to do is to simply put these 2 together. So you've got that builder block there, and you do it twice. So you've got something like this. And they're going on the top part area. So these will be put together. It's going on each end of the white here with the side bit facing outwards. So they're going down there, sort of lining up with the green ones underneath. And then these blocks are going on the end but not filling it up. So there's 1, 3 on this side. And on the opposite side, you've got the larger one on here, and then you've got 3 beside it. So you've got a small 2 gaps here. Okay, and then you've got some upper stud parts. Look at that stepper units here. So you've got 1 single one, and you've got 2. It's like a double one. And they're going to go along this area up here. So on this side, it's just a single double one. It's going to sit onto these 2, and it's going to face, the smooth face is facing inwards. So you've got that angle part facing in. And these are going to the opposite side. So what I can see is the single one goes in first on this side. Same thing, the smooth part, angle part comes in. Sort of like a step here. And then the large arms beside it. Okay, let's build it more up. So I've got 2 more white L's and a 4. And that's all of those ones now. I can see a single block, so I haven't got much left here now. For our deer, that's all the remaining parts. You should see where to bag it and different areas, make it easier to do rather than try and look at what you got and trying to figure it out forever. Some people like doing that. If you rebuilt it, then you have to do that. Okay, so it's all along here. So there's an L at the top here. So it should be building up, so it shouldn't be around the wrong way. And then beside it is the 4, and then it goes there, and that's why that block was put in, so that L will fit smoothly, otherwise it would just try to push in. Okay, then we've got more coming in, so I've got another one of these studs here, and then you've got one of these things, so like a flat angle bar down here, it's like a smaller step of this, and then you've got this very, very thin one, so it's a very small version of these. And they're going to go in this upper area here. So this part goes first, and you want it so that it faces that way. So the harder part's at the top and the seal's in the bottom. So it should be flush there. And next to it is this one, and it's the same position where it goes that direction. So those two should be together there. And then you've got a little hole here. And then next to that is the little stud. Should look like building a little block here. And then you've got a cap. So the bottom one has 2 parts to it. It's like 26 as a part. So you've got one of these. It is going to go onto this part and this part. So it's basically keeping these 2 parts from moving about. So if you put something on here, this is not going to fly off. That's why they sometimes do this, so that way it locks the parts in. So when you put something on there, it's not going to wobble around. And also something else can be built up. And part 2 should show what you have so far. So this is what you should have on the part so far. Okay. This next part, we're building a specific item, so you don't need to worry about this at the moment. So it's just a new item being added. So 27, you need one of those. There's the only one left I can see. One of these blocks. Light grey angle sort of piece, and a little massive little study thing. Build it all along here. So the first one on the end is the white block, then the cream block, then the angle piece. So you've got this sort of piece here. Then you've got this large sort of wedge brown, so that's makes the cap in this, and it goes that way, so the angle is going following this angle. And the final part looks like a gearing system being added. So you've got one of these basically the gear slip flips on here, and this goes into the brick, and this is designed so it slides in without you pushing way through. That's why they got that design. And then you got another one of these, and then you've got a grey gear. So the way it works is this slides into the hole, and it's going to slide into the one on that side. So when you're facing this way, you set that free. You can see that. You see it stops there, allows you to spin. And that's why you also get the smooth part, so that way easy. And then put your gear on. And when you put these on, push it all the way on. And make sure it spins freely. Due to the design, it allows them to spin freely. But if it doesn't do that, you might need to just pull the gear slightly so it doesn't do that, because you don't want it binding. Otherwise, the model won't work well. So there you go. And that slides into this hole. So you're going to have something, when you clip it on, you can have something like that, and then you're going to have something that's going to attach to that to make that gear work. And then that goes onto here. So 30 is just basically put that onto your part, and it's going to fit onto up here and down here. So that single one is going to fit onto this gap we made, and this long part is fitting on this entire white area here. So you line them both up, because it's get the front on, cut the back. yeah, these things do fall because they're wedged until you get support on them, so be careful. As soon as he goes on there, you see that gear is now free, so that's going to be, yeah, so that's the front of the model and that's the back, because that is one of the gearing, because there's going to be a couple of supports coming up here later on which attach to the body, so that way the body moves. So that's one of the mechanicals at the back. This is rough at the base, but the bottle's a bit longer, so that's what they do. Okay, looks like we're building another. So the rest of this is basically building most of the gearing system. So we've got another one coming on this end. So you need two of these studs. One of these can be a spacer or a locker. Another one of these rods. Another one of these gears, and then you got one of these ones and a single hole one. So you've got a big yellow box here. So you've got to build a part in order. So 3 parts. So you get the rod and slide the smaller one in. Then slide the spacer in there and in there, and it's color coded. So the blue part is the spacer, the red part would be the gear, and the blue part would be the little block. So you slide this on. So these are designed to be spacer, but also prevents this from pushing back. Then put on the gear. Make sure you push this part in, because they're sometimes pushing parts will try and force it out. So make sure that's in. And then that fits on with the hole here, so when it's on, it should have a spare hole up the top. So you've got something that's like this. Rotate it this way, so the small part's facing you, and then that's going to go onto this area here. Okay, so this one's going beside this here, what you did before, so it's next door, and then this part is going on the single area here. You can see what it's doing here, basically, and it's linking up to those 2 gears, so when you move this, it's going to move this gear here as well. And then you've got this here, there's another yellow box beside it, so put these 2 together to make a very large stack. And then it's going to go here to fill this gap. And the reason I stack it, so that way it's almost level 2 there, so it makes it easier to put something on if it's needed. Okay, 32 is another gearing system, so that's the last part of these parts. I've got another gear, got 2 of these. Small white gear, a little, and that's it, and one of these. So 3 steps, so first of all slide this into one of these, and it's on this side. Then you put in gears on, so first I'll put the little white gear on, then the grey gear, then the cap, which is alternating for this one, so it's going to be looking like this sort of thing. Smaller gear will make this, so when this gear goes round, depending which way you use, I think it cranks on this side, so that gear will spin faster, which makes this gear go a little bit quicker than that one. So it depends what you're driving in. So you've got this type of arrangement. And it's going to continue onwards. So it's going to go behind this part here and against here. And that white gear will lock onto this gear here. So you can see that it works here. So I'll just spin it to make sure it's working. It's not binding. If it's tough, you might have to push these down a bit to make sure they're locked in right. They are. You see that gear goes faster than the other 2 gears at the back. So see that's sort of the gearing system. I think that's it. Yep. 33 is bag 3 and 4, and then notice I've got a couple of pieces left. They sometimes would do this, so you add extra parts because you can lose it. Normally like things like studs, gear, tiny parts, and sometimes clear studs for like lights and stuff because you can have it when you lose it. That's happened. Okay, so there's your two. I'll put those to one side. So this needs bag 3 and 4. And I say put this model to one side because I'll start with building something else. So I can put that to one side. Need these two. You see there's more gearing and clips and larger blocks, so like I say, still building the base. But as I was saying, this first part I can see it's mainly building the base and the rack because like I say, the second part is when you start building the model. Okie dokie, so this is number 3 and 4. It's number 4. Yeah, so one bag's got little clips and studs in it, and the other bag has some larger parts. Okay, so first of all we need a large rod and a small grey gear. Okay. So you want a large cream rod. You want a small grey gear. So there's a couple of them here. It's just like it's a lighter grey, but it's smaller version of those larger we've done. So first of all, this goes on the end of the tip. See by the diagram. So push it on, right? So it stops. To pin on your finger, or you can just push it to stop. But this shouldn't stick further out. It should be flash. So that's the end of it. 34 is more gearing and stuff. So you've got another one of these green parts here. Little spacer, and then a white gear. So I do color gears so you can easily identify which one's what. When it goes on, put this brick on first. So the hole should be facing that way. Then put the spacer on so that it keeps those parts together. Make sure that doesn't push out. You may have to adjust it if it does. Now that is very tight. It's not to spin well because these two are pressing. So lightly push the spacer out a bit. It's now freely running, so you must make sure of that because there's no stopper here. That's the time you have to watch out for. There's a small play so that it spins freely. Because if you bind it up, it will cause problems. Then put the white gear on. There you go, still working. Okay, and then we've got more parts to put on. So I've got two of the little cream ones like that, half the size. You've got two of those, and you've got another one of those spacer there. And then we've got a very, very small spacer. It's a cream color. It's like a very tiny spacer. So first of all, put one of these, put these on together, so it makes a very large brick. Then put the small spacer on. I'll say make sure you don't push all the way in, so it rotates, and then put the larger spacer on. As before, make sure it's buying a bit, so it's adjust that slightly. Make sure the bricks are spins freely, that it does as well. So they're working fine. Then you've got the end of it to come on, which is very small light grey gear, large spacer, and where's the large spacer? There you go. And then one of those two bricks here. Okay, so first we'll put the gear on, and this has got a directional one, so you want to make sure the flush part is at the back here, and the gearing part is facing this way. Same thing, don't have to worry about it there, you can push right against there, everything still moves. Put that part on, which is following that one, so that follow the gap there, and then put the cap on the end. Make sure that's, yeah, that doesn't spin freely, so I need to just pull that back slightly. Nope. There you go, that's freely spins, that's not at the back, so I'll push the back end, adjust that slightly. Yep. So all the bricks spin freely, that's good, and that's how it shows it says box 2, so you should have something that's looks like this. And then we're going to put it into the model, so get your main base. It should be rotated so that is going that direction. And it's going to clip onto this area here. So this top part goes into this gap up here. These two fit onto that white one, and that one goes onto that end there. So make sure you've got everything aligned. You can see it all goes in there. And then push them all down, make sure they're all down, so you may have to wiggle around each part, that goes in there, and that goes in there, and this part is on a bit of a, there you go. It's all down. It's a bit of a bind, so make sure these are down, okay. Yeah, add a bit of a, it wasn't freely moving because I pushed this in, so you may have to just adjust these ends here. When you spin this, it's freely moving. If you've got a frictional mount, you may need to just tweak these ends a bit. Make sure that pole's loose because I can feel that's loose. So yeah, that's now free moving. So when I spin that, it's got a good, it spins because if you those two stuck together, when you try and force it, so you're trying to put a lot of force in, it's not ideal because like I say, it's all supposed to run together and you'll get a bit of a, the model won't work or you can have some problems. But that's working fine. You can see, yeah, so that'll be the crank there, going in there, and then that will go along there. And that's further back. And like I said, there's about 3 poles coming up. So that's what all this is going to be geared to. Oh, that end bit's trying to sag off. Yeah, alright, the next part is just basically adding blocks. So I've got a 1 single piece and a 2 of the whites. And they're going into this area up here. So the 2 goes in here to make a large block here, and then this goes beside this one. So it looks like this. It looks like another gearing system to go in. So I've got the large gears here. Got 2 pink ones, like the yellow, but it's not pink, so I've got 2 of those. And small spacer. This is a very, very tiny, I think it's this cream one. There you go. And they've got a rod with a gear on. So it's this here with a fixed gear on. There you go. So we'll build this up first. So slide on the spacer first. You can slide it on the end with no problems. Then put one of the whole bricks there. And then between that is the gear. Like I say, slide it on. Don't push it all the way on. So make sure it's free spins. And then put on the other one. Should have something that's like this. Then that's going to go in here. So rotate it so the green gear is facing this way. It's going to go here, and the green gear engages this gear here. So the pink block's going to go here, and then this gear is going to be in this gap. You see the gear in the gears work. Still moving freely. Yep. Yep. I'm trying all the gears, and yep, it's all free. I think. You see it. Which way does it go? I don't know which way, so you can see it's starting to run through. Okay, and then most of this is just building blocks. So this one needs 1, 2, and 3 of the. This one's a part of the bag. We've had them all together. Can happen. One of each, yeah. They're just filling these gaps up here. So you've got the single one here. Then you've got the 2 on this side. And then the 3 in this gap. So I've got that. Then I've got 4 single bricks. And they're going to go in areas up here. So they're all evened. So, okay, so on this one, you missed the first grey one, it's in the second one. I'm trying to make sure these are flush against the brick. Same on the opposite side, and then the other side's the same, so I think that's missed 2, and then it's on the next one. And then you should have 3 spare here, and the same on the top. Missed these 2, put that one up there. So you've got this sort of layout here. And they do have a zoom part in the top here, I can see, so it shows you where how it should look. So when you have it on, it should be, this is free, there's a gap here, and a gap here, and this gap is all even. Okay, we're looking at building more gearing system, I think. So first of all, I need one of these brown things, and this is basically a rod extender, so it allows you to put 2 rods together or link other stuff together. And 2 small green rods, so I've got a couple of sizes here. I want the smallest ones. Just put them into the rod together. It just stop in the middle. So you've got this large rod assembly. Then 2 of those pink blocks we had before, the hole in, and 2 of the large spaces. And basically on each end is these blocks. So put each side, put the little block, and then put the spacer on. Make sure you don't push it while you're on, so that way these are still spin freely on each side. Okay. Okay, now we're going to add gearing and blocks to it. So you need these 2 pink ones. These are the last ones of that. And it needs the larger gears, which is the last of those large gears. Basically put the blocks on. And then the gears on the end, like before, don't push it all the way on. You want it enough so that it rotates on the end. So they're basically flush on each end, so all the blocks should be moving. That's what you should have. And then this goes into the model, so it's going into this section here. So rotate it so it's that way. 2 end pink ones should go in the ends here, that's why those were there. And then it'd be missing a gap, and then the other ones are going to go here. So make sure all your blocks are facing. Sort of guide them in, and then just clip them in once they're all guided in. So you make sure that's it, that's it, that's it. Make sure you push all of them down. Make sure all the gears are free. Yep. Yeah, that spins freely because there's nothing linking that yet. There'll be proof of some stuff here later on. Okay, and then on the end there you've got those little stepping things of before. These dark grey long ones, so they're going to go in here. So one's going to go on this grey one, one's going to go on this orange one. You want it so the stepping bit faces inwards and the flush bit facing out. And when you have it on, these sort of like line up. Okay, and looks like more blocks been added on this side. So a lot of white blocks. So I've got a very large rectangle block, that's an 8-1, an L-shaped one, a 2-3, and a 1-2. And they're going along this part, filling this area up here. So what I can see is there's a 3 that goes along here. Then an L-shaped one, which is going to go like that. So it's going to go along this side. Then on the end here, and this gap is a 2. Then going across this is that rectangle block. And then finally on the end here is a 3. Okay, then we've got more of those stepping blocks. So you've got a single one, and then 2 of the larger ones. Who's the other one? There. Okay, what I can see is the single one goes here, the large one, and you want it so that's flush parts facing in. So make another one so it's identical to that one, and then these are going to go in here, which is going to be identical to here. So if you're first going to put the large one here, just basically mirroring this, and then the single one beside it. Okay, then looks like next we've got blocks going on the front here. So we've got a very large white one here. It's an 8-1, 2 3s. Then 2 of those weird, those side ones there. You need 2 of those. And then 2 of those cream flush blocks. These. Like we did with the top one, the bottom one here, first of all, there's a box that's saying ×2, so put this on top of the block there. I think it's spot on the same suit as the back one. So the 2 yellow ones go on the white ones here, with the blocks facing out. And then the round here is going to be all these blocks. So what I can see is the large one's going to go here. Next to it, then a 3, and then the 3 is going to be beside that one, leaving this 2 gap. But you can see it's aligning with this gap here. Okay, and then we're going to be putting blocks on this area here. I think it's just to cover this area up. So I need 2 of those little round studs, 2 of those L cream ones, all cream colored, and 1 of 4. And they're going to go in this area here. So what I can see is the 4 goes at the back, so it goes along these yellow ones and this brown one here. Then I've got a single stud on that yellow. Then I've got an L shape going across here. And same there, going the other way around, and there we go there, and the single stud there. We've got stud, stud, L, so it basically caps that together, keeps that together. Now we should fix stuff on here later on. So I'm just waiting for this. I didn't click. Okay, right. Wouldn't click, so I just done that. Okay, so we got that, and then we've got to put some more parts along here. So we've got a single cream and an L shape there, and a little small cap. Is there anyone in there? It's the 3 stud one there. And it's going to go along here, so it's going to cover this area up here. So first of all, we've got a single 2 just going on the pink and white. Then the other one's going to go here. And the smooth end's going to go there to fill that gap. And then the second part says, so this is what you should have so far. Okay, the next part, it looks like some gearing, so you don't have to worry about this at the moment. So 52 requires a large green rod, a very large flat. This is something like a rectangle one, so it's supposed to cover an 8 studded one. See that one. 2 of these look like the ones are done, but they're black. 2 are the green ones. We've got the black versions of those, and one of those grey small gears. So we're going to build this together. First of all, turn this part side down, and on each end here, you put the little block, and then on top of that, you put the one with the holes in it. Okay. Then you slide this gear on this side with the gear facing in. And then at the same time, then you push the rod in. So push the rod on that side. So slide that in. Make sure the gear goes that way, and just make sure. Oops. That's on, and you want it so that it's even on each side. So you need to push it. So when that gear's against there should be even side. You can adjust it later on when you find out. It's easy to push it along, but you want it roughly when you got the gear against there, like 50 on each side. You can adjust it when it's on the model, but that's what you're supposed to have. Okay, we've got more gears adding onto that. So I've got like the green one, we've got a fixed black one here. 2 of these. So it looks like the cap, but it's actually got 4 little studs and a hole in the middle. We've got 2 of those. 2 more of those black blocks with a hole in it, and then 2 more of those flat black ones. And we're building this up, so you need to have this upside down. So turn these upside down. One of these goes on the bottom here. So you've got that side like that. Then on top of that, you're going to then put 2 of the blocks with the holes in. And then that goes on the top to make a cap. So you've got something that looks like this cage. Then the way it works is this all goes together. So first we'll put this gear in. You don't want to be accidentally put this on and realize you've got to put the gear in. So make sure you put the gear in on the underside so it slides up. Then put it on and make sure this gear is all the way to the right. And that goes on. See now, so something will drive that and then that would drive something up or sideways right away, but that's like a gearing box sort of thing. Then looks like we've just got a couple of rods to put on here. So we've got one, these little black ones here, and then I've got 2, like the brown one. There's a black version, so you want the black ones, and it's on each end. Then that goes onto this part. Show you this rod extending up. Then you need 2 black, dark grey clips. So you've got these things. These are designed to clip blocks together. So on each of the end of the holes here, you want the clip. A bit stiff, so you push it into it, clips in. Okay, and you've got more parts to put in, so it looks like side parts. So 4 more of those clips. Then I've got some rounded things, so it looks like those. So it's got 1, 2, 3, 4. So you need 2 with 5 holes in it, and then 2 with 11 holes in it, so roughly that. There was uneven there, so there's the always odd one. So yep. And I've got a box saying ×2, so I've got to build 2 of these together. So they're just clipping these together. So 2 of the clips go on this large one on the end holes. When you push them in, you may have to sometimes press the edge to get them in. Then this goes again, so 2 holes there, so it looks like a larger part adds together. We have to wiggle it around to get these 2 in, because when they're new, they're a bit stiff. Should have something like that, and then repeat the same process again. To these type of rod systems, and then they're going to go on this here, up that way, and make sure the larger part faces inwards, and they're going to clip on to the bottom. So this bottom stud sticks in the bottom hole, and then the clip will go 3rd hole up, so it misses a hole. So that slides in. You clip it on. You can see why that's like that, so that way it hides this rod here. Do the same on the opposite side. So that's why you got that, so that way it all fits together. And we've got some gearing to go on the bottom, so you've got the 2 hole green one, 2 of this medium size, the small version of the large gears we've had. So slide on the blocks first, making sure it goes on that way, so you've got the hole on that side, same on the other side. And then slide the gears on, and like I say, don't push it all the way on, make sure it's just enough so that it's loose. And this is where you need to adjust the pole, so if you push it on, one end should be flush, should be sticking out, so if not, you may have to just move these parts around till it does it. So that's flush, that goes in, that's a bit tight, so it needs to lift that up. It's still tight, just push it out a bit more. And then do the same on this side, push it on. So when it go on, it should be flush enough, the pole shouldn't stick out. If it has, it means you pushed it too far, so you may have to just tweak it to adjust it, but that's all there. And everything all smoothly rotates, which we want. So we should have something that looks like this. And that goes into this gap here. So it goes, I'll say which way around. It goes this way, and the hole should be facing that way, so you can see the hole. And it goes into this gap here. So you need to line them and then push them on. It's a bit of a fiddle, but it will go in. Let's say, because they're against gears, you may have to just move the gear into lock on. So yeah, that's locked on, and I think that's the. So this is one of the movable parts of the body, because that's where the body would attach. And there's like a thing in the middle. So where this position, I think this is probably going to operate the wings. So it's like dead center of the body, and that's only one reason there's a rotation here. So you move these gears. Going to move all this along here, and that's what those 2 are here for, to spin the middle. So that will spin, but at the same time, this will be linked into the body, and there'll be others here, probably in the gearing system here, which will make this move along. So that's what that is for. So you should have something like that. Like I say, these are in the right position because that gear has to attach. If you put it around the other way, this won't work because it will go up against the gear, so make sure you got that right. Okay, looks like another gearing system to be added, so we can leave this to one side. So need the green rod, that's the only one there, and then all of those brown linkages, that's the only one, and a little tiny spacer. So it looks like you put this, basically put the spacer on, put this on, and make sure it's space against the bottom and then push that until it stops. And then on this side, adding some gears. So you've got those 2 single hole ones of the cream and then 2 of those small gears. And that's the last of the gears. So slide on the blocks and then put the gears on and they go into each other. So first we'll make sure that it's, when you put the first one on, that is flush, and then it's the same on that one, it's alternated, so you're making a large gear, so make sure the gears are touching each other, and you've got a flush part on each side. And then on the side we're just putting blocks, so another 3 of those single ones and a large 6, there's only one here. So put the 6th one on first, and it's the second hole in here, and then put the 3 blocks on the end. We've got something like that. Looks like this. The last block doesn't fully fit, but when it goes in, it will hold it. And that goes into this area up here. So carefully rotate it so the 3 blocks on the left hand side. The 3 blocks will go onto these cream blocks. This large one goes along here, and then the 2 single ones goes on here. And then this gearing should attach to this gearing here. And that just fell off. Be careful of that last block. So just align it. Okay, all the 3 lines line at the back correctly, and then that one there. So make sure it pushes down. See now that's at the back there. Where that's positioned, I think that must be where the crank goes. I've got so many pictures there. There you go, yeah. Oops. Okay, right. Yeah, it only goes one direction. If I try pushing the other way, it's going to pop this brick up, but that'll be all secured later on. So it looks like it goes one direction only. So that way, but when you spin that, all this should operate. So if I hold that, you can see the middle part spins and then the rest of the gearing works, so you know that's correct. But that's where your main point is. Okay, next part is starting to put the blocks on the top along here to secure this area. So it looks like there's a very large rectangle block. There's a 16 stud, 2 stud, and a very large wedge, wedged. They're going to go along here. So what I can see is this large one goes. Okay, right. So this large one goes along this part on all these pink ones. So it covers this pink one here, and then this white one goes into this gap. And then this wedge part goes onto that little square block there with the wedge facing this way. So that's a brick there and that's there. Okay, that more parts going in, which is going into this upper area here. So that is a single block, 2 3s, and a small rectangle block. That's a little 6 there. They're going to go into this area here. So let's see. So I'll start on this side here, which would be the 3. Goes onto that grey one, that one there. So when that goes on, that keeps that from moving. And on this part here with a single block. Then on this area is the 6th one. And then in this area is the 3 to secure that, like we've done on that side. Okay, then we've got some side blocks going on the bottom here. So we need 6 of that one. One of these bluish ones, but it's like you see it's got studs on each side, and then you've got the cream one was like 2 studs, one on the top, 2 on the side, like a corner part. They're going to go along here. So this one's a corner one, so go on to this end one with the stud facing on this one and this one. So that way it allows the same to clip there and clip there properly, and then the rest of the standard blocks. And next to that one is a blue one, so it aligns up with these studs. And then the standard block on the side. And I think I'll just push one of those small ones in. That's one of those, so they're not secure, they just pop off. Once the bricks go there, it'll stop that. Okay, looks like another area going up here. So that's the. So I've got another black rod. Your sort of rod piece there, and then one of these here, and then a little stud. One of these here. So first of all, put the black rod in the upper area here. Looks like that. Then clip that into one of the holes, so it goes into that hole with a gap there, and then that clips into this part here. And then that goes where this gap is. That's what that gap is for. When it goes in, that's so it faces that way. And that is the where the I think that's where the neck goes. So that supports the front area of the body. Oops. Whack the camera. Okay, right. And looks like we're adding some parts on the front here now. So it's not one of the 2 with these side bits on. Not one of the blue ones there. Then you've got this grey one and orange one. And they're going to go along the front here. So these are on the corner. It's like the other one. There needs to be so that stud's on the front and on the side. Then on the top part is the yellow one. So you're following, you can see by the bottom here, it's following the same pattern. Okay, wiggle it around a bit. Then in the center here is one of these, since it's got to follow that green one on the bottom. Then the grey one goes on the side. And that's what fell off. I wonder whether the gap here, this thing, actually, these do fly around, make sure that's in there, because that will then keep that secure. Wriggle it around to make sure it gets on. There you go, so that won't fall out anymore. And then your corner one there. And it has a zoom in photo, so it should have something that's like this, where you've got stud there, stud there, stud there, and stud at the end. Okay, and then they've put in more stuff on, so this is going to be on the body. So got a little 2 cap there and a 4 stud. And it's telling me to rotate. So rotate is 180, so you're on the back end of the model. And these are going to go in this area here. So what I can see is this 4 goes into the small gap here. It's a bit tight, but it will go in. Then this part goes right, okay, right, so see there's 2 single one we had before, that cap goes on those. So let's flush on there. Okay, and then we put more blocks in, which are going to be building this area up. So we've got 3 and a 2 of the white. And then the flat parts, you've got 4 and 2 and an 8. 2 of the 8s and the 6, 4, sorry. First we've got to build these up, so put these 2 together to make a larger block. They'll go in. Then this goes on the end. you have something like that, then that goes all along here. So you can see that's where the stepping is designed to fit in there. So first of all, let's put in the white block. So the 2 goes next to this one, then the 3, and it's creaming, and that's where you got that step. So it fills this gap and then caps that. And when you have it double it up, so it's all flush, you can fit something on there later on. Okay, right, so I'm going to put some blocks here now. So you need the 6th last one of that, and then one of these blue double ones there. And it's going to go on the front here. So this blue one goes on here, but you missed the first corner. So you're starting on the second one here. And then the white block goes beside it. And then, well, the rest of your blocks. So you've got a full version of that. 2 more of those, that one, that's it. And one of these. That's what part. My last part is a clip, so I don't need to worry about that. Like I say, you get spare parts. And they're going to go along here in the specific order. So first of all, you need a blue one on here. Then that 2 green one. Okay, and then behind this green one and this white behind it is a single one. See, it's aligning up to this part here. Then in the center here, she missed the first 2 white, is one of these. Let's make sure, yeah, okay, white, yep. Then you missed 2 more. And then these go on the end. So this goes on the corner and then that goes along here. That goes on the corner. That goes in, that secures that, so you can see. And then it's got a zoom in part, so you should have it like, yeah, corner there, that's next to it, next to it. That's a longer part because there's no crank system here. And you've got this going across here, so a pole will go in there and you can turn it, and then that's the center part to link on there, like it down on this side. Okay, looks like we've got more parts adding onto it now. Judging by the diagram, it's on the underside, so it looks like this is the top part. It looks like it's going to start building the bottom base because this has to probably sit on something. So it's bag 5 and 6. I'm seeing some transparent colors here, so it looks like we're starting to put on the well, flames or lava, whatever they want to design it as, but yeah, that's why you got these here. Five and 6. Like I say, it's 6, so you know, because it's got the underscore. Okay. So just checking something quick. Okay, right, okay, so that's all that. So 5 and 6. So for this one, I need a big square. Black square. So it's like 4 of them together. And then 4 dark grey block ones. So some black ones and all the black ones. Okay, yeah. So, oh, actually, they're rubber. Well, that's interesting. 4 of these, like rubber things. With grips, I think these are the bottom of it, the rubber feet. that's something new though. On the well, the Pikachu one doesn't have those, so that's pretty handy. So that way, when it goes on the desk, it will grip. That's neat. That's what those are, because I've got a thing on the vet and they're rubber. So yeah, that's pretty nice. Okay, so the square goes in the center here. Basically, it's bulking this up. So it's dead center, so it's going to cover this area here. So half and half each, and it's going to be flush here. So straight like that. Be careful with it, because oops, that one fell off. That's okay. I don't know where that goes. And then these are going to go on the corners. So where they're going to go is going to go along this black part here and one into the right on there on each part. Because the rubber, you're going to have to push in amongst it. There you go. Yeah, so that's not too bad at all. Yeah, go. Yep, and then more parts to fill the gap up because these will just fall off. So there's going to be some here to fill the gap. So 8 of these black balls. So any ones I can see in the area. 2 on each side. Basically support the bottom, but also make sure that you've got big feet on the bottom. Each area beside those grey ones you've done. Don't worry about that. That will do that until I put it back down, but I know where it goes. Okay, put that back. Put that back. No, it's the top. Okay, right, that goes. That won't happen, but it's easy to put back on. I know where it goes. So there's a bottom there. So there you go. So that is gives it a bit of a height, but also those rubber things keep it support. It's pretty nice. Okay, next part looks like it's just building the crank. That's what I can see. So I need one of these, like a tube with a slit in it. This thing with a little tip on the end. One of these small clips, like the grey one, but it's a cream one, and then a tiny little pink stud. So you got this type of thing. So put together. So put that into, where is it? That red part. So that goes into one end of the red. And these normally either put studs in or clip on, and then the other end will be the clip. And then it goes into that one with that sticking that way. So you're making a sort of handle. The next part is just the end tip of this, so it's a little red thing there. A washer, looks like this tiny thing, and then a little red stud, so that's designed to go into that both ends to hold it. So first of all, make sure this washer part goes on, so it hides that part. That then goes in there, and that goes in there to make the end of the handle. Okay, then next one is we need a rod, so you only one in this set of bags, so it's going to go into this here. Push it in all the way through, so it's flush there. Then the next one is just like the space of it's grey, so it goes on the end there. So it should be flush there, so you got, and it should have a handle here. And that's going to go into the body, so turn it around and it's going to go into that second hole, and it's going to hook into this area here. So just slide it in, push away into stop. It will stop because it was this designed to stop. And there you go. So that's the crank. So see, that's easy to rotate, and now you can see it's all the gearing is freely moving, so that's working correctly. And because this is now secured, it does work both ways now, so it's fully working. So there you go. Okay, looks like we're adding some stuff to add more up here, so you don't need to worry about this at the moment. So we've got more parts here, so let's see. Small clip here. Small part there. Then I've got the 2 thing with a hole in it. Then you've got the 3 white, 4 white. Then that 6 flat cream there, and then the same thing with the brown, which is a 5. So we'll build a base up. So first of all, we've got area here, so you've got to put these 2 together. So that's in 1 hole there. And then the rest will be put on. So first of all, we need the base, so put these like this. And then the other parts come on the top. So on this end here, I've got the flat part. Then I've got the 4, so I'll clip these 2 parts together. Then the 3. And on the end is the green one. So this type of thing. Okay, right. Now I've got parts to add on. So I've got a transparent of the orange here. There's a few different weird pieces here. So there's a, because all transparent. Why don't I figure out what the parts are? Because you've got some that like got side things and got parts. So just look around and you'll find it. Okay, there you go. So it's one of these. Then you've got one of these, like that blue thing, but it's a single one, just a single side top, and it's bottom part down, as you can see there. Can't see a top one, which is good. A stud, which is like we've had before, those brown studs, and a grey cap. So you've got this little tiny grey cap. So first we've got to build a part here versus this. So on that end, we put that stud and then the grey cap. And these go on here. So this part goes onto this last cream one with that part facing out. And then next to that on this white part is the transparent orange part. Next is a 3, so it's like that too. If you've got 3, you've got 2 of them. And they're going to go on here, so it's going to stack on these 2 together. So both from the blue and the orange part, and stack them up. Okay. Then we've got the bigger blocks to go on. So I've got 6 version of this. Where is it? Come on, I know here somewhere. So 6 of that. And you've got the sort of angle up a bit, so that. The transparency is a bit difficult because you see right through it, so you really have to look at what your parts are, but you can be easy to find the part. So that one goes on the end. Then the other one fills this area up. Okay, and then more bricks on the top. So I need an 8. It's one of the large ones there. 2, 4, 6. Yep. And then a 3. No, all along here. So the large part goes on this side and the 3's on this end. We'll click together. Then there's thinner ones going on the top. So these are angle pieces I can see. So I've got a single one. They look like this. So they've got like a stud at an angle. Still to see, but like because it's at an angle. So you've got a single one, and you've got 5 larger ones. I'm going to go all along here, and you have to look very carefully at the diagram because you can see some black lines to show you which one is. So what I can see is on this further one, it's the single one, and it faces outwards. You might just see it there, it's an angle, and then the rest goes along here. Okay. If you just see just the angle there, like I say, the color makes it difficult to see, but it's there. And that's what it should have so far. Okay, right, so we're adding a new part, so put this to one side. Yep. It looks like another area has been added, so that's a separate part, so that's part 1, and doing a second part now. So we need an 8 part like we did before. 2 3s. And a 6. 1, 2, 4, 6, there you go. So I'll put these blocks together, so you got a 3 and the 8 like this, and then the others go on top. So on this end here, you got the thin one. That will keep these parts together there. And then this goes on the end, but you missed the first stud. It should have a small gap, and then this. Okay, then on the 6 we've got some fat pits to put on. So you've got a 6 and a 3. There's a 6 there. 3, 1. And you've got a 3 with that off angle part on. Let's have a look. Here we go. The 3 part with both sides of that hanging down. And they're going to go onto this flat area here. Oh, I've spotted. That's not flush. That's supposed to be angled up. So I'm going to, oh dear, take that off. Okay, we'll notice that, and that's what this tool is designed to do. Spotted on the next one. It's supposed to be 1 over. So it's supposed to. When it's on, it's supposed to have a gap there. So it's like a double gap there, and that's supposed to flip over. But these go on top of that, so you'll be fine. So the first part is the smaller one, so the single 3 goes on here. And the one with the edge goes on with the edge facing you, so it should be like that. It's there where my thumb is, and then this goes on top just to cap it. So it sandwiches it all together. The next one then is a single stud. Be careful, because I've spotted there's one where it's got double studs. You don't want that one or that one. It's a single studded one, like a standard block. And then you've got the 2 like one, like that 3 on before, but it's that one there, but it's facing up. You can tell because this is flush, and then you can feel it up there. So that's the one we want. And it's going to go on the end. So this goes on the end. With the studs facing in, and then the single brick beside it. Okay, and then we've got some caps to start going on the top here. So I've got a single 2. Find it. There you go. And then the other, so these angle blocks. Just got one that looks like this, and then you've got one that's this type of size, and they're going to go all along here. So the smaller one goes onto this area here, alongside down, because there's the gap there. So it looks like this. Then in between that is the single 2 block. And then on the end here is this one, and it clips into there and then down the gap. So slide it into the gap. So you can see it's making a sort of smooth movement there. Next one's simply the cap. Sorry, look for the two. It's in here. There you go. Single cap, and that just goes there to seal that up. That's what it does. So it's all smooth. Okay, then there's another part going here, which is single block that we had before, single-sided one stud. And then you've got that angle sort of thing, so it's, let's see if I can find it. These things look the same. Right, you need one of these. That's that thing we've seen before, cream, but it's a yellow one, like the double-sided side bit there. And a little tiny step. It's here, but like I say, it's so transparent. There we go. No, that's not it. That's the smooth part. Oh, here we are. There we go. So it's like that little step thing we had before. So we've got a stud there and another stud there. So first of all, we've got to put this onto this part. So make sure that's the angle sides facing that way. And that clips on with that part facing this way. And that goes on there. But where's that tiny stud go? Oh, okay, yeah, got it. And this tiny stud, I just spotted it, goes on the underside. So you turn it upside down, it's in this hole here. So when you have it on, this is all flush then. It's one whole piece. And then it sticks onto this here, around that way. So you can see that's going up there, and that's leaving the gaps like a step there, and that's facing forward like the other ones. Okay, so we're adding the cap here, so it's that involved with a 3-step block. Looks like step there, and then you need the tiny one again, which is this one. They're going to go along this side, so the big one's going to go here. Like so, so there's only holes at the bottom, so that goes along there. And then that goes on those two there. So you've got this type of wavy thing here. And then there's going to be one that's going to fill this gap, so it's another one of these pieces here. No, not that one, not with the big hole, it's little stepper one here. Then you got right, so this one is the stud, and it's the double stud. So we're looking at one that has a single block with 2 studs in it. It's designed to take. And what I can see is you turn this upside down, they're going to go in here, and then the studs allow you to clip it on the bottom here. So put each of these studs. Come on. A bit fiddly. And there's a single. Where they go in. These ones are always awkward because of their square size and that. They make it very tough to get in. Okay, that one's in. And that one's in. And then that clips on the underside here. Okay, so got that part looking like this. And there's some yellow things to fit on the side, and that's what those little clips are. So you've got two small round sort of yellow domes, and you've got one bigger version there. And they're going to go on these little studs here. You see them, trying to just at an angle you can see them. So the two small ones there and the large one there. What I can see is that goes straight on all four. Align it up and then clip it on. Same with this one. That's only got two, so the way it works is that it's half the top end. So when it goes on, that should be flush to the top. So it's hanging on the two top ones and the bottom one's there, and then this one goes into here. And what I can see, so when this goes on, you're looking into the three upper part here, it goes onto that part. So when it goes on, you should feel it. That should be flush. This part should be flush at the bottom of the actual piece there. Okay, and then these two together, so you get these both these parts. Rotate this round so that that part facing out and the little grey bit there. And then that part's going to go into this angle part. It's like that direction. All on here, so when it goes on, those bits are flush. See now, it's like I'm making a sort of wave type of thing. So what should have? So you get the model. They say this direction, and then that clip goes onto the gear. So make sure that gear's facing. That's the right about the position because that just makes it spin. So it's on this gear. So make sure one of the holes is facing all the way up to the 12 o'clock. And then that clips into that gear. Just be gentle because you don't fiddle around with it, but you have to push around a bit to get it in, but it will go in. Best thing to do is lightly touch this and then try and get your finger or something in there and try and push these two latches in. This thing, there you go. That's in now. And they're still to get, oh, that's come up slightly, so this just needs to just push it down. If it does come apart, you can just build it up there, but you know where it goes. And so that is part of the mechanics. So when you rotate that, you can see it makes the lower thing is because I have it in positions like it's flying, so this is moving with it, and this will be covered later on with something. But it shows you the diagram how it should look. So that's why you have these gaps here, so that this just to move no problems at all. And the next part is just covering this area up here. So it's two white blocks like we had before, two of those blue ones that we've had, and then there's a green one, so it looks a whole block of a square in the middle missing. And they're going to cover all along here. So what I can see is this blue one goes on the end, matching this green. There next to it is a white block. And then that yellow one goes straight through here, and you have it so that the hole's facing you. Like this, and then the other blocks go here, so it'll be a white one. And then the blue one, because that's got to match the green one down here. That's all along here. And looks like we're doing this again on the opposite side, so it's the same idea, but it's rotating it. So it's like switching the position 180, but it's the same thing, and that's going to go here, and then you're going to have another thing here, so it's like the same position, so you're using all the same parts. So you got one of those again, one of those again, same things, but opposite way around. So let's get that one there, 3 and a 4. That's for 4. It's this. So this is going the same way, but instead of you putting the clip in that way, it's going to go on the opposite side. So that way it can fix on the back end. But this process is exactly the same way. So it shouldn't be long to do this. So the difference is that's now sticking there, and same thing when you put the other thing, it's going to be around the other way. Ring dome, stud, single blue one there, and then that transparent blue. Where are you? There we go. Transparent orange, blue. As before, with this on the end, put the stud on, and then the cap. Then, come on, get on. These studs could be, they give me a pain that time. There you go. Sometimes the hard surface works, so that's what we're doing. So that would go on this side, and that faces in this time. Like so, and then the orange part next to it. So then 2 of the 3 flat ones, and then that covers these. Cover on that one, build it up. And then we've got 6 on that one there, and then that sort of angle part. Say angle part down here, and then this part here to build this area up. And on top you've got a 3 and the 8. That before, the 3 on the end, and then the 8 on the end to make it solid to the top. So I've got a bit of scratch on this table. It's been hitting me 3 times. Got a groove in this like a sharp part. That's better, I've got it now. And that's before we've got those angle pieces. So you've got this single 1 and then 5 of the angle. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, okay. So all along here, and the single 1 on here, and then the 5 along this side, facing towards you. Oops, that's not the angle piece. That's the same about them, same color. Be careful what you pick up. Okay, so that's what you should have so far. Put that to one side, so we're going to build this upper area we did before, and then you put them together. So we've got that large part, that's the only part there, 2 3s. One of the 2, 4, 6 ones there, that's 4. 3 on that side, that one there, flip them on, but make sure you leave one above. So make sure the gap's there, put that there, and then as before, that goes on the end, so miss one stud. So it goes on, should have 2 gap there as we did before. And on top, you've got the 8 there, 3 there, and then that 3 with the flat piece. It will go on here, so remember the 3 one goes in there with the piece in here, and then the other 3 on the end, and then the large one on there to seal it. And on the top here, we got the single stud, so the flat at the bottom, and then you got the single two, which is that one, the part's facing up. So that goes on the end, the little single stud beside it. Now you're going to cap this L ring we did before, so we need this long part here, and then we got this part here, and then that single, oh, where is it? This part. So the big part goes in this, between the two gap there. Just slide in. And then the little two in the middle. And then the little cap on the end. And then put the flat cap in the center. Then put the parts on the end here, so it's this angle piece, that block with a double stud on it, and then the little stud again that's hollow at the bottom. Before we could build this up, so you want it so that that's going on the opposite side this time, and the stud on the bottom to make it a whole one large piece, and then shove that on these two parts here. So you see it's going in the opposite direction, what we do on this side. And then caps on the end, so here's that little cap, that large one, so the large one goes down here. And then a small one on this side. And then on this side is that little under one, so you've got this one here, and then the double-sided one that we had before. Put them on the bottom. And then that clips under here. Then fit those orange caps we've had before. Same deal, this small one goes up here. And then this long one goes on there with the top part on, so it should flush on the bottom. And the same here, it should be on the top there. So that shouldn't stick up, should be flush there. Put these two parts together, so make sure that's facing you, and then clip it all the way along here. And as before, rotate this 180, so you've got the upside, and it's the same position before. The upper clip there into there. So that goes into that one like we did before. So it's just showing me some zoom in at what part it is. I don't know if you don't know what it is. Okay, that's in. Oh, the alignment's off. Oh dear, but I just noticed that it's off alignment, so I'm gonna have to take off this part here because I noticed that's off alignment. It's not going to run right, and that's what this is for. So that, poke it in there to get that out. Okay, put the gear back on. Okay. So notice here that when you put this on, make sure when you look at this that that's on the 12 o'clock position, the highest point. So when that goes on, it's going to be level, because if you don't do it, it's going to be off-centered. I did spot that. So I didn't spot that until then because I noticed it was slightly off angle. So make sure that's not the 12 o'clock at the top, which it is, and then I can put that on. There you go. So when you look at it now, see then that parallel together, had it so that was lower down and that was higher up. So when you rotate it, it's not going to look right, and it could interrupt whatever's in the middle. So they should run alongside. So if you notice that it's doing a sort of uneven wave, it's because you might have put one of these when it was at the 12 o'clock. So you may have to unclip it and align it. That's how it's supposed to be. So it's to run parallel to each other. So that's something to watch out for. And basically filling this up we did before. So it's that, like before, we got the two blues, that grey block, and then these. And this is going to fill this area up here. So it's a 4. That grey one goes in there with the whole facing new, and then that's a 4. Blue one matches the green one, and then the white block fills it. And the same on that side. Blue block on next to the cream, and then fills it. Okay, that's it. And then I've just got spare stuff that, you know, because they always do the for like the single studs and stuff. They always give you an extra one in case you lose it. It does happen. Okay, and I need 7 and 8. And like I say, a lot of this now I've simply just covering the internals, hiding all the holes in gearing. Because there are some transparent stuff, but they're more for decorative stuff now. And I see some supports here. Okay, right, that's all that. 7, 8 done. Okay, so first of all I need 3 large of the 8, so it's these ones here, 2, 4, 6, 8, that's a 10, I don't want that one. Yep, so I need a smaller version of that, so let's see. So it's these smaller ones here, so I need 3 of those. And I need 2 pink ones. So the pink one's like, it's got the hole going straight through, so that's what we want. So that is going to go along this middle section here. It has a zoom in the upper section so you can see roughly where you're supposed to put it, because that leads to start to hide items. So it's going to go on these white blocks here. So right. So on the front here, we've got 2 greys and that 2 pinks. Let me have a look here. Okay, right, I'm going to align it. Okay, right. What I can see is the pinks are going to go along here. So you missed the first 2 ones and they're going to go here. Then the grey is going to go along this side. So basically it's sealing these holes up here. So it starts. So you missed the yellow, white, so it starts in this grey here. So it's going to go like that. Fit around a bit because it's all different blocks here, but they will go in. Fit around a bit because it's got different blocks, but it should go in. There you go. So it misses that one, but you can see it's starting to hide the gearing system of the gap. So we did the same on this side. See the hiding that there. And then this one goes on the upper area here. So turn the model around, it's going to continue on up here. All the way, so it starts on the blue block here, goes away, so you're missing one white and one green. There you go. So you've got that gap up there. I think something's going to go, maybe come across here, so that's why that's there. That has a gap. Okay, more blocks, and they're going to be on this front here. So it's 3, 4, 2 6s. Oh, there's some caps here, so I've got to watch out for that. So 3, 4, 2 6s, and an 8 studded, one of these. And they're going to go in the middle section here. Yeah, all of them go in the front now. Okay, right, so okay, so I've got green, red. Okay, right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it starts on the white block down here. So when this goes on, it's going to flash here and it's going to one end stick out the edge. That's what I can see. Yeah. Okay. Along there. And then next to the upper part here is one of these blocks here, right up against this block here. Then the other one's going to go along this way. And then along here is a 4. So what it's doing is keeping these bricks secure, and that's a gap there so that can move. Then next to this, another long one goes along here, and then a 3 along here. So you can see that does stick out a bit. Okay, and I've got 2 big squares, like 4 of those little squares put together. So you've got 2 of those, and they're going to go into these areas here. Oh no, so in this area, upper area. So both go here, so they're going to fill this gap up. So one's going to go there, and one's going to go. Oops. There's 2 sizes there, notice here. So you don't want that one there. You want the one that has smaller sizes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 studded one, not a 6. Didn't realise that until then. So well, that's why it's sticking a bit more. So you can see it's starting to overlap here because things will clip on here at a later date. Okay, and then on here is going to be some caps. So got a single one there, which is a 2. Then our next one is a 4. It kind of starts at the back, and then I've got a long one here, which is 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's 8. I've got to go along here. So the longest one's going up the end. Then you got the 3. And then the 2 is going to go along there. This sort of wedged here. Okay, and then the size bits here. So I need a 7 of that. There's a 7 version of that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it? 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's an 8 one, yeah, it just overlaps it. Okay, and they've got a weird looking one here. So 3 of these. It looks like actually it looks like the rectangle 3D before, but there's an extra lip here that's blank, so it's extended, so it's a bit more wide than it normally is. So you want that type, not just the straight one. You want the one that's a bit flush, so it looks a bit bigger. Let's also got this and this, so that's that. So line these up, and then this goes on the back here, and it goes onto these ones here. So you're missing the two end, and then one part will stick out. See that? What is it? Oops, I pushed it too far. Make it easier. Yeah, so I have one gap on the end. So it's a 2 on the end there, and that sticks on the end. And that goes along this side here. So it's going to go that direction. So that will clip onto that, and then those will clip onto the end here. And that's why those had those extra gap there, so it can seal the gap here, and at the same time also overlap. So we can put more on this end now. So that's more of those. Just 2 of them this time. And another one of those 8s here. Same thing, it goes all the way across here, and then one should stick on the end. So when you put it on, you should have 2 on the end this time, because it's going to link onto these 2. So you see it flash along there, when it, and then make sure you fish in the middle there. So it goes all the way along and stops to where this blue one here, but you see that covering that gap there. You can see that moves about without you seeing what's going on. And it shows in the diagram what it should look like. So you put your fingers underneath there and just get. You may have to push your fingers underneath it in the top when you put these on, because it wants to wobble. Okay, that's on. There'll be other things here to support that later, but to make sure that's in the center. Yep. I can see it wants to keep bouncing up, but I think there'll be more things to clip on here later, so that will be more sturdy. Okay, then we added more things. So rotate that, so you've got the back, so it's going to go along this side. So I've got a single square, standard one of that. Got 8 one of these, 2, 4, 6, 8. So we've got that one there, and then you've got the longest one. A 10 there. Okay, so what I can see here is this larger one goes in the center. So it should clip it down and should fill that gap up. Sticking up a bit because I need to. That's sticking up because I think it's hitting a block. Yeah, it's a single block here, so I'm just going to try it that way. So it's where the weird blocks are. It wants to. You meant to just wiggle it around because. Okay, that's it. Now that's snapped in place. Should be all flush. So you meant to just push around. Everything still works. Nothing's moved the gearing. Good. And the other parts go onto this area here. So the little, this one here goes along this edge here. Okay, I had to figure out where it goes. Okay, right, so when it goes on, it goes along this side, so it should be flush down here. No, it doesn't, no. It's supposed to stick out, so you're missing this blue one completely, and you're starting on this yellow one here, but you also want it so that it sticks out along here. So starting on the second sort of inward there. So when you put it on, this should be flush there, and that comes out. And then sort of this square goes in this area here. So you've got a little area there for something to stick in later on, so that's fine. And then this goes that way. So it goes all along here to hide this gearing system here. So it's, you don't want it, yeah, but it doesn't push all the way out, so it has to leave a small gap here for this, and it's flush against here. So when you put it on, come on, okay, wiggle it around. So there you go. So you see that way that doesn't interfere with that, and that doesn't interfere with the gearing, and that sticks out still because, like I say, bits will add on later on, and that still freely allows that to rotate. Okay, looks like we're adding a little yellow like this, so we've got some yellow parts. Okay, so I need the see-through yellow ones. That's the two studded, and then we've got this little weird upside down block. So look at it, it's got a little curve there and a little brick there, and then you've got two of those angle pieces here where you have the four. So first of all, put these two together to make a larger brick, and then the clips are going to go on each end. So you've got a smooth top cap. So you've got this type of design, and that's going to go in here, and the flat part is facing this way, so the angle part is facing outwards, and it sits onto this brick, and the two ends will clip onto each of these ends here. See, that's flush there, and then that secures it there, and that seals that gap up. And then just got some, like this, some of the clips there, so you need a 2, and then you need the 4. So the 2 goes here, and the 4 goes along both these two to secure these parts. So we have a single stud there. Looks like we're starting to repeating on this side along this side now. So I need a single 2, wherever you are, and then a 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 5 one of those, and then one of those weird rectangle shaped wedged ones, and then the small square one. So first we could put these together. So that's on one side, that's there. Flush on the side, so there should be an upper gap there. And then these go on here, so that goes on the 2 there. And this covers it all along the end there without it sticking off the edge. And then that goes along this end here, so it fits onto this edge. Remember, it's got to stick on the edge, so you miss the first 2 yellows just on these 2 ends here. And so that needs to follow that line in. So you start on the white block. So miss this block here. So start on this white block here. So that's flush there with this gap here. Be something there to add later, and then that continues down there like we did before. Okay, and there's another one of those yellowish blocks that's going to go in this area here. Okay, so we've got this little yellow like hump thing. We've got 2 of those. There are some orange ones in there, I noticed it, so don't pick the orange ones. Use a yellow colour, because there are some orange ones. I don't want that, I want yellow. Here we go. Grey little block here, and then an orange one of those things like we had on the yellow one, but it's an orange coloured one. So it's probably all at the colour scheme. You try to look in for it. Come on, where are you? I'm doing this somewhere. Oh no, that's not it. Upside down. There we go. So the orange version like the yellow. So first of all, put the grey with that one, and then on one side, put the yellow one down, and here's the back one, and this is on its own, and it goes here. So when it goes in, the orange goes into this gap. So that's flush there, and then the yellow one goes onto this grey block here, missing this one. So that's like this. So you see there's a big area there, and then that's sort of dripping off. So these are basically, I think it's a lava effect because there's like lava dripping off, and same down there. So that's why they're there. Okay, and then we've got finished capping the area up here. So we need 2 more of these, and then 6 of this. Yeah, 6 for that one there, and this is 4. It goes on to put these together. You missed the first one, and it goes all along here with one facing off because it's got a clip onto this part here. I think it does. Just like this, and then it goes, yeah, so that part clips on there and it continues on what we did before. So that's sealing all this area up without interfering with the unit there, and then probably a bit similar thing up here. Yep, so that's covering the back there. So I got 2 more of these, and then you need that larger version of this. 3 and a 4, and that basically these are the last of the caps, and you put together. So that's on the end, and then these are going in with the blank facing that way, and it's flush on this side, and then the caps go along here. So what I can see is on this end is the 3, and then this goes along it to clip these all together and also make the gap so it can fix onto here. Yep, so we have one on the end, and then this one goes up this way. So when it goes on, that will clip onto this. Yeah, so that clips onto that grey bit, and that clips onto that grey bit there, and that secures all that in place. There you go. What the? So there's a bit of air there. Don't worry about that. Yeah, so you need to push it down to that's all level there, and then that's all level there. There's a gap there, but that will be done later on. Oops. There's not supposed to be a gap here. If I take that off there, this is supposed to be one back. I just noticed it's not level there. I must have when I put it on, I must have put it too far up. So spot it there. So I'm going to adjust that now. So that part we put on earlier on is supposed to align to this. I put it one back. Yeah, that's it. Because it's supposed to be flush here. So when that goes on, it's supposed to clip there, and you've got a small gap there. That's better. So that's all flush there because I noticed it was sticking there, and you're supposed to have a little gap there so you could put something here later on. So yeah, so make sure there's a gap there so that lines up there. And step 128 is 128 space detain. Track to make sure the rotation works. So make sure you crank it. think clockwise. So when you do it clockwise, these should move, and the center spindle should spin also in either direction. Yeah. Yeah. So I turn it. Oh, it's anti-clockwise. So when you turn it anti-clockwise, that gear should move down, which it does. The center pillar should spin, and these should move up and down. So that's basically saying make sure your gearing is right. So, which it does. So it's correct. Okay, so it looks like we have more decoration onto this area here. So it looks like some reds, a lot of colors going on here. Okay, so we need a single. So it looks like a cap, but it's a round end. It's orange colored. Then I've got some dark brown wedges. I've got 2 large ones and 1 small. Then I've got some transparent ones, so red. So I've got 2 of these large ones here, and then I've got a 4 started one there. So first of all, put these together to make one large wedge piece. Come here. So you've got that, and that goes up here. So the way that works is single orange piece goes into this grey bit there, and then behind it is this piece. So it goes all along here and then clips into that last grey bit. That goes down there. Then the brown bits are at the top, so they're going to cover this area. Notice that part sticking up there, so that's it. Okay, that's clipped in, so that's going to go along this back end here. So 2 large bits on the front and a small one at the back. So this one goes onto that first grey and back. And then the large one goes behind the red one following it. So there's your 2 large ones, and then the small one goes behind this one. And there's a top-down view in the top right corner. There's a top-down view, so you can see where all these align. So that way you're not being blocked. So they do that, so you can see where these are going, but that's basically what it is. See, so large one, small one, large one. And then we've got some blocks here covering this area here. All the brown blocks, so it's a large brown wedge, small brown wedge, one of these large brown blocks, and then one of those large ones like an edge there. Okay, so first of all, put the large ones down. So this one goes onto this grey block here, but you missed the first part there, and then the little block goes in the middle. Move that out of the way, and then the other one will fit down here to keep that gear free, and then that goes on there that way onto the top. So you've got this sort of sloping thing here. Then down here, you're going to add more of these sort of like lava parts here. So it's a yellow one, so you've got that little part there with the little angle, and then you've got this sort of thin cap. Put the 2 together, so you get this big wedge part, and then that goes into this part here, and you want the slope going downwards to the larger part here, then the part down. and it goes into this area here. So it should be following along this route here. And then on this side now, we're going to put a red one. Same thing, you've got this same caps but red colored. Same thing, put the two together, and then that goes down here. But you want to miss the first row, so don't put it here, it's going to be in this area here in the center. So you miss that first part, that there, and then the two there. So it sits there, it's like that one there, but it's on there instead. Okay, right, and then as before, some orange parts there, and then some going up here. So you need four studded there, and then two of those large parts we had before. It's like this one, but it's orange instead. So put these together to make one large part. And then that goes in this area up here. It's right next to this red one. Up there. And then next then we've got a yellow one going here. So that is two yellow stuff there, and then two little caps. Like that one, we put them together to make one whole unit. And that goes next to this orange piece here. So continue on there. So you see it's gone along there, going along there. And then the orange part's going to go up here, covering this area up here. So that's a four, two of the large orange, and then the little full orange stud. Put them together to make one large part. And then that, and it will fill all those gaps then. So your model should have all of these ways stuff going up to this point. Okay, so rotate this 180, and then so we're going to go along this part in the center here, up the top here. So it's the same thing. So four stud and those two large ones, but also you need one of those little tiny mounted ones. So that goes in first, and that goes into the last corner there. Put these together as before, and then it's going to go and fill the area up the top there. So it starts there and goes along there. Okay, and then some brown bits are going to come here. So it's a bit like this side, it's bits on that side. So you've got the large brown wedge, a small brown wedge, the angle piece there, and the large one there. It's like this one here, so it's gone up there. So wedge goes there, missed the first one, so it's going to go in there. Then the block goes in the middle, the other wedge goes in the back, and then that cap goes following this direction. It's like we did on this side, but this side. And like we did on this side, some brown wedge is going to come on the top here. Like we did before on this one, it's going to come up here. So two large wedges, two small wedges. No, so one small wedge and two large brown wedge. It's the same we did here before on the other side. So this large wedge is going to butt up against this orange piece here. They have a top-down view as well. We need to see that. And then behind that is the smaller one. And then the larger one goes further down. And it basically starts on this grey one here. So it's basically parallel to this one. So it's between that orange part and the brown part there. So it's, see, looking identical to each other, just the different color blocks beside them. Next one, you got that one there. There's only one there, and you got this flat one with a hole in it. Oh, and it's stub, and that's going to go on these pink back bits here. So it's going to go on here, go in here. So this is going in the center, leave the two end ones. And these are going to go on the end one, alternating. So when it goes on, so on this side, that goes onto that pink one, and the flat bit goes onto the, like this, and alternate it on the other side. So it looks like this. And that's why you have those holes, because it's designed either to put blocks on or put these type of items in. So it's like small little yellow bends here. And they're going to go into these two holes. So you want the short part going in. So you push it in. And that will rest on that part there. Yeah, okay. Yep, so push that all in. That pushes there, and then same on this side. So at the moment you can see it like this. And then we're going to be filling this back end up. So it's going to be like putting blocks together I did before. So you need a orange square, rectangle, small rectangle, and then the two end caps, one long one and one thin one. As before, put them onto the block to make it one large part. And that's going to go in here with the larger part going this way, and it's going to just sit in this area here. Like so. Oops. So button the camera, and then next to it is a red part and orange part. So you need the two small little hump. Do these here, and then some red ones. So you need the little red rectangle, the small cap, and then two of these small little clips there. So we'll put these together. Put these together, and then because there's only small parts, you put the cap in the middle to make it sealed like that. Small flat part. And that part goes into this area here next to the orange one we put in. And then the two small ones are going to go on this side here. Oh, no, not. They're going to go. They don't touch the grey, they go into this here. So there's one going to go into that white part in the dip there. And then there's one part going to go behind here. This is where it's going to be a bit fiddly. So that goes there. And the other one's going to go behind it. And they've got more parts going here. So I've got a two orange, yellow one there, and then the small flat yellow, and then the larger orange. Okay, so what I'll see is, so put that on the inside of there to make one large block, and then put the two yellow ones together. And the yellow one goes on the front here with the smooth part going down that way, so it's going to go next to this orange part here. And then behind it is the orange part, so the way it follows down. Okay, and then we've got a longer part going in the middle section here, so I need a small rectangle, a smaller one, and the longer one. Put them together to make one large part. And then, as before, you want it so the longer part's going this way this time, and it's going to fit in this area here. Yep. So this is going that way, alternate direction. And then I've got a part going in here, so that is small or large on the yellow, 3 yellow start there, and then those two larger dome ones. So put the yellow parts together, like we've done with the rest of the parts. Then it's going to go into the longer part down that way, in that gap, and then these are going to go into these gaps here. So they're going to go into these two here, leaving that first gap. So that's along there. And yeah, so the remaining blocks are going to go all the way along this part to finish this area off. So first of all, you do the red one. So you got the 4 and then these, put them together. And then that goes along here, like I did with this side, but it's red one. And then do the same with the orange one. So get they're not ones, but they're orange. Put them together. And then it goes here, so to complete that area there. So you can see now we've got all the edges done there. Looks like we're adding another area. I think it's going to be clipping on here somewhere probably, or down here somewhere. I don't know where it's going, but there's these parts. So what we need here is one of these 3 hole here. Got one of these here. It's got like ridges on the end here. It's a 7-hole one. And you got this 2-hole with a little clip on the top. 2 grey clips and 1 beige. So the way it works is, first of all, we've got to put the clips into the 3-hole. So 2 grey ones go on one side, and then a cream one goes on the other side. So grey in the middle, 1 grey, 1 beige. So you've got something like this, and then they didn't make it easy, did they? Okay, right, got it now. So the 2 grey ones go into this part here. And so it goes down like that. Make sure that's on the farther end. So you've got something like that. And then this part goes onto this end here. Then you need this large one here. 2 grey clips. And they're going to go on the end here. So where that's going to go on the end is all in there. And then put it on there. So the first one goes on the end there. And then on the end here, we've got another clip, and then this thing is like got 2 holes and then a rod placement. Clip on the end, and then a clip on the end. So you've got this 2 ends that move in this little rod. So it's the back end. So you've got the part there where the neck is, that's the middle section where the wing is, and then this end's going to be holding the back end with the tail. So it needs to go onto that right sprocket there. So make sure that is about that. It doesn't matter which way it goes, as long as it's in there. When it goes on, make sure that clip faces this way, so it's like that, and that goes onto that part of the gearing system. Make sure I'm holding it, so yeah, so I can feel it going up and down, moving with no problems. Okay, that's right. As you see, that's where the trousers is going to fit. That's what those are for. Okay, 9, 10, 11. So I've only got 2 bits. That's fine. 9, 10, 11. Got 2 bags left. What I can see. A lot of clips and stuff. I think what he was going to do is it's probably going to go in this middle section here, probably some of it. Maybe, yeah, and then probably, I know some side bits to go on, but they'll probably be later. That's why it's got 3 bags. And that's all those. Right, okay, so it's going to be weird for loads of these little clippy things. So first of all, I need 2 of these green ones, that's those ones with a little tub in. And you need also 2 black ones. They're not black, they're very, very dark grey. Then I need 2 of those dark grey studs, and then 2, 4, and then 6. It's all dark grey here, so I need two of the ones that have got holes through, and then the one without the holes on it. So that is a 6. Okay, and one without holes in it. So first of it goes, put that to one side, don't need it for a minute. So it goes like that, and then you put the 2 of the end facing down like this, and then the other things are going to go on the top. So the grey are on the outside and the cream in the center. So that goes like that facing in, and then the cream one's on. And then the grey one on the end. Then they're going to be fast on the end, so I need another one of those 2 grey thingies here, and then 2 of those small little step ups. So it's this type of thing. I've got 2 of those. So attach these there and alternate. So one goes this way, and then one goes the opposite way. And they'll clip there, so that way they clip on the end. So it allows things to stick on this side as well as this side. And then it's going to build it up here. So that there, and I need the big grey block, which is a 4. 2-hole one that we did before with the gearing, but it's these. 4 of the single cream ones. And then oh, 2 clips, and these are double clips. So the big grey ones, and I see it's got double ends, so I just put 2 blocks together. So what I can see is you've got to build 2 things alternate. So you need the grey one here. Put the single end into one end. Gap clip. And then put both cream ones on the end. Push it all the way down and put both on. And to do the other same, but you put the clip in the other hole instead. So what I can see is this one goes on this side, so the two cream ones go on that side and that goes on there, leaving the back one free. Then do the same on the opposite side. And then stick the grey one in the middle. And then, oops, keep knocking the camera, don't worry. And then on the front here, we've got some clips and angles going on. So I've got a small sort of like wedge round bit and then two of these blue large things. Make sure the clips, these are down the bottom. And they're going to go along here. So clips face out because they can't face in because it will butt up against this. Step that one too far close. No, that's on the edge. So that's on the edge there, and then this wedge goes in the middle with the wedge facing inwards. So that's flush out there, and then the other one goes on the end. Okay, then more clips are going on the end. So I've got two of the green ones. Aha, this is where I said about this before about these little clip things. I've got both in here. So that's the thing I've got to watch out for because this, you see, oh, that's got the same. Oh, they were the same. Okay, fair enough. But I was saying before that if they were the opposite way, I would have told you, but they're the same. So, okay, that made this one a bit easy. So we've got two of those green ones there, and then two of the double green ones. So the green ones go on each on the end of the cream one. And then the green ones go on the end and the corner. So you're missing the gap in the center here. And that's what we should have so far. Okay, and then put that to one side. I'm going to build another area up. So I need two more of those green units here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 hold unit this. Face that, and then that will stick straight onto those two. Okay, and then on top we've got a lot of those clips. We've got one of those dark grey ones and two of the cream. So the cream's the cream grey. Two creams on the end, and then the grey one on the end. Then there's going to be a block here, so I need not that one, but it's a cream version. Small dark grey double, light grey double clip, and a grey single clip. So on this one, the grey one goes on the far end. And I missed two holes, and then it's the short end of the grey. And then this clips on, and it's the first hole onto that one. So you put that on first. And then you put them together. Okay, and then you need one of these. 11 hole roundy thingy. Grey small clip. So that clip goes onto that hole there. And this goes on that hole, goes into that hole on the end. So you've got this type of design here. Okay, so now we're going to build another one this, but it's going to be opposite direction, so I'll put that one to one side. It's the same thing, but we alternate it, so you need those green bits again, and you need that grey 6 there. Place these towards you this time, and then put that on. As a 4, 2 cream and grey of these, so the cream on this side and the grey on the end. Parts facing in, so it can be clipped. as before, we've got the 6 cream along light grey clip and a small grey one as before. They're the same hole, so grey one on the end hole on this one. Miss 2 holes and then put the short one in. And then that one goes on the end there. Then you've got that part again, and then another dark grey clip. So that grey clip fits onto that end hole there, as before the other one, short end in that part there. So that's like we're building a lot of pieces to put onto the model. So like so. At one side, and there's another part. Okay. Right, this part is we need these. So get these 2 parts. And there's something that's going to fit on top. So it's 6 brown. Does this like brownish color here? So it's got 6 there, and I need a larger rectangle that looks like that's going to design for it. Find it. It's down here somewhere. Oh no, it's not the brown. It's the cream colored. That's what I'm mixing up. It's the actual cream colored one because I can't find that one there. So it's a light cream. Some of these colors look similar. There you go. And these are going to bridge these together. So make sure it's when it goes on, that side faces that side, just like this type of design, and now it's going to clip onto the top into the center here. So the big ones on the back and the small ones at the center. So you're going to take on the path. So this one goes on there. So take the 2 there, and then next to it is the smaller one. So you have 3 holes spare there. Yep, and then join them together. So you've got this part here. Okay, and then there's some more parts in there. So you've got some darker grey 6 there, and they're going to go this way on these blocks here. So button up against this. It's basically covering this and extending it. Then brown blocks are going to go on top. So I've got 2 of these angle pieces with a little sort of like angle piece up. I've got 2 of those. Then you've got a 6 block, and then an 8 one. So it's the longest one here. Those there, so they're going to cover the top of this. So the larger ones. Okay, so the large ones are going to go in the end here, not overlapping, so they need to be flush at the back. And then this block sits in the middle. And then the other one's on the other side. And on the end there's these little cap things. So you've got something that's this, then get your part you had earlier on, and this, and going to rotate that way, and then it's going to clip together. So this just means clips into those 2 bottom gaps there. So when it goes on, or you can see now it's all one part. And this part is all these light grey stuff that's going to clip these together. So there's 2 larger parts here. Each angle piece is here. There's various sizes. We want the long ones, and you want it only one part, which is that direction. And then we need one of those little clippy thingies. One of these. So this on its own is going to go on this side, and it clips into this area here, starting on the green part on the way down. Along here with a bit on the end, that's fine. And the other part's the same there, but it's also got something additional part, so that's the same place as this one. And then you've got the additional stuff there. So you've got this part here, start on there, and that's on extended, and that goes on the end. It makes a sort of angle piece here. And on this side, it's going to be the brown side. So you need two started brown ones, and then you need a 4 and rectangle there, 2 6 of the studs there, and then you need that part we had there before, but it's the opposite direction. This looks like the darker one we had earlier on. There you go. Nope, that's too short. Oh yeah. So it looks like that part is opposite way round. Those are too. Notice that those are too long because they're supposed to clip into there. So I've noticed in some short parts. If you do have that problem with sticking up, you've put them too long. So you don't want these longer ones. So they do fit along there, yep. So it's supposed to be flush there, so I've got them too big. So, is there a smaller one? Ah, here we are. Don't want there to be caps. Oh, there we go, yeah, so it's got smaller versions here, so when it goes on, make sure you've got the right one, because it's supposed to flush over, I know, so it's hanging off, it shouldn't do that, so you need a smaller version. So when you look at these, they have 2 holes here, but this one has a little extra hole. You don't want that. Like I said, some of these all look the same. So you want the same level as. There you go, that's the right one. So that way it sits in there right. Okay, so these are going here. So the brown one, this one goes along the side here. And then the other part's going to go along here. So first of all, you got the 2 small 2s on each side. Then the longer ones here. And then this part goes into this here. It takes 4. Ah, right. So this one needs the longer side, so not the small one. So you need the longer one as possible because it's got to take 4. Yeah, so this one takes the 4. This one takes 3 because you've got this block here. If not, that would have been a 4. So yeah, so make sure you get the right one so it's flush. So there you go. So that's that. Okay, now we're going to add some blocks onto the upper part here. So it's 2 of the 5 on here. And you've got this sort of weird block here. It looks like an angle, but it's got a sort of double hole part there. You've got 2 of those. So these go on the back here. On the inner part here, don't overlap. What I can figure out, I think this is the main base that's going to fill that hole up. That's what I can see. That's what the only thing this part is for. Okay, and then these things go in here, so lock onto these 2 parts here. That's why they've got this angle. So they make a sort of angle bit there. Okay, and then the more parts are going to go along here. So 2 of the 6 here, and 1 of the little 4. Where is it? Okay, and then I've got a this angle piece sort of here, but it's got two studs on the top. And then you've got that little thing we had earlier on. So that one there, that's smaller part. And they're going to go along the top part here. So I'm going to go along here and down. So the 4 starts here, so it takes one of that light grey and goes down. Flush against that. Then this large one goes up that way. And the same on this side. Then on this end here, you want that block, because this is following this direction, and then that goes along there, follows that direction, and it shouldn't overlap. And next thing is caps. So I need so you need an 8 one of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 one of those. You need 2 of those. You need a weird, this sort of weird sort of thing. It looks like a flat bit, angle there. I've seen those before. And a thin angle piece of the dark brown. So it's a very, very thin angled one. So bump the mic. So where they go is they're going to go on the edges here. So the large parts go on each side. And then on this top part here, we've got this angled piece. So it follows this. And then this part goes down here. So you've got this sort of square, this angled part. And then more parts going on the top. So I've got a 4 and a 3 of the little caps. Not many left of these, so that's a 4. There's a 3 in there somewhere. Yeah, and apart, 4, 3. 2 of these angled parts, but that's the opposite way around. No. Give you a tick. Let me make sure them. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's got like a triangle thing. Okay, that must be those. And then I've got one of those angled. Angle one there, so it's flat and it's angled in this direction. And I need not one of those. One of these ones that is opposite. Because there's some that go in both directions, so I want to make sure I get the right one. Okay, yeah, so you can see I've got 2 of them here. And you want this one. So that's going on that side. You can tell if they're wrong. And they're going to go on this front area here. So yeah, so from this part down here. So that cap bit goes up here. And then this one goes on this side. So the 4 goes there. And then this one goes up here. Along there. So it's got 3 spare there, and then the other side's the same. So this one goes on the tip there. Oh, hang on, no, not that side, not the large one, it's the small one. That little bit goes on the end here. hang on, let's first of all go with this back end to make it easier. So following this one, the same position. Yeah, so this 3 goes here, it's the same position here, alongside there. Then this part goes next to it, and that part goes on the end there. Yeah, okay. It's just one bit back from that one, so it's at an angle. But the back here is all flush. More cats, more caps. We've got the big one, looks like a big rectangle there. And then you want the longer one of so the longer one of that angle. Then you want the opposite one of a shorter one. So you see it's a short side there. And then you want a little tiny cap, and they've got the same. Oh, the same directions. I don't really different ones. Sometimes you have them opposite, so you want the tiny one like that. And I'm going to go down the back end. So let's see what one goes where. So the larger one at that angle goes behind here. So it goes along there. Then this goes along here to cap this off. Then the tiny part here goes in here. And then this part goes alongside here. And then you've got bits at the back, so it's that one opposite way around, and then you need this one here. So the cap here goes to the top, thin part at the end, so you've got this sort of wave there going up there, and then the blocks, you've got these sort of there, but you've got areas there to put something on, which I have, which are boulders. That's what these are. So I've got a tiny one, the 2 angles. So one goes up there. So we look at it, make sure I get the right way around. Goes round. So we look at the there, it looks like a triangle, so the tip's there. So it goes around that way, and it sits on these 3. And the same with this one, same direction on the end 3. And then the tiny one will sit there. Okay, and it looks like we're adding some stuff that goes on the back here. So we need one of these, 2 of these squares here, and then a 4. And they're going to go along the back here. So let's have a look. Okay, right. So the squares are going to go onto this blue, this green, this blue, this green. Then the long one's going to go across here. Go, and that's fallen off, so that better which way did it go? Oops, pushed it so hard that that popped out. You're not supposed to do that. Which way around do you go? You go around that way, don't you? Yeah, so yeah, because that little thingy fell off. I pushed it and it pushed this out, so once you've got the blocks here, we'll stop that. Okay, right, and then we've got more parts going on the back area here. So a very long grey. 2 of these brown, like a light brown. That's this color top. These thingies, and you need the dark grey cap ends. So let me find the right ones. So there's these in their alternate way. So first of all, put this onto this here in the center. So like missing two there. Got like that. And they're all going to go on the back here. So this one goes over that facing up, and it's going to slide. So it's like that. It's going to clip on to these here. That's why you had that wedge that certain direction. And then got these clips here which go and these go on the bottom part. Yeah, okay, yeah. So that goes on down there. So it goes on the right on the bottom links. So ignoring these here. So you've got this little wedge at the bottom there, so you're missing those one there for the moment, and you're missing that there for the moment, so they go down there with the angle at the bottom, the flat bit on the top. Okay, then we've got some wedges here, so we've got a brown one. Oh, this is going to be, you've got to watch out for this, a long one. And you've got a small one, but there are two sizes here, and it's got this little icon below it says tick on an X. So when I'm looking at this, try to find them. That's the same size. Same size. Come on, give me a thin one, will you? Nope. There's basically two versions of this. Let me try and find it. Ah, here we go. Just see, I've got two wedges here. Look the same, but if you look on the angle, you can just see it. One's higher than the other one. So what it's saying to me is use the higher one, not the thinner one. So you want the bigger wedge than the smaller wedge. So on the brown one, see, it's taller, so you want that one. You want to put the wrong one in. So you have to sometimes watch out for that. And they're going to go on these middle sections here. So first of all, the brown one goes in here. Then this grey one, opposite way around, so it's facing this way, and then this faces inwards. So you've got this sort of angle there. And more wedges at the top here. So you've got two more brown ones, small ones, and a large grey. And they're going to go into the upper ones here. So the grey one goes on first, facing this way. And then the brown ones facing each other. So one goes that way, and then one goes on the opposite way around, going this way in. I've got more of those wedges. Okay, spotted it. So that's why you have to watch out so you don't get a problem. So more of them. So you've got a small brown, a large brown, and I've got to find out one of those grey ones. So these are they're small ones. So it's ideal to figure out what your parts are. Small one, small one. And there's a fat one here somewhere. I put one in the wrong place somewhere. Wedge. Thin. These are little thins, yeah, little fins. Oh, made a boo-boo there. That fat one's not supposed to be there. Misread it. That is supposed to be a thin one. So there's only one fat one. Thinking, what? Why am I missing a fat one? Yeah, that's a thin one, not a fat one. That's why I stick it out. Thin one goes in there. There you go. That's more flush now. Yeah. Again, what's my? Oh, this can happen again. Yeah. So, right. So there's only one of these, and that's what's needed. So it needs it up here. But this is only one. So that goes to the top there. And then the thin one there. And then the thin one there. Okay, so we've got caps to go on, which are these, opposite direction, and they're going to cover this area up here. So flush there, and that's why you need that fat one so that it angles right. So that you can see the angle in there and angle in there. Okay, we want 4 of the small ones. Weird angle brown. There are 2 sides of that one, so you get the right one. So you want angle one, and a small grey stud square one. And it's going to build on this side. So let's have a look here. So it's on the bottom half, so ignore this upper part. Let's see now. So the first one's on the bottom here. Angle piece going that way. And then 2 alternate ones at the top. So one hooks onto that one there, and one goes opposite way. Then another one sits next to this one, facing it, so you've got a little groove, and then this one on the end here is a stud. And then fit this on the stud with it facing, so the flush part and the angle part comes down, so you've got this here. And then the next one is just put some caps up here, so it's that's the wrong way around. Where are you? Yes, one of these sort of square things I had before at the top. And a 2 cap. So they're going to only 2 grey ones here, so that goes up that way, and then this goes on the end with that part on the end. So that'll stick off there. Got these 1, 2, 4, 6. Those are 3 for something. Okay, we've got caps going on. Right, so these are brown ones, so they're pretty easy. So you've got this large one with a step there, small one, and then a cap. To put the cap on there to make one large part. And they're going to go on the bottom half here. So this one's going to have the small brown one facing that way, and that's facing the opposite way. So it's all going this way. We're going to do the same with there again with the top one. So this wedge with the clip there, larger wedge, smaller wedge, and this time you put these two wedges together, so it makes a big one, and then you put these here, and there's a angle which way you do. So the one that's fully solid goes on this side, and then the other one goes there on the opposite way around. Because when I zoom in, so you should have it like that. And then we've got to start the other side, so rotate it, and we're going to do this side now. So it's, most of them are the same one. So I've got one of these wedges here with the cap. One of the grey ones, it's a small one. Put these two together. And they're going to go on the bottom end here. So the small grey one goes down here. Go in that direction, and then the brown one that way. Covering, should be missing the two green ones there. So it's flush there, going that way. You've got some caps coming on this side, so you've got one of these, two cap, one of these ones here, and then a very small wedge. And they're sitting on this one and this one. So the two small ones going down the bottom here. So that one there, the big one goes there, so it's making it go this way, and then that wedge there, so we've got the angle going up, and then these go on the top here. So that's like the other one, that one goes there, and this goes beside it. Okay, and then we've got some things going into the bottom half. So that is another one of these wedge pieces here. A larger cap, it's like the 3-1. Another one of these large brown wedges, and then the little stub, which is that sort of this type of color. So put these together, and then the other part goes on the bottom. And they're going here, so the dark grey one goes in this part, going that way, and then this one's going beside it, going that way. And we've just got this top part here left, so I've got another one of those grey parts there, a larger wedge of it. Is that gone? That's upside down. And that one. Build these up, so the two small wedge and large wedge goes together, and that goes on that side. So that, and then the little grey one goes on. Oops, wrong way around. Wrong way around. Oh, I did that. The grey one goes here. Because I read the bottom one, so that's why I went a bit off. So the grey one goes there, and the brown one goes there. Oh, you can see now, because there's that grey one. That's why that got that grey. So grey, 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 brown. And that's what you should have now. So this is like the covering all the gear and stuff, and that's the bottom base of the model. So all the stuff comes at the top. Okay. So turn upside down. I've got to put something on the bottom here now. So some weird things here now. So I've got another one of these brown studs here, and I've got 3 of these sort of angle things. 3 of them. And they're going to go onto this area here. So let's see. Okay, start on this top point here. Is this one? So you want it. So the flat. When you put these on. You want a flat part there and the angle part come down there. So you've got the two together. Then next to it is the little block. And then the other one goes on the end there. Okay, and then we've got some little grey ones, and they've got holes in them, so you need those ones, and you need two of these sort of odd things here. Okay, so first of all, put the blocks on, so they're going to go into these two holes here. And then you shove this through the hole there, but it's on the back one, so ignore that one, it's on the top there, and it's going to go like that. Push them all the way down, so you've got this type of system here. Okay, and we've got to put some clips on there, so you need two of these creams there, and then two of the cream clips. Stick the clips in that unit there. And they go on each end of this unit here on the outside. Put it on each side. Okay, so you have something that's like this. Okay, right. So a couple of things. So now you get the model. Rotate it upside down, and then you want it so these clips are facing this way. Just like that. Make sure that's over there, that's there, and that's up. So yeah, and then slide that down. And what I can see is, okay, so those little things we put in will clip onto these, and that will go through the center here. So slide it through the center. You see that part there, it's hidden there, you see that, and yeah, make sure that's straight because they do move about. So make sure they're lined so they clip into these areas here. So slide it through. That one's in, and then yeah, they're both in now. You can't see them because they're sort of. You can see them right there, just about there. You can see it on both sides, but you can see with that it's all. Oh, basically, yeah, so they're basically both ends there. So make sure both in. Yeah, so that's now in now. See, so that rocks. So I will rock up and down with the body frame. Also make sure that these okay, so these two also come on the body and they clip into and those two also clip on it and they clip onto the two lower areas here. So let's see if I can get all this. I think the two back ends are popped out again, so that's going to go down. That's going to go between that block. So when you put this down, make sure they're there. So see, okay, so this is a fiddle. So I think the front part's designed to go down first because we've got align these. That's aligned, that's aligned. Wedge it down. That's that. That's that. So that's secured in. That's going to between here. That's stuck in the middle. Then click the back in. Make sure these are aligned. So you have to just twiddle these around until you get it in. I can see them there. So just fiddling around until I get these aligned. That one's in. And that one's in. So they are now in. So yeah. So that part's now secured. Yeah. Yeah, so this part doesn't move. So I can't see anything to move it. So yeah, so that's a fixed part. So 2 parts in the front here, and those clips at the back, and it's now all sturdy. You've got these gaps here, so allows this part to move, and that's a fixed end on the front. There's a picture they're showing how it's supposed to be done, so that's there. Allows to be moved there, and then when that's fixed, that will allow that to be moved that way. Okay, I think the last part here is just to close this area off here. So 2 L bits, a square, large one there, and a small one there. So the other bits are single parts that are spares. So put it so that you've got that flush there with the L's in there, and then the large part goes on the back, and the brown bit comes on the front. So the brown bit will linking all these up, and it won't overlap. It's basically securing all the front part. And then this goes at the back, but needs to hang off, so one part each end hangs off. And it locks onto all of these parts here, so it goes that way. That's why that was left gap, because you had to add those parts in. So gray bit on each end, and then push that in the center, so it will link in now. So now the main majority of the base is now done. Here 12 and 13 is remaining. And what these parts are, because what I can see left, I think it's going to be all the side fascia. Say you also have spare parts of the side smallest parts, so put those to one side. Yeah, so these are all going to be the little flame things that are going to be all around sites, so little flame icons and little bits of the lava. So yeah, that's all what's left here. And that's the last part there of the part 1 of that. So that'd be the remaining parts there, and then the second part will be building the actual model itself. If I do this, okay, smacking the mic. Sorry. Okay, right. Hey. Right, okay, so we've got to start putting side bits on. So I need the small a small square, and you've got loads of these angled pieces, so let me just put some of these to one side. Yeah, those are those little bits. You've got to watch out all your angle pieces. So I need most of my caps. I need this sort of half circle cap, 2 of those. Semicircle 1, or the small ones in here. So I need one of these angle pieces here, tiny square, and looks like a quarter of a circle. So it's going to make it to make a symbol. So half the semicircle's at the top. So miss that one. It's in that part there to start. Then in this part is the quarter one. So it goes down there, and then below that is a square. And next to it is this part. So you're going to be doing all of this, and then the bottom is a, so it makes this like a flame symbol. And that goes on the back. So it goes on one of these ones here. Let's have a look. It goes here. Make sure. Oh, yeah, so it's going to go on to these here. So it's going to go. So you've got to wedge it, slide it in there, sort of like wiggle it around and put it in, and then it kind of sits there. So push it on. It will sit on, but you just have to just get it aligned. The way these clips work is they go in the gaps, so you have to sort of slide it in. Yeah, just wiggle things around, it will go on. So put it on the base there, because you may have to just lever it, so now that's in. And there's going to be a lot of them around the sides of it, so that's what we'd be building. Okay, that's all that was that free there. So there'll be a small part there, and then there'll be another one going along here. That's what all those little clips are for. Okay. So on this one, all you have to do is make sure you put this fully down. About that, yeah. So don't ask. It's a step, but I want you just to push this down. Actually, it wants to. I think it's supposed to be the same length as the. I don't know how far down it's supposed to go, but I think it's supposed to be so that it's. Yeah, since when these are both straight, they're supposed to be the same level, so that's when it wants you to set it up for now. I don't know. Probably something later on that's got to be clipped on or something. Okay, so on the bottom here, just got a single dark grey 3 stud, and it's going to go onto this green one here, going this way up, because that crank's there. Okay, got another plate to add here, so that's a larger one. There's a few large, there's loads of large ones here, so all the same, but they're the biggest ones here. You need 4 of these. One's there, and then I want 2 of the quarter circles there, 2 squares. And as before, you want you go in that direction, because I think there's some other ones going in the opposite direction. I think so. You got those. Yeah, basically 2 flame tips here. So quarter moon start right at the top here. So same patterns before. So you got the semicircle there, then the square, and then that angle piece there. And then down the bottom is the other semicircle. And another one up this further part, so it starts. So you're missing 2 rows there. Yep, and then start on the, so 1, 2, start the third one, but you're duplicating it. So you've got that one, in the semicircle. Oops, that's the wrong way around. So square, then the other place there, and then the semicircle on the bottom. Two flames there, that will stick off, that's fine. And that goes along all the rest of these here, so from that onwards. And then you have this gap here free. That's stuck on there. And then this step wants me to fully raise it, I think, so that you know it's operating. So, okay. Fully extend it. There you go. So that works. That way, you know, you're not buttoned onto that. Okay, right. You did it for continuous, so you've got another one there, so it's a smaller one. So you've got the little 4, those two together. And then, as before, 2 semicircles, half a circle, quarter of a circle, square, and that angle piece. So these two go together to make a large square, and you basically put it on. So as before, you've got the semicircle on the top, then the known as square. The same bottom semicircle will keep those all together. Yep, okay, and then this part will lock these both together, so that it's one piece, and that will then go here. Okay, and then on here we've just got 2 side bits here. So, okay, so I've got 2 of the 4s there. Then you've got 4 of these sort of steps here. Now these both are going to be identical size, I think. So they're going to clip here. So the angle things on the edges. And then the 4 is going to go on there. And then same on this side. Okay, so we've got these are going to be the same thing. So that's before one of these, and then you've got three semicircles, 2 quarter, 2 squares, and that angle piece again. And like I say, it's going to be, it's got a quarter there. So this time it's basically 1 full one there, and there's a quarter there. So when it goes on, you'll build it over there. So if you want a semicircle on this one, and then below it a square. And then on the opposite side, we got at the top here a semicircle, and then one of these. So when the 2 parts, then it's going to continue the flame, and that's going to be on the end part. And then the full one in the center. So there's 2, so the third one in. It's pretty easy once you start knowing what the pattern is. Keep making the flame thing, so all identical pattern. And that sits on this inner part here. So it's going to go. So it sits on like so. And then you just put some blocks there to finish that off. And the same, there's going to be the same one there, and then it's going to do that. Yeah, so we've got identical one going on here. The pattern's in different position. So it's just the same repeat of that one. I don't know why they do it in 2 steps, but they sometimes do that to fill the book up. So as I say before, that one goes there. Then it's a little different out there. So that one there, semicircle on the top. Okay, and then like I say, the semi on the end. Angle piece on the bottom. Then this one goes on there, so MS2 is on the third one at the top there. Then an angle piece. Oops, that's upside down. Square at the bottom. So you're doing the same thing again. And then that goes in there, so when that goes on, you can see that completes that flame pattern on the side there. It's a bit tight there, so you may have to just push around a bit, but it will go in. One, two. Yeah, okay, that's right. Then this is just little bits to put in amongst here. So you need 4 of the half the circle, 1 of the squares, 1 of those angle pieces, and 1 of the quarter. Just filling in these little things here. So the semicircle there to complete that, and that will keep those bits together. Then just finish the symbols on this side. So this side, I need the semicircle on the top, angle piece there, semicircle on the bottom, and same on this side, just finishing that one off. Oops, don't pull those. So you can have all the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I've got the 5 on that side now. Okay, so now this is going to be the front. So we're going to be doing this front part. And on this part here and on this part here, are going to be some additional colors there because of the dripping lava. Finish one of these. 4 half circles, 1 quarter circle, 2 squares, 2 of those angle pieces. Yep. So 4, you've got to build a symbol there, but one's going to have a missing part to it, I can see. So semicircle here. There's going to be no semicircle there, so the square is going to be below where you normally would, so that's going to miss the semicircle this time. There's only difference on that one. And then the other one's going to go on the far end, so like I said before, it's going to miss 1, 2, 3, so it starts on that third one in. And this is the 4 one here. Because then the reason that is there because I can see the lava thing's going to fit there. So you've got these sort of pieces here. You've got 3 of them, and one's going to go here. One's going to go beside it, and one's going below it. So like, okay, and then caps are going to go on here. So I've got a square one, 2 of the sort of these type, and then you've got a large one of these. So this large one's going to go on the top. This goes on the bottom. Square's going to go on the top, and that is on the bottom. And that's going to go onto this area here. So it's following in this pattern here. So continue to see that follows that pattern down. And this one's just another one of those, but it's just a symbol on its own, so you don't need to worry about that. So it's 4, it needs 4 of those and 2 of the other parts of that, 2 semicircles, 2 of those, 2 squares. So that go there, and then the symbol go on here, so it's all knowing stuff obstructing it. So let's have on the second part. Or there. It's in there. It's in there. Then on the other one is like 4, 3 in there. Okay, so as we continue on doing that. There's that one, and then onto this part here. Okay, so that's all the front part done. So all that's left is this side bit, and like I said before, brought us to the other side, but we're going to have that missing gap there for the lava there. So first of all, we'll put on the end caps. These. Like before, you've got the end angles, and then the flats there. Do the same on the other side. And then put that in the top part. And then your plate's going to go there. Yep, that's it. And then just got to put this part on, and then this part will have that full thing fit into it. So all of these, and this before it's the same parts. 4 of those. 2 of those. 2 of those. 2 of these. So it's same diagram solve, but it's like half there like we did on the other side. So you put a square down here, and then half in there, and opposite there is the top corner, the basically mirroring the other side. And then the full one in the middle, so miss those 2, it's going to be about here. Yeah, I need 3, so that's like the other side we did before. Same spot. Okay, we've got one pass there. We've got the last part, and that's going to be one with the come on. This one. 2 squares, 1 angled piece, 2 semicircles, and 2 cool ones. So 4, you got the semicircle fair square. Okay, and then just one symbol there, and then it's gone on this side. So those two, so and then the 4 symbol here. And that's going to go here. Okay, and then he's got all the bits here. That's why, because that's going to be like the other side and there, it's like half it there. So these 2 angle pieces here. 4 semicircles, half circles, and 1 of each. So you've just got, that's a full symbol there. And then this one's got a mixture because you've got the lava coming down here. So what I can see is this part is going up here, that part there, and then you start building the symbol down there. So that's it's got a circle there. So that's down there. So a circle down the bottom. And then the other same circle is there to fix that up. And then that part goes down here. Okay, and just put the caps on. So you've got one of these, it's going down the top part. And 2 of the yellow ones here and here. Okay, and now to put the final parts on nameplates, and this is saying there's 4. So got the English one. Okay, that's the Japanese one, and these 2 are, I think, European ones. So you can put on what you want. Keep these spare, so in case you want to change it later. So I'm going to put on this one, and that's what that is for. So it's on the bottom center. So it's flush because otherwise it needs to sit there. And that sits there. And then I've just got to put a rod in. So put these 2 together and then shove it onto this here. That's that. There's some spare parts like 4 on the small parts, and that's it for that one. Okay, so that is the first part of that done. So what we've done now is built the base. So you can see, there's the base done. So it's the right there what you normally see. Got all the cranking stuff done. That there, I like that I put rubber feet on it. And all the mechanics work. So the only thing left, and you can also see all the lava fire effects. So the only thing now is to start building the main body, because like I said, the second part is the entire body. So that's the basically the entire charizard's built except for the wings. That's what we're going to do next. So I'll put that to one side at the moment, out of the way. So I won't need that until the very end, or whenever it needs me to build the making things. Okay, so I need to get the next parts. You need to 28 put to one side, so that's wings. 27, 26, 5, 24, 23. Looks like they group most of these as parts of areas of the body, so that's not bad. 20, 15, 18, 17, 16. So I need 15 and 14. Okay, so you can see this. main body because you've got green parts and a lot of orange parts coming in effect. And this is the internal working, so I've got gears here. So this is going to be starting the build of the mix section probably. Using a bit. Let me just have a quick check. Does it show me any? Show a pattern? Yeah, okay, so yeah, this is all. This is all there, can't be. Well, then flip the screen, then a bit of quick look here. Oh boy, there's a lot of weird parts in it. Yeah, I thought so. There you go. 16. So I've got 1 or 3 bags. And yeah, so that builds a lot of the main base. Then there are 3 more which build the other area. Okay. Yeah, so obviously a lot of bags are building that. Yeah, so I'm saying, yeah, build the main board or put it on, and then you start putting on the additional things. And each of the smaller bags I have are building the smaller area. So like I've got body, neck, head, arms. Then you build the legs. Yep, the legs. Then you build the tail. Then you build the wings. Yeah, okay. So they do it in sections. It doesn't try the entire body saying this. It's like an entire thing. So half of this is 2021, 2022. Yeah, so majority of this is building the main frame. So you build the body, then you build the neck and the head, then you build the arms, then you build the legs, and then you build the tail, and then you build the wings. That's how it goes. I'm gonna box this and then I'm gonna get something sorted out. Okay, right, I'm just gonna take a break quick. Okay, sorry about that. Do something quickly. Okay, right. So I got finished off this one. So we're on to the body part now. Okay, yeah, so I've got 14, 15 unbagged. So this is going to be a lot of the mechanical parts for the body. Okay, all right, so what I need is these little green blocks with a sort of rod placement in it. Small green rod. There's two sizes. I don't want the smallest one, I want the next size up. One white block there, one round block, so it's, oh, excuse me, where are you? So one of these. You need one of these, not that black thing we've seen before, but it's a screen version. So it's got to put them all together. So first of all, got to put these two together, right up, and put the rod through both. Make sure it's sort of like half on each. So that goes on one side, then this goes in the middle, then the white block on the end, and that sandwiches it all together. But not far end, so it only takes half the green. So that goes on half of the green. And the green, that hole goes alongside that hole. And then that's on the end. So the part of the green exposed. Okay, then on that I need some of the smaller ones. So it's the smallest ones of the green rods, and then two of these units with two holes and two rod ends. So on both of them you want to put this rod end without pushing it through, and it goes on each side of this, that facing out and up that direction. So that piece there. Okay, another piece been added to it. So it is cream rod. It's only one in the bag. And you've got a lot of these multicolored things. Okay, first of all we need four of these hot cream there. Excuse me. And then we need two of the green like this. And there's also two orange ones. Now, you don't want one with the hole in it. You want the one with the rod like fixed to one there, like the green one. And these are going to be sandwiched together. So first of all, put the rods on here. So green goes in the middle, and the orange ones go on the outside. Make sure these are, and these all level on each side. Just adjust it. About that. Level on each side, and then this goes on one side of the one side there, and then that goes butts up against it. So it's that way, sort of like that. Okay. Now we've got parts here to click these together. So we need this green one and two holes on it. Two of the lighted, like darkest one of the L's. So the L's are going to go on the front here to secure this. And this goes on the end onto that green part there. should have something like this design. Okay, and then put this to one side because we've got something else to build. So you need another one of these, 2 more of those L's of the same color, and a darker brown 6, 2, 4, 1, 5 rod, 5 stacked one there. So they go on the bottom, and then the others just clip on top. So this clips in one, assume it's one there, and these go on the top here. So goes on with the L facing in. Okay, and I've got to add some parts on here. So got these type of sort of things in. You've got different color angles. You've got a blue and a yellow. A 2-studded one of these, and then you've got a 4-stud, the 3-studded for 4 of them, the brown one. Okay, we've got to build 2 things here, and then they are definitely one's blue, one's yellow, so they do build different ways. So this one goes this way, like that way, and then this brown one goes along here, goes on the top here, that hanging off. And then these parts go on, so this goes on to this part with the wedge facing out, and then this one with the angled part facing in, and it's on the crane one. So that's one side, and that goes onto this side here, and it's this brown part onto here. And it's the same, but it's the alternate way. So this time the crane part goes down, that goes upwards. So the opposite way around, and then this part goes this way. The blue part goes there, and then that goes onto this side. Okay, then you've got caps going along here, so you've got grey cap here and a 8. Oh, that one, 2, 4, 6, yeah, that one there. So the cap goes over this side, and then this part goes all the way along these brown ones. So you've got this type here. Should you have something that's stop device here, and then you put the 2 together. So that faces that way, and that go in. So these clip onto the upper pitch. So you don't want to put anything on this lower end. It's on this top part. So you go straight down, and that hole should match that hole. Like that, and you see that sticks out. That's how it wants it to be done. And we put some here to screw it all together. So that's going to be 2 of these squares here, and then 2 4 stud orange bar ones. So that's these. So one side, you can put that like that, and it's going to go on that side, and then the other side's opposite way around. And if they go in, they're going to go in so these parts, this orange part goes into that, between that blue part there, and then that will link onto there. Same on the other side. So you've got this flat part there, and then you've got these 3 studs there, so it's going to go on that part, and inner part there. So nothing on the orange part at the moment. Okay, then you've got a big block here, the largest one here, that's going to go on the front here. So you guys, oh, that should be flushed there, should be flushed there. And you've got to put the caps on the top, so it's one of these, two of these cream, like cream threes, two orange sixes, and a large sort of brownish one there. So the two threes are on the back here. So they're going to go on here and they're going to hang off the edge. So that part's going to hang off. Then the other part's going to go on the front. So in the center part here, so you're going to miss the first two orange. So you're going to miss the two and then the third in. But you want it so that this part hangs off and it's so basically the end of that fits onto the orange part there. And then the brown part will fit in the middle. And it starts on that one and hangs down. So it goes across and it's then that's along here with that sticking off. Should have something that's looking like this. Turn the body upside down. I'm going to put some parts on the bottom. So with this one, you've got two L's here. Look, they've got stud on both sides, and one part's hollow and one part's full. And he wants you to put these in this area, and he wants you to put the full facing up, so the hollow is facing down. And it's going to go under here, so it's going to miss the first hole and it's in the second hole. So you've got a gap there and then a gap on the end. And you've got square ones to put in, like that, double-sided. You've got four orange ones, and you've got one light grey one. And they're going to go onto this area up here. So what you want to do is don't overlap. So the first one, they're all going to be the full side facing up, and the orange is going down there, and then the grey one's in the center. So start along here. So I'm going to put the orange one there. Oh, right, no, these are going to overlap. I'm just spotting it. Okay, right, so yeah, going to overlap because not all going to fit. So the orange one at the back is going to overlap. Then the grey one's in the middle. And another orange over there. So the back ones overlap. And then the other two come further in. So the two front ones don't overlap. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you've got things to stick on there, and then the two just fill the front up. Okay, and then I've got more clips to go on. So I've got one of these rectangle ones here. And you're going to need a two-studded version of that, which is this one. And then I need that orange thing with slope on it. One of these. They're going to go on this front part here. Okay, so this goes in the center, so you missed the first one. So it's going over this black, grey one and two orange ones. And then this is going to the front, so that's going to the center there. Miss these, and then the other one's going to go on the front there, and it's going to hang off. Okay, right, and I've got some more to go off. So you need the orange version of that large rectangle. And then you've got that circle thing. Looks like that bit of that circle's been cut off. So that goes to that same part we had here before. That makes it a bit taller. It would go on. Then the orange part is going to go down here. So it's going to sit in this area here. Okay, now it's got some curves going on now, so I need one of the smaller rectangle ones there, and then two of the angle orange. So this one's going to go here, so it's going to cover that gap and go on those four there, and then these are going to go on the edges here. Okay, and then two more are going to go on here, caps along here. There you go. Okay, and then you've got some parts going here. So what I'm figuring out is these have got there for a reason. So this is what probably fits in the center of that turning thing. They've got these up, two of these ball joint things here, and two cream little square studs. They're going to go along here. So you first with the ball joint goes on there, and then the little stud fills that gap. Do the same on the other side. There you go. So these are for fitting. Not quite sure what they're going to be for. What's that big fat? Yeah, so they're going to be the legs. That's the only thing that's sitting on those side bits here, so that's where the legs are fitting. That's where it's going to fit to the main base. Yeah, so there's your legs there. Okay, right, so now we've got to put the rest of the side bits on, so you've got these little ones with a single stud on it, and that's angled downwards. And then like the other ones, you got some cream versions of these, the two of them. And they're going on each side here to secure this. So basically, your top bit goes down first, onto the cream bit and onto the orange bit. Oops, that's that part that you get a bit there, and a bit something there on, hopefully securing that on both sides. And then you got these on the top with the fulfill bit showing upwards, straight onto that part. So you should have something that looks like this so far. Okay, so flip the body back over to the top. And you've got insert gear. So there's a couple colour ones. You need the black one, and that goes straight to the hole here. Okay, and then I've got to start putting covers on the top here. So I need a big block. This is the cream one, and then two of the little flat studded one. So this one goes at the back here, and it covers this area here in the so it goes around that way, and it's going to sit onto these blocks, and it's going to hang off. It's flush with that one, that base at the back, and then these two go at the front, and they cover these two on the end here. Okay, so that's what you should have. Make sure that gear doesn't keep slipping out. So I can make a gear system on the front here. Yeah, so that's where it's going to sit. This here is going to link up, come up here, and it's going to be up here probably for the wings. That's what I think that is for. Because we're making a gear system that goes on top here, so I need screen blocks here. There's 5 holes in it. Little cream rod, 2 small grey gears, 2 small green spaces, and then one of the larger brownish ones. So first of all, we've got to put the gear on, so that goes there. The gear faces out, so the flush side facing in, and then the spacer goes on the end. Make sure it doesn't just like this. Then slide it in, so it's the second hole in. Spacer goes on. Remember, and like before, don't push it all the way in. Just make sure it's so that's loose enough for that. And then the larger spacer goes on, and then the gear goes on, same position as this one, so following the same direction. And this one's got more gears on, so you got another one of these, another grey gear, and another little spacer, a little cream spacer. Slide it on the same hole, so they're same length. And this gear goes on the other way around, so it faces outwards there, like that one, and then the cap goes on the end. Just space it out so that works. So all the parts are operating, yep. So adjusting it slightly so that way everything works together. Also make sure the cap doesn't come off the end. So I'm just doing a few adjustments here. That's it. That sort of spins. Oh, that doesn't. That spins. That spins. That spins. That's all loose, and that both caps have got equal amount of into it. Okay, then clip on the body so it goes that way on. It's going to cover from there all the way in. So it's going to go like so, and that's flush there, so that secures it there. So you can see now that it operates there, so when you turn that, it's going to spin those. And then you've got to put some pieces on to secure it. So you've got these sort of double things we had before, and then 2 orange L's. Okay, so they're on the back here. So the orange L is going to go there and there. And then the other thing is going to go on the end here. So that way things can clip on there, clip on there. And then we're going to put some security on this end. So we need 2 of the cream L's and a square. And they're going to go along the front here, so let's have a look. So the square's going to go in the center here. Then the L is going to go on here and up that way. Just like that. Should be send that one. So we look at it. You send those 2 there, it's going up there, it's going up there. And got put caps on the top, so we've got these 2 sort of pink weird L shapes with holes in it. 2 of these grey ones, but like a single stud. One of these standard ones here, and then a 4-1. So these pink ones are going to go onto these orange L's. They need to go in the center part here. So they're going to go onto all of these areas what we just put in. So the single one goes in the top end. Then the two grey ones. Then this one goes all the way along there. These are for like off-centering it, so you can put a thing, a part in where it's not normally supposed to, or put stuff in because it's got holes. Okay, it looks like two more gearing systems going up. Yeah, I thought these are the wings because they go in there and go and space out. Okay, so that requires these green ones, two of each, and then two pink ones of the hole, two orange ones of the hole, two small white gears, and two spacers. They're basically making two parts as I see X2. So first of all, slide it on there and then put the white gear on. Make sure you don't push it way on, make sure it's loose. Then put the spacer on. And then the other cap there. Do the same thing on the other one. So that way you're making a dual gear system. And they go onto this green gear and onto this one with the pink one facing that way because you've got the gear to touch that gear. Okay, so that's that one there. That's that there. It all rotates. So put the cap on the back there, so we've got a large socket there. Two large rectangle orange, and then I've got three of the little white ones. That goes on the back and it goes into the center here. So that's going to be where the tail fits. And then each side of that will be the large orange ones. Secure the back up together. And then you've got the white one, so one goes in there to fill the gap. And one on each side here between the gears. Okay, so the legs there, that's the tail. And more parts on the front. So I've got two of these large white ones here, and then you've got those bluish ones, so you've got the double blocks on. And they're going in this front part here. So the blue ones are going to go on each end of these, which are the things are facing outwards. And then put the blocks in the center, so they're going to go in that direction. Okay, and I've got two more of these clips here, and they're going to go onto these pink bits here. Okay, and I've got something to build on this end here, so we need any parts left. You've got one of those fours, one of those ones, and you've got a double one there, and then two two of those, so two L's, two of those, one of those, one of those. You've got to make them together. So first of all, these go on the bottom with the either side facing down, and then put on the L shapes. So you've got something like this, and then the other parts will fit on top. So then next then is the four, so secure these two together. and then the middle one and the 2. So you've got that like this, and then turn it upside down, and then it fits into this part here. Let's just on blocks to raise it. So we've got 2 of these little grey brown ones, and then 1 of these double single ones, like the 2 but it's 1. And then that goes. So on this one, you want the higher side facing up into this corner part here. And then the 2 brown ones are going to go on each end of the upper ones here. So careful, just don't push it up, otherwise it'll just come off. Okay, so there's it there, and then finally we've got this white bit which is going along this part here. It's going in the center, so it's going to miss the first 2 yellows since it's all the center. So it's going along these blue ones here. So you're going to leave those 2 parts. Okay, 3 bags next. So we've got 2 spare parts. Okay, so we've got 16, 17, 18. Got rubber bands in this one. You use those for this is the springs of elasting it. 2 small, a lot of 2 small gears in this one. So these will probably make part of the traction of the wings. They normally use these for as well. They're using some spring reaction where you need to have tension in order to turn it. Okay. Some larger blocks here and some other stuff there. $17, $18. Okay. So I also need a lot of flat parts here. So I need one of these squares here. 2 3 stud orange, and then on to the 12 one. So it's going to be the 2 4 6, and one of these. And they're going to fill the bottom here. So the larger one's going to cover there. And then the other's going to come here. So the smaller ones in the center of the square, and then the 2 side ones on the end there. So it's going to cover all this. Okay, and then I think it's yeah, 4 cap. That's not a cap. Oh yeah, the caps. 4 stud cap, and that's going to go straight through the end here on this last part here. Okay, and then I've got some clip thing going in here. So it contains a small green one there, a double hole orange, a grey and a cream clip. So a dark grey one and a cream one. So they're going to go on the side, grey goes on that side, cream goes on the opposite side, and then this cream one goes onto the grey clip. And then that goes straight in here, and that's why that's missing, because that's where that clip is, so that something can fit in. So it goes there. So this is what you've got so far. Okay, right, so we're going to build something else, so we're just going to put this to one side and another part to build. So let's see. Got 6 of that one. Weird T-shaped thing. It's going to be in there somewhere. Weird. Well, I say it's weird T-shaped. It's there you go. It looks like a small T and a little tiny single stud. Okay, so that alongside, and then the small tub stud at the top, and then that goes to the other side and secures the 2 parts. Okay, then you've got the whole stuff to put in. So I've got a single orange one and then 2 larger version. And they're going to go along this side. So the single one, the smallest one goes here first. Make sure the whole go that way. And then the 2 larger blocks beside it. And they all need clips. So you've got one with a rod on it, and then the other 2 are standard darker coloured ones. So the standard 2 double clips go there, and then the rod one goes into that one. Then got this piece here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the ridges on it, and then you got that little blacky thing for the rods and stuff. So that goes into the part we're facing down, and then this part goes on with that on the end. And then there's some clips going on here. So I've got one of these on here, and then there's another one with a socket on the end. There you go. Got a tail one, but it's half the size. So that goes on first, and that goes on after. And there's something that's going on top of this, so I need a 10 studded on that one, and then you need 4 of those things we said before. They're face down. Okay, so 4 of these with the 3 on it. Right, so they're all going to be like make one large rectangle like that, and then the thing is going to go on top to secure it. Yep. So they go on this side, and then it stick on the end. So oops, that one's better. That's why I can't fit it now. So you've got that type of design, okay, and then that fits onto this part. Okay, so that goes. Okay, that goes on there, so that's exposed there, and then it's sort of like a, so it sort of should be flush along the back there. Yep. It should stick down. So I'm guessing this is the neck part because it looks like it clips into the main body, and then it looks like where the head's going to go, and that's that bottom bit that sticks onto that lower thing on the body. That's what I can see. Okay, so we got one of these, and then this is one thing you have to watch out for. You've got the two sides type of that end, which is these, and there's two types. A large one, a small one, and I want the large one, but I need to get both, so I'll make sure I don't make the mistake I did before. If I can find them, oh boy. There we go. So yeah, two different sizes, and it wants you to use the small size. So if you look at the profile on the side, it wants you to use the smaller one. So that's what I do. And they're going to go along here. So this goes onto this part here. That's why I need a smaller size, so that is going to work, otherwise it would just block that. And this goes on part of the top, which is missing that one, so it's in the center here. Missing that one and missing that one. Okay, I've got some caps going on, so it's two of those flat ones and then a square cap. So these go on each end here. And then a cap in the middle. Looks like I'm fitting the side parts on now, so that's all the same parts except for one part is going to be different. So you need one of those big ones. Two of these. One of these angle that way, and I think there's a and then you want this sort of angle piece. And you want both versions of these as an alternate way, so you want both of those versions, one going one way and one going the other way. Okay, yep, okay, so I've got to build this part first, so you need to turn that one that way, turn it that way, so you've got them going that way, and then you put the caps on. So that one goes on the end. So that comes inwards. Then one of the other flat one of the top flat one comes on there, and also links onto that one. And then the next one goes beside it. And then that goes on the end. So you've got this angle piece. And it goes onto that side there. So turn it so that's facing down that way, and then that's going to clip onto these. And the way it's going to work, so it's not going to fit on those top ones. It's going to fit in those middle ones. Those. That way, it's all flush at the top. And we're going to do the same side again. So, all those ones are 4. 2 of the flat end caps. Both of those angle pieces there, and then that wedge is going to be opposite way round this time. Same fittings, but the direction is going to be different, so that's going to be up that way, but it's going to work the same way. And then rotate that, and it's on the same position. So turn that round. That part. and then get the body, and then that clips into that hole there. There you go. So it's the body part, just the neck. And see that fixed on that top one, so it allows that part to move, because that'll be fixed on the thing. And looks like we've got some clips to hold it all together. So first of all, we can put the under ones on. So that's two of these angle pieces here, and then you need those double-sided single stud pieces. So the one with the solid and hollow side. You need two of those. Yep. Where's everyone gone? See, somewhere. Ah, there it is. It's on the side. Okay, so first of all, you've got on the longer part here, you've got to put one of these studs on, and you want to make sure the hollow parts facing up. Do it on both parts. And then they're going to go under here. So it's going to go that way. Okay, and that part's going to fix into that lower part. Come on. Okay, that's that. Face that down, face that down, push that down. See, and then that will something we're going to clip that later. Yep. Two of these small little two studs, and they're going to go here to secure that area in place. Okay, so that's what you should have so far. So you've got the head. And then we got that far, it's just secured there. So they've got the bottom half of the body. That's going to fit onto the rotated thing there. Leg's going to there, neck's going to go there, wing's going to go up here later. When you fix the upper part, there'll be something else to access it. Neck, head's going to go on there. So yeah, it's built, and like I say, yeah, a lot larger than the smaller model, but it's not jumbo size. That's what I think they're doing next, the jumbo version. This, I think they would do that later. Anyways, that's what we're adding gearing. So this gearing system here is going to be for the wings. I can see it angling into the tentacle. Okay, so I've got to put this to one side. I've got to start building the gearing system for that. So first of all, we need one of these pink blocks here, two of the small little gears. Then we need two of these white clips with rod in it, and then you've got these two little green tabs. You might have seen before when I did the other parts, but these little attachment things, you've got two of them. And this is going to be twice, so what you need to do is you need to put the gear onto one of the clips here. And on one side of here, you're going to put the little thing in the hole here. And you're going to do it again for the other gear. And they're going to go on each end of the holes here. Okay, next we'll add another part to that. So we need 2 of those pink blocks, and then 2 of those the standard clips here, the dark one. So you're going to put these 2 blocks together to make one large one. So put a clip in each of the end of the pink thing, and then clip them together to make one large unit. And then that will fit on the top, and it is going to be fit on there, so that part will hang off. Okay, looks like we're adding some more parts here. So I need 2 rods, green rods, 2 large space and stuff, and you've got these things, so the gear will slide here and that will move. So first I've got to do twice of that, so it's going to be, it's not like mid-section. Okay, so these are really a lot of things you're going to have to adjust, but basically at the moment you want to put this about center wire is roughly about here for the moment, because the bricks are going here. You can adjust it when you put it all together. About that for the moment. You can adjust it later on. And then you slip on this ratchet thing here, and then do the same again. I'll say this will be adjusted later when needed, but this is a rough idea for now. And they slide in to holes above, so next to the clips, so ignore the middle one. So it slides in that way. At the same time, that little hole goes into that gear. So the way it works is when that gear spins, it rotates that part. So that will rotate 360, but this will just do up and down, sort of a flapping motion. Do the same on both. Roughly like that. So you want to have those to the highest point there as possible, resting on the ends there for now. And then on the next one, just put the, there's going to be spacer locks on the end. So that's when we need to adjust it so that when it goes on, that shouldn't, the pole should not stick fully out. So that should be flush there, that's there. Make sure that's flush, but not right up against it. So that one's too far out, so I can adjust that later. So put the 2 ends on, make sure that's flush. It moves freely. I push it off of the way. Let's see now, on there. That part moves freely, that part moves freely. Yeah, so both move, excuse me, both move freely, and put those to the lowest points as possible. I don't know if it's the specific position, but it'll tell you where they need to do it. I will tell you. I've just seen it. So now we're going to put the bricks on this side to support it. So need another one of those large pinks, and then 2 smaller single hole one, and then a 4 of that one. So first of all, on this you put the 2 single ones, and then slide that on like doing this one. So it's like closing that off, and then slide on the smaller one. And then more blocks going on. So the next one then is another 2 pinks of those single hole, and then 2 orange ones. And then you need this sort of rectangle. So first of all, on the back, we put the pink, And then on the front, you put the orange. The reason to do this because, like I said before, the pink and that are hidden. The orange ones are normally the ones that you normally see. And then slide it on. Make sure the orange is on the front. And then we're going to add some angle pieces up for the wings. So you've got a couple of pieces here. So you've got these two sort of angle pieces here. What are two of these straight pieces? Similar to the black ones we've been using. Two very small rods. Two, not a piece, but it's got a fin end, and then you've got a clip on it. You've got two of those. And then you've got two of the studs. Hang on a second, make sure we're the right one. So I want the, don't do the one with the double stud in it, I want the one with the single stud that it clips onto. The others are for something else later. Yep, okay. So they're going to be built differently depending on each side. So one side you want it facing that way. You put the rod in one side. Put that clip on the top. And then put the little unit upside down. So the stud goes down. And then put this on. So the rod's facing that way. Did the same, but it's rotating this way to the side, so it's the opposite direction. It's the same process. You put this in the top, stud down. So you've got the clip on the top here, and then you've got the rod on this side, like that. You do different angles here, see? And then you've got to fix it to the thing. There's what's in the right corner? It's got a big exclamation warning saying make sure you've got the wing. So it should be when you hook it on. They both need to be so that that's down the bottom, that's down the bottom. So when you put these on, make sure I've got the right one. So because the wings go that way on, you need to make sure that they're level. So what it's saying is they're supposed to be like this, it's level, because when you put it on the model, you want to make sure that it's like that, so that the wings flat together. Otherwise, you're going to have a weird sort of thing, and it could cause damage to the model, or it won't work right, and you have to figure out what you've done to make sure these are fully down to the bottom. These little pegs right on the end here, so that way the wings are spaced out correctly. It's about that, like that, so make sure they're like that. Yeah, because when you put it on the model, these back gears will engage the front, so you want to make sure that wings there, so try not to nudge this as much. Because like I said, that's got a slide in there, so the pink one's there, and then that back pink goes down, and that pink sits on the top. Yeah, so that pink part goes down there, that pink part sits at the back, that's fits to the back. So when you put this on, you have to make sure the gear doesn't force these into a weird position. Just remember that. So you have to try and keep the wings up while you're trying to. So first, lightly put it on. Make sure that they're So that one's dropped down, so I just raise this. The left hand one's fine, the right hand side one's fine, so hold L4. I'm gonna hold the right one a bit more angled because that's sitting in the right position, but the left hand side's not. So I'm just gently raising it and turning it enough. So I'm making sure the gearing is. I think the easiest thing is to do is to try and hold the gears in place if you can, while you put this part on, because otherwise they're going to keep fiddling. So let's see, come on, stay put. Okay, yeah, so best thing is to hold the gearing while you try and do this with the other hand. So once the block's in place, at the same time, make sure the right, hopefully that is, yep, that's in place, so I can okay, that back's in, the front end, okay, that's in now, and hopefully, there you go. That's extended out, and the wings are in the right order. There you go, yeah, so they are working correctly. Otherwise you have the weird off thing that just popped off the bottom, so just put that back in. So there you go, yeah, so that is, as you can see, they're going up and down together and they're resting together, so that is in right order. Yes, that's on max there, and that's on max there, so yeah, they're the right position. That's what we want. Okay, and then I've just got to put in the support brackets in there, so a lot of weird blocks there. So we've got a big white block one, that one grey one in the middle in it, a single two blue one, and then a little pink one here. Okay, so first off, these two go together. Then the white block goes on top. Then the single one on the top. Sure, this tower thingy, and that goes. Where'd you go? Straight down the center here. There's two blocks there. It goes straight down there. Then you've got a flush part there. That's what you have at the moment. Ah, and looks like some elastics are going on here to keep these supported. Well, that's going to be fun. Oh, excuse me. Sit down for a while. So let's see. Okay, so I've got two of these ones here. Two of the rubber band EDs. One of the so it's that there with a little prong on the end. Two of the standard studs. Then you've got a round stud, so it's like a round thing with studs on both ends. A little cap. And one of those washer thingies. So first of all, with this thing, you put washer on one side, and then you put the cap on the other side. So you've got this top thing, and then stick it on this part here. Then we'll stick all the blocks together. So let's see. So that goes in the bottom in the middle. And then on each end of that, you put the little studs. And then put the top one on to seal it and sandwich it all together. Then put the two rubber elastic bands there. Okay, so rotate it so 180, so you're looking at the back of the model. And this goes. Okay, where are you going to go? It's going to go up here, so it's going to go onto the missed that one there, just on this back block. Make sure that the rubber bands are facing inwards. Also hold them while you put it in, because that way they don't fall off when you try and put the block on, because you want to keep them on that. So this is another fiddle. So make sure they're kept on that unit there. So try and keep that there. And while you put it onto the, put the model onto it. Okay, right. When it goes on, you have to make sure the. Oh, I'm gonna wait. Where is it? Yeah. Make sure when you get this on, that part's supposed to go in the middle there, and the elastic's supposed to go in the center at the same time without interrupting with this. So it's a bit of a tight fit if you're trying to keep the elastics away from the center without them also springing off. So you're trying to wiggle it so that the unless it stays where they are while keeping the while putting down the part. Yeah, so these two are supposed to squeeze sort of between there, and this part's supposed to go between there. There you go. So just give me a minute, it's easier to do it off here. I want to make sure this is in the right place. It's such a tight area. Okay, right, I think I've got it in the right place now. Yeah, okay, got it. Right, I managed to get it on, so basically what you're trying to do is I'm going to get both of those rubber bands between the two spots down there and there, so it's not interfering with the motion there. Right, okay, and then they're attached to the wing, to the back one goes left, back one goes right, so the back one, so one on the far back goes on the right ring here, so hooks into this hook here, and then the same on this side. So that's it goes in the little groove that they used to design, so that's why they got the groove there. So there's a groove down there which you put the rubber bands in, so that when you so that way when you operate the model, they'll spring back. So that's why they're there, so that way it makes it easier for the wings to flap. Okay, right, and then we've got to put some blocks at the back here, so it's these two large blocks we've got, with the big one through the middle, and the smaller one at the back. There's a lot of clips blocks going on these ends here. So once you rotate it back down that way, and they're going to go on each on the end. So, what have we got here? So two orange ones, two green ones, four blue ones. The blue ones are facing down, the others are facing up. Okay, so next you're going to put both the orange and the green on top of the blue. So you've got okay, yeah. So you've got one for the blue, one for the green. And make sure the blue one's on the bottom. Okay, and then so the green ones will go on the pink, and the orange one goes on the orange. So you got that. It's green at the back, orange at the front there. Okay, and then clips to hold that back one on, so it's two of the four creams and two of the three brownish ones. Okay, and then put them on, so it's going to have one sticking on the end. And they're going to clip onto this green one in there with the green facing that way. Okay, so larger blocks going on. So I've got two large orange, and then you got these really large post ones here, and then you got these sort of angle ones here on both sides. All the same. So the large orange one is going to go here. It's sticking off the end here. Then on these two orange posts here is this round orange part. Then on these ends here is these ones with the stud facing this way. Okay, I've got more covers going on those, so do the large orange and then the last of the large brownish ones. Put them together so the orange goes on the top. So, and then they're going to go along this way here with the orange facing that way. So that fits that orange part there. Should have something that's looks like this so far. Then you've got smaller parts to in, so rotate it upside down because you want to put some parts on the bottom. You've got two of these double-sided ones with a hollow bill of support. Two of these ball joint ones here, 4 of these, and then you've got a single one of those with a little stud in it on 2 of those. And they're for each side, so they're going to fit into these 2 back ends here. And they're going to be, judging by the sides here, it's pretty for the arms. So first of all, make sure that's facing upside down, so the hollow side's facing up, and then one end you have the ball joint. At the other end you have that little stud. Okay, then on top you've got one of those 2s there, which is going on this side. And then on the bottom is opposite way around, or another one. So you've got that little stud there and there, and that's alternating, and then that goes. Right, so it goes there, but turn it upside down, so the ball joint sticks outwards, and the stud there, and that whole point there, so like that, and then it goes down in there, so that part goes in that hole. So you've got that there. I need to do the same on that one, but it's alternate way, so other side facing. That's right the other way. I don't know what I'm doing. So that's upside down this time. On that side. Like that. Then that one goes on that side. And then that goes here. So you got that part on the top. Okay, and then you've got some covers on. So you want the long ones there, and they're going to go along here to cover that area. So make sure that these parts all lock together. And you've got more there, so I've got 2 smaller ones there, and then these angle pieces there. What the hell was that? Huh. Well, that's not a part at all. That's actually the part of the manufacturing. So it looks like that fell in. So you may get this. First time I heard this, but you may get this, but that's not part of the model. That's an offcut or something. These are the last bags, and then that's it. So you've got these last parts, and they're going to cover the area up here. So the small parts are here. And then these caps go onto these parts here. So, oops, daisy, that one goes along here onto the 2 hollow ones here. That goes along that side, and then they do the same on that side. Yep, so then they've got to zoom in so we're showing it, so it's actually up against that and coming down there, coming down there, coming down there. So that's one done, and then that's say those are spare ones for the small parts, and a yeah, that's a new one. Yeah, and this just junk it is. Okay, back 19 and 20. More 19 20, more body parts. 21, 22 look like the mouth. 23 looks like arms. 24, 25 look like legs. 26, 27 looks like the tail. Yeah, not getting there. 1, 2, 3. There's not many bags left now, so that's good. More, these ones are going to be for the rest of the body. 19 and 20. Ta-da. Okay, still so first of all, turn the body up, and I need to start putting parts on the front. So I need some small parts to start with. So we've got one of these two parts here, stud and round stud, and one of those two. That one's there. So the stud goes on the bottom of this, facing that way, and then put the top on, and that goes over here. So that's the part goes there. That's why that's missing, because you're near. So that's hanging there, and then that will cap it. That hasn't got a part there because, like I say, that's operating the neck. Also, that prevents the neck from going too high. Okay, and then a lot of this is caps and building the rest of it up of the body. So next is caps going on here, caps going on here. So that's two little round caps. These type of round things. Got two of them. And then I've got some these types. I need two of those. And then I need this quarter one here. I need two of those. Okay. So let's see what goes where. So the quarter one's going on this side here. Then the larger one's going to go on the next size up. Then the little knob ones go where? Yeah, they go right here under here. So you have to sort of wait. But I think the best thing is to put those on first and then put that on, because like you're trying to get your finger in there. But yeah, it's like caps underneath the wing. So okay, so let's right, so let me just get that off. Just makes it more easier. Just use the tool to if I can get it off. Oh dear, I hate these tools. Right, yeah. It's better to put that part on first and then put that other part on after, because Just got to get that cap under the wing. So it goes right there. Then I say put this part on. Yeah, because like see, it sits there. Okay, there's the caps there. Then one's going to go here, so that's the little T shape there. It's a weird shape they're coming in here now. You've got these again, but they're two sizes, so you don't want the thin one, you want the fat one, not the thin. Oh, no, I keep doing that. Don't want the fat one, you want the thin one. And a sort of angled one. Okay, right, so it sits on that end bit, so we have found it. So it looks a bit shallow, but it's got the end to it. That's what I'm trying to look for. So that goes on the end here. And then this part goes on the top here. That's why it needs to be shallow, so it's all flush. And then that goes straight here, that way. So that is flush there, and that covers that top bit there. And that's designed so that they allow that to move. Okay, and then rotate it so around that way. It's going to be covering this upper area now. Need the longest part there, and then two of those. These round parts, need two of them. This is going to cover this entire area here. So it's in the center there, it goes all the way up. So we'll miss those four that are there, and then the little round ones go beside it here. Okay. Then we've got more parts coming on along this side. So the smaller ones there, and then two of the ones there. Then the grey ones are going to go here, but not onto that part there. And then these go beside that one, goes all the way up. So these are basically covering all the gearing stuff. And then two next ones there, so they go along here. Missing that one goes all the way up. So you've got two ends there, free. More colour blocks going up the top, so that is two of these, one of these, two of these. Large parts there, and that go on the top, so put these on first. So little grey one goes along here, so it's going to go over that grey and up. Then that goes on flush of that and going down. And then that one goes the same place. And then that goes on the end. This goes on the top, which is around about the center. So in the center part there. Okay, then you've got caps going up here. So you'll need 2 of these, and it's the fat ones this time, not the thin ones. Then 2 of the longer versions. Not a sec, no, not the longer versions. One sec, there's a couple weird things here. So I don't want the small ones, I want the long ones, but there's also some fat ones. So let's make sure I've got all of them. Yeah, so I want these ones here. So the 2 fat versions of these, and then the long version of these. The long one's going to go along here. So they're going to go on top there, and then these ones are going to go in the smaller section there. I think there may be something out there because it's raised. I don't think, no, there's no raised part there, so these ones might be the wrong ones. Because they go in the front. They go in the front there, and these go down the side here, but okay, let's have a quick look what ones I've got, what ones I don't need. Okay. Oh, yeah, right, because that's the thin one there, and that's the. So these are the right ones, yeah. They are right, it's just that they make a bit of a higher lip when they're put in. Yeah, so they have a slight raise here. That's fine, yes. Raise, but you can change it out if needed. Okay, need 2 more of these ones, and then some thinner versions as well. And going into this upper area here. So these go on the outside, and they lock onto. Oh, these here, I realise these go further back. Yeah, time of day. So these actually supposed to cover this. I'm missing some gaps here. So they actually go further back. Those orange ones I put earlier on. Don't do that. So those do further back and do flash, because that way then that can go into that section there, because it wouldn't fit otherwise. Then these go in there, so they go that direction. And then just got to put the caps up here. So it's 4 of the large ones. Where's the other one? It's in it somewhere. yep. It's for those ones, and then you got two of these angle ones, and it's a large one because you can see there's two gaps there, so you've got two of those. Okay, so these go along here on the edge first. You put that one there, and then another one goes beside it. Same on this side. And then the corner ones on the corners. And then there's two clips going to go here, so I want the big chunky one there and a large flat cap. So the flat one's going to go up here. That goes to the bottom here. It's raised a bit, so make sure that these caps are all down. Yep, all caps are down. So you've got most of the top done. And so it puts on the side bits on now. So I need so the okay, yeah, so you want the chunky version of this one. No, single one. Half of one, then you want the chunky version because there are some thin ones. And then the quarter of those size ones there. This weird looking thing here with three of that one. Okay, so first of all, put these together so it's that goes on the back there, then that one goes in the middle of there, and then that goes on the end to this piece. And that goes on this end here. Right in the center, so that's flush down here, flush to the top, and then this part goes on that little thing because there's a stub there. So that goes like that, and that's basically the shoulder. And then you've got some clips going up here. So you want a big, fat, chunky one. A wedge, looks like a very big wedge. And one of the little light cream things there, so we'll put these together. So that goes on the bottom there to make one big block. And they go in here. So let's see, this part goes on the two bottom there, and it needs to be so the angle part goes down. That way the leg works, and then that will clip on the top, the flat bit at the bottom to match that, and that's going up. So that part there. And it's got this part here, so that's quite a few bits. So you've got that wide part there, little high end here, little flat one, little pink thing there, and then you want the very flat one of that one, the brown of that one. So we got that part, you need the small part there, put that on the end. And then on this part you put the pink part, then the grey on the top. And these parts go on the top, so that part goes down on that side. And that goes on the end, so you've got something like that. And that goes on this side. So it goes smaller part at the bottom and it'll clip on there. Make sure that's all the way to the top. Yeah, so that should be flush, that should be the highest possible, and that should be right near the bottom, so that should be, you see it flush there, right down the bottom. It looks like we've done the other side now, so we're going to do all this side. That shoulder bit there. Fat one of that one, that part there, and the little part there. Okay, so this is going on the opposite side this time, so you want the round part on this side, and then you want the flat part on there. Hello, there's a mistake on here. Oh, I spotted a mistake on here. 302. It says one of each, but the actual fact you need another part, which is another one of these, because you want to make a full part, but you can't. So there's a mistake there. Where there's a missing part there, number 302. Let me check the manual. 302, 302, 302, 302, 302. Ooh. Well, that's interesting. They made a mistake on for the online one. Maybe that's an older scan, but generally that's the manual there. And you can see it says two of those parts. The one on the image there, it says one. So they made a mistake there. Like I said, they did that because sometimes we look at the image, you can see there's a part. So yeah, it looks like they made a hiccup there. It does happen. So yeah, sometimes if you've got the manual, have a check on it, but you can normally see because I normally have the models the same. It's just that I think someone's made an error on that. Yeah, someone's made an error on that on the online one, so that will shut someone out unless you look at it. That's why I always want to look at the actual image. So that's why otherwise that won't be completed. So I need to fix that. So anyways, that goes on there like you did with the other one. All flush, and then that is the other shoulder. Okay, they've got to put the parts back on, so I've got to pick that before. Small orange one. And one of these ones here. And then the raised circle there. Raised part there, which is the fat one. And then the smaller part there. Let's alternate on this side, so that goes on this side this time. Then the pink thing goes there with this time an orange part on the top. Then the caps go on, so go along this side. Okay, and then it goes onto this part here, the smaller bit down the bottom. Make sure that's all flush down the bottom there. And then we've got to put this part in here. So it's one of these ones here, little wedge thingy, wherever it's gone. Okay, and then then the fat version of that. So 4, put these two parts together to make one large item, and then they're going to go on to this area here. So 4, that goes down the bottom there with the wedge facing down. So that's where the leg goes. And then the other part with the, so it makes that smooth area. And that's what you should have now. It looks like they're capping the bottom part of it, which is the green part of the charizard. So that's the top. So turn it upside down. We're going to probably cover all this now. And then rotate it this way. One large white block. That's going to go straight into this hole here. And next we've got a lot of double-sided ones. That's those. So we've got 2 grey squares, 1 cream one, and 2 small ones of the grey ones. So the green one goes into this one and make sure the field sits at the top, and it goes in this one. That way it allows things to clip on. And then the others are going to fit here. So on the back end of these ones is the grey one, same thing. Field faces up. And then the smaller ones along there, the field facing up. That allows you to clip blocks on. And then a lot of cream parts to do this because it's the underside. So these large ones here. Both these sizes, small and large. So 2 cream parts, corner bits would go here. That's where they go. And then the larger of these goes here. And then the smaller ones go here. They sort of go on, so you've got a big gap there, but something will go on there later. Yep, and you've got a smaller one there, so you've got 2 of the smaller circle parts. And then one of these, so build these 2 together. And then that's going to go on here. So that's flush on the back there, and that's there without it getting in the way of the rotating thing there. Okay, then we've got to put some items down here. So that is 2 of these. See, they were not coloured there. Did I accidentally? So I've got a light cream and a dark. I think I might know what I've done. Because these colours are the same. It's going to be, yeah, put the wrong one there. So this part, no, that's right. No, that's right. What have I done? So that one's right. Maybe it's the other leg. Let's check the other side. Oh yeah, it is. There it is. So on this side, I put the wrong colour because these look almost similar unless you look carefully. So yeah, it's supposed to be the darker one there. But like I say, that's hidden. Here's one of those side ones I did. There you go. There's my 2 creams. And then got these because we're being this because they sit on top of these. And then they're going to go on each side of here. So it's going to go down like that, and then take down like that, leaving the gap there. So this is what you've got so far. Yeah, a lot more parts again. So there's majority of the main body done. So I've got to attach it to the main part. So there's your what you've got so far. And this goes on to this part, so it goes straight onto this drive system here. So you need to wheel it around until it okay, there you go. So that's now hooked onto the drive shaft up the top there. Like I say, that will probably go there, and then that will go somewhere up here. Well, somewhere here where later on, but that's what we've got to build now is fix this on, because at the moment that's a bit wobbly. Okay, yeah, so that's what these little brackets are going to build. It's going to support that, so you need two of these. Two grey clips, two white not ones, and then these little clips here. So you've got all these here. So this is going to build the units to fix these together, so they're going to alternate. So for the other side, you've got this one cross at the top, and so on this side, put the two pink clips, one in the hole in the center, and then miss a hole, and then it goes in that side. On this side, you want to put the white one in the top, and then below it is a standard clip. And on this side, it's the other way around, so it's down that way, and then as before, the pink clips on the same holes, one in the end, you missed a hole, and that goes in the top there, and then one down the bottom. So this one's this one, so turn it around so it's facing this way. Okay, right. So under here, you see there's these two parts here, so that's where those two spare holes go, and then these two clips go into the upper hole and the next hole down. So these are locking that sort of bit in place, so that's in place. It's a bit of a fiddle. I think that yeah, the drive's disconnected, so be careful you don't put it too high up. It's no problem. Put it back so it's out of the way of the other one, so come on, get back in. Okay. Oh dear, it's pushed into the... Oh. Okay, that's fallen in and got wedged. Yep, don't want that down there. Okay, let's do that again. Those go in there, that goes into that there, that should drives there, it's a 4, and it's that one, so I want to put the like trying to put the clips in at the same time. Once you've got the clips in, should be able to then Right, those clips are in. Right, okay. Right, that's locked in now, so it's no longer will try to force itself off of the drive, and that's now secured because these clips can be a bit tough at times. So now let's put this one on. So see, there's some clips there and there's two holes there, so these clips can be stubborn when you're trying to put it into these holes. So those two top holes you want to put it in. At the same time, you've got to put those into those two holes up there. It's these clips that are the ones that are troublesome. Okay, they're pushed in now. Just got to try and wiggle this top one to align it. Yes, there you go. So you go, that's now clipped in. It's now secured to the main body itself. As you can see now, that's now there. So when you turn this, it will rotate this to operate the wings, but it also will rest the parts will make it move. But that's once now secured. Which is good. Okay, now we've got to put attach the rest of the linkages now. So this part goes into the upper neck here. That just clips in. And the back one okay, right. So that goes at the back there. And that clip goes into one of the holes here, so it'll be this one on the far right. Just put it around. There you go. So that's now attached. So now when you spin this down, the other part is just to test it. So turn that anti-clockwise. You see now that I know I'm doing it backwards, but yeah, okay. You see now the body moves. Body move, the neck moves, and the wings move. So there you go. So it's all operating correctly. And they're the only parts move. So only this part, this part, and this part moves when you crank it. The tail, legs, arm, in the head itself, you can adjust it to what you want. That's all working correctly. So it looks like we're just putting on covers to cover the mechanics here. Okay, so it's all the remaining parts here. So we've got these parts here, two of the, where are they? Spades this, what covers, and both of these angle pieces. For these angle pieces, you want both directions. And just build them together. So this angle piece goes here. Then you've got a cap in the middle. And then you've got the other part on the other end. It looks like this type of thing. And then you do the same again for this one. And they go. Right. they're going to go onto these clips on here to cover that area, just like that, and they're covering this bottom zone here. See, so it should be flush like that. And then you do the same on the opposite side, so they're covering that mechanical part. Just note some of these are coming loose because I've been playing around a bit. Okay, so what's going to add now is these parts here. So put that to one side. So I need a grey block there, orange one, the two smaller ones. So don't wonder me what I just wonder which one to use, but it's all the small ones. That's what's left. So you put these together with the grey on the left, and then these are going on the edge of each one to secure the parts together. Then I've got a long one of those and a little stud there. So this goes on the end of the orange one, and this goes on the end, lifts down, so you've got that type of design, and then covers would go onto it. So we've got that fat one there, two of these ones, and then you've got a thin one of these. So the corner ones go on the grey bit, and the back ones have variant ones, so the top one's going to be the fat one, and the bottom one's going to be the thin one. Then there's going to be caps here. So the back one's going to be a square and the other one's going to be an angle piece. There's two types. So the one that's that angle. This one cover. I've got to do the same with the other one. So orange part, yellow orange, the yellow that's on the left. Two of the thin parts, like the other one, we're securing those together. Okay, then you need the this thin one and the little block before. Block goes on the orange part, that goes on this part. And then you need on the orange yellow part, you've got the corner bit, and then at the back you've got those two thinner things, but this time you want the thin one on the top, that one on the bottom, and then finally you've got the square at the back, and then you've got the angle piece which is going in the other direction, just go in here. That's all of the parts. So there's your two side bits, and they're going to go on each side. So then it's showing you which one parts to use. So so this one goes on the back end, and what it's saying is you need to make sure that these four parts will link into that part there and those two parts there, so it looks flush. So when you put it on, you make sure you're lining it up. You see it's all flush along the body. If you put it wrong, it's going to look odd. Same with this one, so it's between the grey ones there, not the top one, the mid-sized ones. That happens, but you can easily put it on. There you go, so it's now covering all the gearings. Right, so I've got some spare parts, and what I can see now is it's starting to build the head onto the 2021 2, and looks like it's starting to build the head part on this one. So I've got two small bags here. There's not much in these, so these are basically the head part we're adding. Just put this one aside 1 minute. No, it's head part because there's like teeth and stuff in it. Okay. Quite a lot of bits here, so there's not much here. But they're all prepared, so I need a large rectangle cap, 2 on a double-sided 3. Ah, here we are. This is what I was saying. Now this one does have it, so it uses both. So this is the thing I've said about 4 of these identical ones. Well, that one's facing up, that one's facing down. It needs both of these here, but also you have to remember where these are going to go. So you have to, when you build it, make sure you put them in the right way around, because these can mess around if you've got half the body built, and you have to then rearrange it because you put them in the wrong place. So yeah, be careful when you've got them together. Half a circle wherever you are, and one of those blocks with the single tab block. Okay. First of all, I've got to turn the half circle upside down and the caps upside down. Align it like that. Okay. Then put the one of these, which is the upper one, on here. So that goes on the back. Then these go on with the hollow side facing up. Okay, and then these other parts go on here. So this one goes on the front side here. And beside it's the single stud there. Okay, then we need to put some so the jaw part. So you've got this thing here, and you got this part. Put them together to make one unit, and then that goes onto this part here. And you've got some caps that go on. So you've got a red half moon, and that's going to go on the top here. And then you've got an end cap going on there, which is 2 of these wedge shaped things. So on each side. Okay, so the next one is you've got this little pink thing here. So that's going to be the tongue. So that's going to go in this middle one. That's the upper mouth. Actually, I'm not sure which way this is. No, this is the bottom. Tongue there, back of the mouth. That's going up there, and then these 2 holes are for the teeth, which are these. And these are rubberized, so they won't cause any harm to anyone. They always do it with any pointy stuff that make them rubberized. Okay, I think that's the bottom jaw probably, yeah. Okay, I've got to build another item, so for the blue one of those types. A 2 and a 4 of these. 3 and 4, sorry. So one side is got 3, so it's got 2, so it's on each side here. Even the gap there, and then on this one, they're on this side. And put there to make a larger part like this. Okay, so now that's building the upper face area. So you did the face parts. Got the eyes already printed on. And they will do these manufacturer they print it on. You don't get any stickers for these ones. It's great at times. So put them together that way, and they're going to go on to missing those two buildings on the front here, securing them all together. Okay, and then the bottom goes on. Okay. And there's going to be some angle pieces here, but you have to watch the parts. So got some with these little lines on. I've got one there. Got two blank ones, which I need as well. So I've got two blank ones and two lines on. Need to make sure they put these on right. So what I can tell is the blank ones go in these here. Make the upper nose area. So that's making the upper nose area of it. Upper nose, and these are the nostrils. So you must make sure you put them the right way. So showing a front picture of it. So this one, when we go in this direction, is the right hand side one, and that's going that side. This is making the nostrils there, and that's flat there. Every bit back the other way is not going to look good. Okay, I've got to add some things to the back here. Got one of these brownish, darker green type, and then you've got that double block thing. So the green one goes on the back. Oops. And then this thing goes on the back. And then next we've got some pieces. You've got this thing with the double pin on the end, and then you've got that thing that you've seen before, but it's an orange type. You've got two of those. So they're going in the side. And then that goes in the back. Then just need a single orange block, which will go in there to raise it. You've got some caps to go on, so you'll need two of these smaller ones on alternate side. No, not those. The flat ones. There you go. So flat ones. You need one for each side. Yep, and then you need a little one of these. So these go in there to the on the. So these go. This goes on the back here to the top head, and then these go in the front. So it's like so it's at an angle there. And there's a round part there which goes on the back. Okay, and then next thing is to add the horns. So these two parts here. Two tips there. And then you've got a round thing with a hole in the middle. There, and then basically build them together. So on one end you have this part. Oh no, don't put it that way. That part actually goes into one end, so it actually goes in. And then the other end you put the tip of the horn in. And then that clips in there, and what I can see is, yeah, so that should go inwards. Whenever you're on, that should point inwards. That way, yeah. They go on each end of that. There you go, and these are positional, so you can put them to any pose you want. Okay, right, so we've got to build the bottom part of it, the bottom of the mouth. So turn it upside down. Okay, you need two of these ones which are raised on top, so that should be flat. A flat square and a double-sided square. So the flat square goes on the back end, right at the back here. And then the double square goes in with the fill facing up. And these go on the end, so you have to miss a gap and they go on the end to miss one gap. And then you can put the bottom mouth on some more teeth. So this goes in here. So it's like the upper mouth. And the teeth go in, so there's some holes here ready for it. So just push these into the hole there. So your upper teeth. Then when these are drawn in the design, they always have these always shown. And then on the back here, you've got a ball joint and these two. So first of all, put the other square on top of the other square, so you're increasing its height, and then the ball joint goes on the end. And then you've got an angle piece, which is this type, and it goes onto these two parts here. Then you've got some side bits to put on, so two squares. Where are you? Two square bits. And these angle bits, you want one. Oh, not the. You want the flat version, so you want one for each side. So the square goes on the end here. And on this side, you want the part. So when it goes on, it's angling around that way. Like so. And then I was starting to put the cheek sides on. So you need one of these. There's one for each side. And then same thing, you've got one of these for each side. Two L shapes. One of these for each side. So you build them alternate depending which way it is. So it goes on for that side as L there, and then the flat part there, and then clip the clip so that goes that way. So that goes over the L part there, leaving that part spare, and putting on which one would it be? Yeah, so let's make sure it's an extra one. And then you put this part in between the part so that it's angling down to the longer part there and the short part going down. And same with this one, but alternate way, so it's that way up, that way there, and then that goes over the top there. And that goes down there. So there are your two side cheeks. So this one goes here. And this one goes on this side. two covers which are, so you've got these angle ones here, they're going to be the two sides, so they're going to go so these don't go too far, so I can push them too far forward, so it's supposed to be gap. Okay, so crack that straight away. So you need to leave one of them gap there. Okay, so leave a gap there for the other item to go in. Okay, so they go into these little gaps here. So let's see. So that one going, I think that's the right one. No, we're out. Come on. Okay, right, so it goes around that way. I think so, yeah. Yeah, so that's the right way. So when you look at it that way, it should face down. Okay, so that's the upper area done, and then I've got to just put the bottom jaw on. So that goes, see there's two holes here, that goes in there. Yep. So there you go. So it has a minimum adjustment. So you can slightly adjust it, but that's a fixed open position. And you can adjust the horns if you want to, but like I say, you've got small movement there. But that's a lot more than the other one, because the other one's just like with two pieces, so you can see this is a bigger model because you a lot more details into it. Okay, and then clip that onto the body. It goes onto the ball joint in, hold the neck and put it in. So there you go. You can adjust it when you want. Yes, and these models are fouled out even with the bigger ones. You can actually do stupid things upside down like that. Thinking, yeah. It doesn't have a stop for that, so you can put this into weird positions. And the other ones are found out you can actually do other things, but they don't have a sort of limit of what you can of the movement. But anyways, here's how they work. See, so you can adjust the head, mouth, but the neck is part of this movement. Spare bit. So that's how it looks so far. Okay, then I've got more. Oh. It's to one side. So bag 23 is just one bag. But I have a marker here in the bottom top corner underneath the bag number. It says 345 to 351 x2. So what that's telling me that all those steps is duplicated twice, because I think this is going to be the arms and they're both identical. So you have to follow this procedure twice. So like in the first box it says 1 1 2, it'd be 2 2 4, and you build them the same way, because the arms are the same position. All the models have the same thing, but the arms are the same. It's only the legs are different. That's what you would do. And it's only one bag with all of the arms. Yeah, so bag 23 is about 24. Yeah, 25. Some of these, I don't know. It's only 23, so fair enough. So this is all duplicating. So, so first of all, we need all the parts we need for this one. So first we need okay. So that's say we've got 2, but we need double it, so we've got 4. So it's for each arm. And then we need one of these each. And one of these little very small stepper one, we need one of those each. But it's basically basing it twice. So first of all, the sockets go together. Like so, and then you do the same again. Like so, you're doing 2 of them at the same time. Okay, then the caps go on. So this part goes on first, and then the cap goes on the top. There you go. You can put the side bits on. So I need 2 double ball ones here, and it's like double-sided. 2 caps. Two of the single one, and they've got them facing down, so that's what we need. Then 2 of those end ones here, so we need actually need 4 of these. And you need 4 of these. Because you've got to do each side. Okay, so got to put the cap at the bottom. And this goes on top with the fill bit in the top. And then you've got to put 2 of these on the top end. So you've got something like that, and then do the same again for this one. So there's those 2 parts there. Then the caps go on the off the back inside. So where the work is, they'll do that on each side. Don't matter which way you go around because they're all the same. It's just the middle joint. Then you can put the other caps on. Try and move leg. So they've got other caps on it. So we need 2 of these things. So it's 2 of these and 2 of these. They've got on the top of these. So the So that goes on first, and then you put the cap on after. And then you put these together, so it's that one. So when you look at both of them, it looks on. So you've got the slant there. Yep. So then that will just move it around, and then you do the same on this one. So you want the that slants in, socket on that side, ball on that side. Oh, it's right the other way. Socket there, socket there, socket there, ball there, socket there, socket there. Yep, so there's it. Getting the arms. There's like building the hand and claw part. So put those to one side. So you need 2 of these, 2 of these, 6 of these. And then 2 of these double things there. So first of all, turn this upside down, and then this one goes on one side, and then this goes on the side with the fill bit facing up. And on this side, you put these 3 sort of like round bubble things on. So you go like that, and then do the same with this one. Then on the next stage, just put the caps on. Okay. So that's so you can independently move the claws to any position, which is pretty good. Okay, next is adding claws. So you got 6 of these, and then these are plastic. Okay. So the way they work is you put the claw into the hole here, make sure that that's going down there. Claw in, like so. Okay, and then clip on the end here. There you go. And then clip onto the body. So the way it works is you want it So it's going to clip onto this side. Well, that's the only thing with the ball on it, so you put it on there. See, that part is fixed, but the back end it rotates. You can also adjust the position of the claws and the hand, so that's not too bad. Yeah. The hand itself is adjustable on the shoulder bit here. And you can adjust each of these to the position we want. You can't turn them, but like you can. So you go. So you've got the hands and arms done, and then just click them onto the body onto this part up here. On each side. There you go. Like I say, so you can adjust these to any position you want. And you also, the thing is, you can adjust the claws to any position. That's got a lot of details on it. Okay, they've got some spares. Got another multi-part here, which is number 24 and 25. So these are going to be the legs, because it says here X2 353 to 360 24 25. So these steps are multiplied again, so the legs are identical. So you have to do this twice. So number Twix, got 3 bags there. 28 is your wings, and I think 27 and 28 is going to be the tail part. Okay. Like I say, double each one here, so I need 2 of those. So 2 of these T-pits. 4 of these green things with a hole in it. And then 2 of those little two of these. So first of all, you've got to put this down, this along, and then the T goes that way to secure them all. There you go. Okay, then I've got some of these. Some of these things again, they're only down one, so you don't have to worry about mixing them up. So you need 2 of these, and they go on the back in the center way, so each end's going to hang off. Okay, and then 2 of the blue ones, about 4 of them. And they're going to go on these ones on each side. and some side clips, which are each directional. So I'll see if I can find them. So it's these angle parts here, and there's one for each side. Yep. I need two of them actually. There's larger parts on the top, smaller part, and you want the groove going up. So one's going to go on this side. So it's going up and it's flush there. I need two of the half circle cats, and then two small of these socket ones. Okay, so they go on the top here, so the socket part goes on first. Make sure it goes that direction, and then the half socket part there. So that's going to be the back of the leg, and that's going to be the front of the foot, not the leg. I haven't got the legs built yet. So it looks like we're building the feet first. Yep, and then I've got some the toes and that stuff to go on, so need two of these, and then four of the little studs, and two of these, and four of these sort of angle parts here. Oh, there's not one in here somewhere. Go. Okay, so you need to do this where you put the stud onto that part there. Do it to all of them. Okay. And they're going to go onto the front part here. So the big part here is in the center, and these are on each end. So when you go on, well, the angle part facing that way. So you've got this sort of angle part. Okay, next we've got to get claws, so there should be 6 of them, like the hand ones. And then stick them in the holes here. The claws facing down. The claws there, and then just the caps on the top, which are these type of things here. Got 2 of them. And simply put over this to cap the top and complete the foot. There you go, so it goes on there. Yes, we've got a pair of feet. So put those to one side, and looks like I've got to start building the leg part. Okay. Okay, so I need two of the large ball joint parts. Four of these larger green retard stuff. Two of these squares here, and then two of these round flat parts here, and then two of these. So first of all, build the square here, put the round onto the square part, and on the front end you put one of these on. Okay, and then they go onto this part here. So it lays out to make a big rectangle thing. And then this hangs off the front here, so it only takes one square at the back and front. And this goes on with this part following this way. Okay, they've got the caps on here, so it's all of these ones like the green ones, but it's three ones and they're hanging down. And they go onto these ones here on each side. Okay, and there's a lot of parts here now, so I've got 6 of these with them facing up. And then I got 2 of these long based ones here. Okay, and then they're going to go on the top end. Okay, so 2 of these go on the ends here, so they're going to go on here, 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 here. And then these fit onto this, so it's going to be that way, and then it's going to go up that way. So we're making this angle piece, and then that angle piece goes on this part here. Okay, and then you've got to put caps on the back. Just need these longer ones, and they're going to have all this in the back here. Okay, then turn upside down, and I've got to put some stuff on the bottom. So I need 2 more of these things here, and then you need 2 more of those double-sided blocks. These here. So they've got a bottom here, and make sure the fill side faces up. And then this goes on and it faces this direction. Okay, looks like some caps are going on. So you've got these 2 of these. And then you've got 2 of these, and then 2 of these. Okay, so that goes on the back there. Make the angle there. Then this block goes in the middle here. And then that goes in there too. Goes in that direction down there. Okay, then you do 2 big end caps. Look like this. There's the one again. And they clip on to this part. Make sure the flat bit faces down. Okay, it's got that, and then I've got some more caps to go on the top here, so I need 2 little ball ones there, and then you got where are they? These parts here. There's another one somewhere. So first of all, put the ball joint on the top there. Then you can put this part down. Otherwise, you'll be able to fit that part in. Okay, and then you're going to put some caps on it. So lay them on its sides because both sides can do this side first. So it needs 2 of these position. There's 1 on each side, so you want the ones that are going that way. 2 of those. 2 R circle ones there. And the I think it's 2 of those on each side, yeah. So you want ones on each side of these ones. So triangle bits you want to face that way, and then you put the socket in, but it's the round bit facing in. Then you put which cap? Want this side cap to go on top, and they're going to cover all of these. So that should be flush there, and that should be that'll stick out fine. Okay. And these are going to go on here, so these ones go on the bottom. If you miss these 3, it's going to be on the end there. If it goes on, it should be flush there, and then the top one takes same way, so it goes up there. So you've got these 3 empty spots here. Okay, I'll send a bit, but probably something they're going to be added later. So it's going to go in this end. So you need 4 of these flat quarters here, 2 of these, which are the smaller version of the steppers we've been using. Two of these fat ones there, 2 cream stubs, and then 4 orange ones. Okay, so it looks like you've got this part here with the cream part down there, and then these 2 go on the top. So you've got oh, I missed the caps, didn't I? Yeah. You need these caps here as well, which is there. So one of these caps is going down this side, holds on the stud and that part. And then the smaller one on the top here. I think it needs a thinner one now, not the fat one. Where'd they go? Yeah, there's 2 versions of these, so I've got a fat ones here, and I need a thin one. It shows it lower down in the bottom there. I don't know, I missed them. Yeah, so a fat one there, but it says to use the thinner ones. Give me a minute to see now. Huh? 353, 360. Oh. Well, I've been building these ones here, but I've been a bit messed up with these. I just figured that out now. That I should read that bit. It's time of day. Only 356 to 360 identical. It says only these are not identical, so I have to rebuild them. Because I know it's halfway down, there seems to be some things we can. That's not right. But then I went back and double checked, and it's only these identical. The legs are not. So I have to go back to. Yeah. Well, it says 353 to 360, but 361 is also an identical part, so I think it's up to 361. Because it starts completely new here. 361, let me just have a quick here. Sticky feeling I may be wrong on there again. See, next. Yep, they made an error there again because it says here 354 to 361 on the manual, and then the instructions say 354 to 360. So yeah, they've got a bit of a numbers mess up. Use the small one. Use the fat one. Yeah, see, move the small one further up. Yeah, okay, I've got it now. So how do we do these ones again? Because I actually doubled them up, but actually they're the double ones, so that's correct. So 362 onwards is individual ones. Oh boy, I have to do that again. Just step back a bit and do that, because like I say, I'm trying to do one, but I'm messing myself up. There's a few other bits here that I can see incorrectly here. Oh boy, yeah. Yeah, so I have to rebuild these ones. Oh boy, that's an error, but that can happen. So I think it looks the same, but it's the sides are different probably. I have to redo them again, it doesn't take long. Probably one of them's right, one of them's wrong, but I don't know which one it is now. What's going to happen? You can get a certain point and then you realise you've done a mistake here, and then you have to redo your work to do it again. But so look at the instructions there. So I've got a few incorrectly on the online one. That's fine. That does happen. It doesn't take long to take apart and I have to do it again, but I think it's the side bits are different, I think. Have a look here. Oops, bodge that. So alright, so it's the small one is on these. Yeah, look here. Ah. Oh, okay. Oh, save a few steps, so it's got a quick check. So these parts are identical anyways to these parts because they're built the same way, but it's the fascias inside are different. So okay, fair enough. So that saved a bit of time. I didn't both together by mistake, but these are still correct because they still fit on the side. There, it's just the side bits are different. So okay, that's fine enough. So don't have to completely tear the model down, but I had to get that down to change some parts because I messed up some of the little parts. Okay, yeah, that's done. So that's okay, that point. Okay, so side bits I have an issue with. So I've got this part here. So the ball joint there, got that joint there, fine. Ball joint fine. So 370 onwards, I can do it. So that's not too bad. I haven't lost much. So that's one. So I've got that one there. I need one of those ones there, and then each side of those. So it's not too bad. So I haven't lost much. So I've just done a couple of adjustments, but I'll be able to now figure out what I've done with each side. So that goes on. So that's that side. That's that top side there. Okay, that part's fine. Okay, so this is where I went a bit wrong. Ah, here we go. It was this upper part here I did incorrectly. Those are the fat ones. It was. So those fat ones are later on. Okay, right. Okay, so 3, 1, 2, yeah, those, and then one of the thin ones there. Thin stepper there. The fat one of that one. Too smaller one of that one, because I've spotted some big ones. So I think maybe these also the so 2 small ones of those. Okay. Right, I've got it. Right, so the thin one on that side. Fat one there. That's still wrong. Huh? Still coming up properly somewhere. Somewhere still messing up. Somewhere. I'm still a bit stuck here because, like I say, these here, it says don't use the big ones, use the thin one. But the display shows you 2 fat ones, and you got a thinner one here. It says don't use those ones because. Oh, it's confusing. Yeah, use the thin one, and then use the fat one. Okay, right, so I've got to use the. Oh, looked a bit more carefully. That's not the one that needs to be done. Right, got it now. With these, it means don't use the fat one of that one, use the thin one of those. Right now, it's understandable. This is a fat version of those things and a thin version, so that's what it's pointing at. Doesn't help much. Okay, right, so that's why I was having a bit of a mess. I look a bit more carefully at everything the manual is spare. So now I know what ones are right, and it is doing the right way. So those parts were in the right in the first place. Yeah, it's flush now. Okay. I stopped with this illusion of what he's looking at because I was looking at it. The angle there looks like it was wider, but it's not, so this is actually correct. Okay, right. Right, so that's there, and then turn it upside down, and these go in the bottom corner part, right. There we got it. So you've got something like that looks like that, okay. Then that goes that direction into that part there, okay. So that's that leg covering on there. Okay, we've got that right now. And rotating, we're doing this side, which is now the big part of that, which was confusing me, and then the green part of that, and then that's it, this angle part. Yeah, it's the thinner one. So put a stub under that big fat part. Then that goes on this side. So the thin part goes down here. No, so this part goes where? On that. So it goes on that upper part there. So nothing nice, so nothing touches that green part down there. Okay, right. So it's like that, and that's free for the moment. Okay, and then the cover's going down here. Right. Okay, now we get somewhere. That part there. One of those parts there. Small part there. Little angle piece, and a little quarter moon. So these go together like that, and then this goes over the top here. Then the quarter moon goes down the bottom there. And that there, so it's got that part. And that fits down here. So you've got the leg bit there. Okay, and then it's one of the foot there. So you've got that, and then after that there's a rubbery thing, so there's like a rubber thing goes in that hole there, so it gives it a bit more, you know, this friction on that, which makes it easy to move, so that goes into this hole down here. Yeah, that section there. So there's the first leg done. Okay, then we do the same thing here, so I can skip a few steps here until we get to the covers. Okay, right, so 3, 8, 4 now I can start doing the cover on that. Around that way. So I need, let's do it backwards, that's why. Okay. Quarter moon, little wedge there, little round thing there. Need that one, and I need that one, yep. Just the other way, so that goes like that, goes like that, and then just like that. That goes on the bottom part. Okay, it's going backwards this one, so I've got the big fat one, the small one there, and then one of these. Put that in the bottom of that. So missing the single, no, we actually put one there, so that goes there. That one goes down there. Okay, then rotate it, and then you put this part on. Nothing there, this one here, and then I need this one. That goes like that, that goes like that, and then that goes around that way. goes on the bottom part here. Okay, now we'll get somewhere, and that's it. Don't worry about that now. So we've got that one there, small ones, 2 of those, this one, and this one. Oh, wait, where? The big one goes down there, the little one goes at the top here. Then the green part goes on the bottom. Okay, and then caps on the top. Turn it upside down, and then as before, turn it around this way. The studs on the end there. I don't need that part at the moment. And then that goes down. Okay, so it goes into this part here. Missing those 2 ones there. I don't know, right? That goes that way. Goes there. Something there. Those go on there. And there. So that's that way around. That rotates that way. It goes into these here, but these the put this back on the wrong, put that on the wrong position. So yeah, that was too far up. That's better. That's why. That goes further up there, and then that goes. That's it. That's it. That was too far in. And then that's the cap there. That's it. Put the foot on. So there's your 2 things. So 4. Put the stopper in the rubber thing in the hole here. There you go. So I've got a spare rubber thing and a couple of parts there. There you go. That's the feet done. And it says no 391, 374, 389. So each side different depending on the side. So well, they're both the same, except for the inner part here. See, it's different to there. Okay, this one's for this side. And this one's for this side. So you've got a limit up there, limit up there, but you can put them down, fold them back. Yep, so you can push them down, like so, or push them up, depending on how you want to do it. So they're positioned, so the legs can be moved about. So you can position to these to what you want. Okay, so the only parts left I have now is the wings and the tail, so the next part will be the tail, which is number 2627. Here's the part of the sign keeps popping off because it's, yep. Six. Okay, 27. So like I said, these are going to be the tail. So that's why I need 6 orange rectangle there, double-sided grey square, and then 2 of those little blocks there. Turn this upside down. On the back there's the grey one with the full part facing up, and then on top there's going to be these parts here. So the upper step there. Then you've got a lot of back area to do, so it's all these distributed parts. So you have to all varying colours actually to make sure you get the right ones. So what you need the plain. There's 2 orange ones and 2 plain ones. So you need the right one. So I want not that one. Where is it? Okay, face it this way. So you got the larger step there, single step there, and you can see the holes here. So that's the one I want. And then I want the cream part that's opposite. So you look at it like that. Cream, orange at the top, and I want the one that's got the 2, 3 there. So it's like when you butter like that. So that's what I want. And then same with the tip ends. Want it so you got the larger, medium, and you want the orange on the tip. And same with the orange one. I think this is just a standard one, so that's fine. So turn upside down, so the cream one's on. Let's see which way around it goes. Okay, so that one there, so okay, right, okay. Trying to get this right, so oh, okay, that's the right way around. So when you have it on the top, you want it so yes, you can see so orange then cream. So when it's up that way, I'm not sure I've got the right one. So fat, thin. Yeah, I think I got the wrong type. Let's do that again. Okay, so the other type, so the other one's the wrong way around, so it's that way around because I know it's because you've got the big fat bit here, thin part there, you've got green this side and orange this side, so that was back to front, so I don't want that one. And then these, so that joins in there, so that orange one down the bottom, then this other orange one just sits beside, and this will go into lock these together. The grey bit facing the back. Like this, and then so you see the top there goes there, orange green. Okay, and then I need one of the big ball joints. Not the grey one, but it's a orange. These things here, two of those. One of them is a pink one, and the other one's the double orange. Okay, there you go. So first of all, put that to one side there. So the ball joint there, and then you want the double one there with the field facing up. Then you put these on here to secure it in place. And then the pink one goes on the top there. Secure this part, and then that part sits on top of this part here. Make sure I get this right. So what I can see is, so this part here fits between the cream and the orange part of the back. I think so. Oh no, those grey bits kind of fit into those deeper holes. It won't go in that shallow part. So yeah, okay. So that's why those it's offset a bit. So there's a tiny gap there. It's deep enough there for that to operate. Yeah. So that's about the alignment of that sort of dimple there. Yeah. So it's like takes half of that bit there. Okay. Okay, so I'll put another raw joint on this side because it's like got two parts to the tail and a small square there. So put the square on top of this one, and that goes on this one here higher up. This is the same thing because of those. So that goes on. There'll be a small gap there, but that is actually flush on the front there, so that's the right spot for that. And I've got to put things on the side now. So turn it around so it's that way. You've got to put things on the side here now for this one. So it's two of these caps and four of these things with the things facing up. By two, so put these together. Then the cap goes on the far right. Leave those two free. Okay, and then they slide down here, so cat facing up that way. Oh, no, not that way. It won't clip. It goes that way, so that faces the back and that faces the front, just like that. Because they designed a clip into the holes here. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you've got something like that. And then you've got support going along here. So with that, I need two of these things there, and then two of the orange supports, stoppers, whatever they are, studs. So T's go along here, so they're going to go in and secure that. That's why that's off center there, so it will fit. And then the little, yeah, and then the orange one's gone on the end here. There you go. So that's how that should look. Yeah, that's the only place that will fit. Okay, right, that's in the right spot. And that's what we're adding the top part now. So that's the other larger parts here. And the other parts there. But you also got additional parts. You've got these little pink ones here. And then you've got a small rectangle 6 one there. And then the little square there. To turn that upside down. Then put the square at the back. And then put the pink ones on. Going along this way. And then that will fit in between the bottom here, the pink facing back. That goes in there, and then this orange on that side, and this side on here. Make sure the orange is on the top here. And they basically put these parts together. So there you go. So that's the main base at the back, and then you've got this other part of the toe coming out there. So that's one part of the tail done. So we've got to start the second part. So put this to one side. So with this, I need a little orange cap there, and then the square, and a large one there. Put that on top of there, and then put the cap on it. And on the end, you've got the thin caps here. There you go. Turn it upside down, we can put things underneath here now. So I've got two of these great things here. Two of these multi thingies here. And another one of these, where is it? Squares here. First of all, put this onto this square part here, the green ones. And the way it goes is these ones go on the end. And then the green one goes next to it. Then I've got to put something on top of here, so that's orange square, and then you've got a little, where is it, this double side here with a socket on it, double sided small grey, and you've got that small part there, and then you've got this looks like a bone, but it's like got two ball ends on it. A larger and smaller end, so smaller ball, larger ball there. I think it's both the same size, just the way it looks. So first of all, put these two together. Then sandwich between there, so that goes on the end of one of the square there, and then the little bit goes in after, and this goes in with the fill side facing up. Yep, make sure that works. Yep, and that goes on here to turn it around, so that's facing this way, and it goes straight there. Okay, and then on this here is another one of those large sockets. So I've gone to the other end, and I think that's where the tail flame tip would go. And then on top of it, you've got double sided square, and then two more of these blocks. So double square goes onto this square, and you want the fill space showing up, and then these go on each side, following these ones. And you've got to build something on the top here, so you need two of the large rectangle ones, and then small squares to put the two rectangles together to make a larger block, and then this goes on one end, and then that goes up here. So you see that's covering that area that's sitting at the top. And put caps on, so you're going to need one of these caps and then two of the ones here. So this goes on the top cap, and then these go down the bottom. Secure it all together. There you go. I've got another part to build now, so it's another one of these large parts here. Then this cap here, that goes halfway on. And on the other end, we've got some smaller ends here, so I've got two flat one there, and then on the end I've got a couple of angle ones. But okay, so we've got one of that, one of each angle sides, yeah. So the straight ones go after this one. And then the angle ones go on here with the flat bits going, flat bits there and a short bit there. And that fits on this side. That way, so it goes on. Just flush there, so that's that part there. So that's the top of it, and then the cream parts will be the bottom. That's what we do now. Do the same thing before that one, but with the cream side this time. So that's there before. And that's before, all the parts of that one. two flat ones on each end. And then the angle ones go down here with the larger end going towards the main part. And that goes on the opposite side. There you go. And then you just need a rubber stopper for this part here. Oh, it's going to be fun trying to get that in. There you go, that's in. And then connect these two parts together. So it's the indent one, you want this one here. Needs to clip in. There you go. Yeah, you can do that with them. So the two parts move together. Let's say that's the bottom, the top, because they always follow the chest away up to the tip. Okay, looks like we're making the tip end here. Just need these two double-sided squares. You need each of these to each side. So turn this upside down. And the squares go here with the fill side facing down, so your hollows at the top. It's in the center to lock these together. So something like that. Okay, then you got the orange one of these. Goes that way, and that clips in. Clips into. Should miss the first one, so it's in the midsection there. Should miss in this part here. Yep. So it goes as far as that point there. Should those ones be clear for something else. They've got another one of these things you've got to build. So that the ball joint goes in there. And that goes on the part here, because that'll be where the flame tip sits. And then you can put the socket on this side. And then you've got some parts going here, so you've got these double-sided double half circles there, and then two the square studs. So put one on each end. So one go that way, and then one go the opposite way. So it goes up here, so it fits onto these two slots here. That's why you've got the stud there, and the same on this side. There you go. Oh yeah, these have got hollow, and they've got hollow and a fill, so make sure the hollow side sits on the top, so they've got sort of two double-sided. So I'm going to flip this one around and see that. Yeah, they've got so put the hollow on the top. Yeah, all hollow there. Okay. Then put the green parts here, like they did the bottom one, so they're basically sealing the top. That's the bottom, that's the top. And clip it onto the tail, so the two little ball joints go together. So you've got some small movement on the tail there. Okay, looks like we're adding the plain tip now. So it's all these sort of clear parts here. So we've got yellow clear rod there, little stud there, and three. They're not yellow, sort of, because they're like a flame thing. They're not all 100% yellow. They're sort of mixture of different colours. So you've got the right part. So the stud goes in the end of the hole here, like so. And then these go on the tip, but not fully on. So the stud part going in this way. One goes up that way, and then another one goes sort of an angle this way, and they're clipped together, and then the other one sort of goes down. It's roughly that, but it could be adjustable, I think, later on. And then put the ball joint on the end. So you've got something that's like that. These would be adjusted, I think. And on the other end, you put this plain tip on. Just what the smaller models use, but then there's some other flames that I've actually got these three here, so they're going to go around the outside and cover it, so they clip onto the different areas of the flames, and they clip on the end one, and you want the hollow bit facing out, and that's on all of them. So that's where you start adjusting these to make sure the flames cover the back. So here it makes a big, large sort of flame tip. And that goes on the back here. Okay, there, so you've got some spare parts there. Oh, you've got one more of these, so you must make sure you put that in, then it goes into this area here. So you need that. For support there. So that's the rubber ball joints friction plate there. And then clip the tail on the body. There you go. Some spare parts. Like I say, this is adjustable, so you can adjust it to any position you want. Yeah. Okay, so that's how it looks now, and now I've got one bag there, which is the wings. So that's the last part we've got to build. Okay, so last bag 28, and this is for the wings. Okay, so I need a 8 one of these, do 4, 6, 8 there, do and a 6. And then you need one of these. This is all orange, so there's no other colours in here. And then you need one of these, just like the spike on the top, I think. Yeah, so that goes on one end. And that goes in the middle. And this goes on the end. Then the next part you've got then 2 of these, and number 3 of this, and a 5 of this one. Oops, not that. 5 of that one. So let's put these together. So you've got 3 between that, and then put the 5 in the middle. So it clips onto all of those ones. And then these two clip together. And then they add another one further up. So that's another one of the parts there, a 4 and a 6. That's a 5, don't want that one. Six there and a 4. Let's avoid it somewhere. There you go. So 4, these go onto the 6 at the bottom, 4's on the top, so this is on the end, and the 4's on the top, leave one end, and that clips on the bottom of this one. No, clips on the top of this one. So you've got this sort of design. Okay, then there's more parts to add. So that's one part of the wing, got more parts on the other side. Okay, so I've got 2 3s. Then a L. Then a little thing there. Then a little thing with a stab in there. There. So that's one side there. So the L goes that way, and then the 3 goes on the top. And then this part goes on the end of this one. 3 holds this all together. And then this goes on the end. And then 1 3, which will link these lot together. And on here be a cone thingy, so I need to get the cone. This with the hole in it, and a little washer there. So on one end you put the washer thingy, and on the other end you put the cone, and then stick it on the end here, the hole facing that way. I'll build another section, so that is 5. A rod, wherever the rod is gone. One of these for the little crossing, you've got 2 of those, and you've got one with a hole in it. And now one of these. So first of all, feed this through the hole there, and then through the 2. Okay, got that one there. And then clip onto this 5, so this goes on the end. And that goes on here. And then you need a round stud, and then another one of these. And first of all, put these 2 together underneath, and then these are linking these. So that's one end, that's there. So that clips onto that part there, and that there links the top up. Then these two go together, so that goes onto the top of there. Something like this. Then an L piece will go there to secure that. Wiggle it around a bit until you get it in. Okay. And just position it so that should be like, that goes like that. So it's like that, that goes like that, but like that. That goes there, and that goes there. So they all should move, so that way it's all movable. Okay, so in the box, you have one of these sheets. So you need the, so look at the orange one. So you need this one here. Get it out of its picking. Be careful because it's all. I know it's made of plastic, but you want to make sure that it's breaking out lightly. Oh, those things are nasty. There you go. See that one there. So you can see it's the right one because that's going to go down there. Okay. What are the positions like on here? So basically, it follows that there. So that will sit on the top like so. So that will sit on there. And then you adjust these to fit that, and then yeah, and then caps will go on the top. So that you go along there. All the adjustments to get the wing in place. Yes, oops, to push these all around to get the ring part in place. They do clip in, but when you get the other things on, they should then support it. Okay, so it'll fit in. There you go. Once you've got the upper thing added to them, give it a bit more strength on the stability, so eventually will all fit in place. It's a bit of a fiddle, but always have a problem with that one. There you go. So it is good at doing clipping it, but depends on the cut. I may not want to fit in there. You have to really get these in. Okay, I think there you go. So most of this will, once you start putting on the support, that will line up a bit better. So we're gonna start putting on the top parts. Okay, so we need these long tubed ones here, a little stud, two of the smaller ones, and where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? One of the flat ones there. So first of all, put the stud under the flat one to make it one large part, and you start building along the top here. So this part goes onto. So it's covering all the parts as that starts there. That clips that in place, and the two smaller ridges are behind it. Then the big one. And then it'll be the same process here, but it'll be on a smaller end, I think. Yeah. So one of our large ones there. Then you've got a small, just one of the studs there. Another part there, and you need an angle piece there. So the angle piece is this one. Like I say, put the square in that one to make it a large block. And that goes there. So it's going to miss this one because no block can go there. So it's going to go, yeah, it's going to go there. Then a smaller block goes behind it. Another large one to go out the top. Then there'll be more down here, but you see now it's keeping that secured. Do the same down here. So you've got another one of these. Another one of those angled ones. Another square stud, and then I need another one of these. So Paul put these together. Make a larger block there, and you continue onwards. So it's got the top there, then a smaller one here. And the bigger one covers there. And there'll be some going down here. Yep, I just need a big one here that will go along these ones here. Okay, so that goes along there, and then have a large one, a angle one that goes the other way around this time, and a square bit. So put these two together. And that part goes here. And then this part finishes off the bottom. That part sticks off to hide that. So there's the wing, and with it's plastic, it's pretty durable. That's the bottom, that's the top. Bit of a flex, but it will do it. That's the horn on the top, and that's the spike on the bottom. Better to one side, and we've got to do the same to the other wing. Okay, so doing the same process, but it's round the other way around. So large one there. 6. The tip of the wing, and the adjustments there. 4 that goes on one end. Then this goes on the top, and then a tip on this end. then building these together. So I've got 2 of these, 3 there, and then 5 up here. 2, 4, 5. Yep. Same as 4 between there, and then put the 5 in the middle to hold them all together. And then that goes down the bottom here. And then increase it again. So we've got another one of these, a 4 and a 6. As before. That goes on the end of the 6, and then the 4 on top. And then that goes on top of that one. So we've got this part of the wing. And they've got to add that angle part. So 2 3s there. You've got an L-shaped one, and you've got a small part there, and then you've got that's one here. And so the L goes that way up, and then the 3 goes there. And this goes on the end of this one. This one goes to the top to secure this. And this goes on the upper part here. I make the top end, so I need the cone bit, a washer, and one of these. Washer one, and then a tip, and then that goes on the top here. Okay, I'm going to make the rod end part, so that requires one of these here, one of the hole, two crosses here. Where's the other one? And one of the rods here, and a 5 of this. This is this one. So the part through there, and then the 2 fixed ones. Oops, that's wrong because that doesn't have a hole in it. It's all aligned. Okay, and then that goes onto here. So that bit sticks up, and then this goes on the back. So this part here, and then these 2 parts go together. And these 2, which are going to be filling that hole up. Okay, so that's that part. And then this part links into this part. And then an L piece goes on there to secure that. So the wing there, and then you need to adjust these parts a bit so that so these pieces will have to be adjusted later on so that they can, these just have to be moved around a bit to secure the wing. So that's the other side of this one. And that's the other one. Orange side faces up, and it goes along these, what we did before. Ow, ow, that's plastic. So did I put that tip upside down? Yeah, but it's on back on the top here. that's not supposed to go up there. That's supposed to go like that. Yeah, that's correct. That clips into there. Ah, this is top one. I've done wrong. It's supposed to. I've got these parts back to front. See, double check, double check, double check. So that part goes on the top. That goes there. That goes there. Ah, I've done something further wrong up at the top here somewhere. Because the wings don't align right. I'm getting a bit of a binding. Okay, this can happen. So that's not there. That's the bottom there. That's on there. See, that goes on the bottom there. Yeah, got something up here messed up. Let's see, let's reverse that. That stays in that part, that stays in that part, that stays in the part, that's on the top, so let's be up here somewhere, did it? That's the tip. That goes that way. There's two goes there. It's along that, so that's alongside that part. Goes on there. Okay, that's right. And then those parts go together. Oh, that's why I missed the 3. That's why I missed the 3 that's supposed to secure at the top there. That's what I'm doing wrong. Ah, that's right. Missed that one. Okay, so then that goes on the top. That's better than it. Oh, now it works. Okay, so that's now working, and that now all fits onto this part up here. Don't do that. Okay, right there, it will secure itself once I put the parts on. Okay, right, so the flat bit there, 2 of these, 1 of the square bits, and 1 of the long bits. This goes under there to make a large part, and then start putting it on top of here. So it starts at the end wing there. Smaller part there. Next part there, and then this goes on here. then continue on the top there. So I need the angle piece. Small part there, large part there, and the square. Square goes underneath this part. And that goes continuous onwards. Oh, that one's the wrong one because it's sticking too far out, is it? No, it's the right one, yeah. Okay. That goes on there, and then the one goes up. Well, that's the right part. Oh, it's not. It's the other type. That is needed later on anyway. So see, it's one that goes further in. That's right way, yep. It's a bit fiddly because I'm trying to keep these tabs in about it and something. Okay, so I've got that part there, and then I've got another part going up here. Just need this one with the clip at the bottom. This one at a large part. That goes on the bottom there. Then the little stub goes there, and then this goes right to the end. Okay, they need a large part there, which goes along. So that goes up there, goes along there, and then down here will be. Okay, so that one there goes along that top part. Then a little. That doesn't need that one there, it just needs a larger one here. So go along that side. See, it should follow the same route as this one. It does. The other side is correct. Yeah, so there's the two wings there. Now I'm going to hook them up to the body. So I'm going to go into these sockets here. When they go on, the orange is on the top and the green's down the bottom. So you can see now that's the model done now. Like I said before, you've got the picture there, and then you've got the operations there, and all your parts in case you've lost something, which can happen. Yeah, that's all that lot there. Yeah, okay, and then other models there. So yeah, so I've got that lot done. Put that to one side so you can see that. So this is the main model there, see, so that's the back of it. That's the front, because you've got the nameplate there. So these are positional, if I remember rightly, so the wings are fixed, so you can't adjust those. So when you turn the crank there, the actual wings will operate. Yeah, because they're in a weird position. Oh yeah, that was my fault when I put the. Then I suppose that's supposed to be more back, so it's easy to fix there. You need to take out the pole. I realise the wings are, and they're supposed to be a bit more. Yeah, so I put them in the wrong position. They're supposed to be more like it's flying rather than the wings down here. So it's actually flat level. Well, it looks odd, but you need to go down, it's working properly. So this thing will look like it's, I don't know which way around you're supposed to turn it. Yeah. So it will look like it's flying motor in there. Like I said before, when you turn the crank, you operate the net part wings, and the body moves with this, and the flames or lava waves moves alongside it. So they're the things you can't move, but you can adjust the head to whatever direction you want. You can adjust any of the arms, including all the claws, that they've done that design as well. Same with the legs, you can adjust the posture of the legs to what position you want, and you can also reposition the tail to every movement you want. You can pose that up and then just have it move there, and like I say, it's pretty sturdy. It does wobble a bit, but that's due to the way it's designed. And it's on a small, very small platform, so you can easily sit it on somewhere out of the way, have it as a pose. And like I say, it's much bigger than the actual first one they've done. That's the first one I did the picture, and you can see they're completely different in the two sizes. Like I said before, this is not large. The jumpy ones are much bigger than these, and I think they may do them on eventually this one, but they say yeah. So it gives you the ideal distance to the base, and I say it's a lot larger than this one. And I say there's other two models of these that they do. So they are pretty good. And like I say, that's how you build one of these. And like I say, it's took me a long period, up to nearly 9.5 hours they did doing that, but a little bit quicker. It wasn't stream recording and doing any errors, but that's the general thing. And like I say, this is the smaller model, and you can see they've put a lot more details into it than this basic one, but this still move model. I don't know if they do any more, but I think they do some more. They always seem to do them maybe so often. But yeah, that's not too bad, and like I say, it's a bit of a weight on it, but yeah, it's I do handy for that. And like I say, the thing I liked about it, they had the actual grip on the bottom. The other one doesn't have that. And it's good detail. So yeah, so hopefully that was a bit helpful with that one, and you should be able to follow it if you can. And like I say, go with the online thing at the moment because they seem to have a couple of errors on it, but they may be correct at a later date, but that seems to be a little different, but that's why you have a secondary manual. So hopefully that helps out. And I'm gonna have a few more of these doing when I can get hold of any of them, and hope you're able to so we build more of these in the future.